Hi everyone, a very warm welcome. Good morning. We are at Snetterton, once again in the sunshine. A little bit fresh, a little bit cold. That might affect some of the tyre pressures for the guys that are coming out on track. We've got another full day's racing for you, courtesy of the British Racing and Sports Car Club here at Snetterton Circuit. We had a fantastic day yesterday, and I think we're in for more of the same today. Yesterday we saw the first Mazda title of the season wrapped up. That went the way of Declan McDonnell, who secured the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Clubman's Championship, ahead of John Pethick and Chris Dawkins. John and Chris taking the race wins across the course of the day. Today we'll see the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship decided, along with the main Mazda MX-5 Championship for the Mark 1s. They're coming onto track just about now and lining up, with Ali Bray second yesterday and fastest lap, and Steve Foden, his arch rival, taking a win in the first race of the day. So as you can see, they're coming up into pole position. Pole position actually is Ben Short, who's a guest driver this weekend, and he certainly laid down a little bit of a benchmark for the drivers to get stuck in with, and it adds a little bit of added spice in terms of, is Ben going to take another win, or are we going to see the likes of Steve Foden or Ali Bray take a win in this race? As ever, we've got Scott Woodwis on commentary, but we've got some additional content for you this weekend. We've got the Classic and Modern Sports Car Club, who've just completed their qualifying. They're guests of ours this weekend, very welcome guests too. We'll be seeing 2 races from them. And we've got another of the 3-hour Citroen C1, the Silver Lake sponsored championship, racing with us a little bit later on as well. And we had a 3-hour race from them yesterday, which was absolutely superb. And we'll be going into that one just after lunch, so looking forward to that. As ever, a big thanks to our sponsors Clapham North, Run Your Fleet, who are very generously supporting us in terms of our racing weekends and throughout the season. If you want to find out more information about the BRSCC, check out brscc.co.uk to keep up to date with all the news, and there's been loads of that over the last couple of weeks, and plenty more, I dare say, to come over the next few weeks as we say farewell to the 2022 season, look forward to 2023. Don't forget, we've got the Formula Ford Festival coming up at Brands Hatch next weekend. All of that to come, including a great set of races today, a full field of Mazda MX-5s lined up and ready with the paperwork to tell you who's who and who is where. I'll hand you over for the first time today to Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Richard, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to what is essentially finals day for the Mazda MX-5 Championship and Super Cup. And as Richard rightly said, of course, we had one title provisionally wrapped up yesterday, so provisional congratulations goes to Declan McDonnell, who is, again, I said provisionally because it's all subject to official confirmation, wrapped up yesterday's Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. We've still got the more established Mazda MX-5 Championship and the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup to wrap up today. There's connotations in both, which we'll see play out as the racing unfolds. So the cars will head off onto their formation lap in a second. Of course, the grid is set by the results of race 1 yesterday. So that will mean that we will see Ben Short starting on pole position. I'll give you the grid on that in just a second as the cars head off onto that green flag lap. So there's a chance for them to get some heat into the tyres. The cars haven't been out since yesterday, quite early yesterday, so they've been sat around for quite a while when it comes to getting themselves ready to go racing once again. So Ben Short then will start on pole position for race number 2 of the weekend, with Steve Foden alongside him on the front row. Then it's title leader Fraser Fenwick, who only had his lead reduced by a point, down from 34 to 33 yesterday, because we should remind you that you cannot drop any of the scores for any of these 3 races in your final points tally, only drop from rounds up until the end of Donington. So Fraser Fenwick then only lost a point because he got the fastest lap of the race from those who are non-guest drivers, and also he picked up second place. So it's 99 points compared to Steve Foden, who picked up the maximum 100, who'd been the first non-invitation driver home. He starts alongside Sebastian Fischer on the second row of the grid. It's his final weekend in MX-5 racing for a while, so we bid him a fond farewell for the time being. Callum Greatrex and Michael Nibbs start on the third row together, ahead of Thomas Langford in the outgoing title-winning car of Ollie Allwood from last year, but that car back in service again, which is good to see. And he starts alongside Adam Craig, has had a very improved season across the years, scored many top 5s and top 10s. He starts P8 for this second race this morning. Jack Noller, who I think unquestionably has been one of the, possibly the rookie of the year, that's still to be determined. He starts in P9 alongside Oliver Graham, who's a little bit off the pace in qualifying, but charged his way through to 10th in race 1 yesterday. Then it's Michael Green and Brad Jones on the 6th row of the grid. Brad Jones, another driver who's really been impressive throughout 2022. Richard Wootton and Adam Sparrow, who qualified on the front row of the grid, qualified quite high up yesterday, had some kind of a technical drama issue where he either missed a gear or something, ceased working temporarily, and he dropped right to the back of the field. He charged his way back through to 14th. So if that's how far he managed to give himself up from some 31st on the grid, imagine where he's going to get. Just there on screen there, car number 19, Adam Sparrow, the silver car with the orange bonnet, run by BC Cars Motorsport. Just imagine what he's going to be able to achieve from 14th on the grid this time when he climbs his way through. Kevin Denga and Levi Aisbett make up the 8th row of the grid, ahead of Tim Dorr and Darryl Radwell, and the top 20 is ended up by Keith Dalton and Bryn Griffiths. Then it's Ben Manchett and Amy Watts, daughter of former BTCC star and former Mazda MX-5 champion back in 1990, Patrick Watts. She makes her 2nd start of the weekend. She put in an excellent drive yesterday to move up from the back of the grid in 31st, 22nd, so good progress. We'll see if she can move forwards in race 2. Then it's Richard Bartlett and Jonathan Fields ending on the 12th row of the grid, ahead of Simon Privet and Tom Mallet. Then Jason Greatrex, who starts back from 27th after he had some kind of a suspension issue that put him off the road yesterday, and he's one of a few drivers who started at the back of the grid after they retired. Luke Pullen's car didn't even make the start yesterday. Bo Parry and Graham Rumsey retired on the first lap of the race. Christopher Abbott also had problems too, and I'm afraid I overheard on the radio just before I came across the circuit here to get to the commentary box, we don't have Courtney Milnes, I believe, as a starter. She's non-starting in the 2nd race, I'm afraid, so no start for the 777 MX-5 unless there has been a last-minute update on her car. I don't think there has, so unfortunately we've only got 31 starters compared to the 32. So the cars then lining up on the grid for another day's racing, and yeah, just going through the connotation of points very quickly. I'm just doing a very quick update on the spreadsheet from what I've got in front of me. So as it stands in terms of how I see it at the moment, I think Fraser Fenix on 1,668 points compared to 1,635, so that does work out as a 33-point difference. So what was 34 is now 33. So all Steve Foden can do is do exactly what he did yesterday and try and bank as many points, but of course Fraser Fenwick can do the same. If he keeps that up, he should be on course to provisionally wrap up the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Championship, but of course with no drop scores in any of the 3 races this weekend, one small slip up from either of them could spell the end of their title chances. So the cars are all formed up on the back of the grid. All 31 are set to get themselves going for another 20 minutes of action here in the sunshine on this autumnal morning in Norfolk. Ben Short on pole position, our guest driver. He's visible for points as we go off the line for race number 2 and the first race of the day here at Snetterton. Packed grid as they head off the line, charging down towards Ritchie's for the first time. It all looks clean so far, but in the morning sunshine, as the sun starts to rise, it's side by side for the lead as Ben Short turns his way in and has the whole shot. It's not a great start for Fraser Fenwick, though. He slipped around about 4th or 5th place. He's under threat from Callum Greatrex as they turn out of Ritchie's corner. A couple of the cars bumping the curb on the inside, but they all appear to be getting through without too much drama. Ben Short turns his way in. It's Foden in 2nd, Sebastian Fischer's up to 3rd. Fraser Fenwick is down to 5th, but of course, if it stays as it is with Ben Short in the lead, because Ben Short is a guest driver, it means that he doesn't score any points. He's effectively invisible in the result when it comes to scoring. So that means if the stays they were, Steve Foden would pick up 100 points for finishing 2nd, but the first of the non-invitation class drivers, whereas Fraser Fenwick would pick up 94 for being the 4th best non-invitation driver. Through the hairpin at Agostini, still leading as the cars are going 2 by 2, but are scrapping in the mid-pack towards the bottom of the top 10. But they all appear to be getting through relatively, fingers crossed, drama-free. Just turn their way now out through Hamilton and up towards Oggies for the first time. Still Fraser Fenwick sitting in 5th. He's the grey car with the black bumpers. Watch out for him. And for Steve Foden, he's the car in 2nd in shot on the right-hand side. He's the white car with the orange and with the gold and checkered striping along the bonnet. There he is. Clouts the curb on the inside through Williams as they make their way into the Bentley Straight for the first time. Having a look round the outside, there's Richard Wootton in front of the very identically liveried car of Adam Craig. I don't think they're teammates, but they certainly have got the livery, which suggests they could be. Could be 3 abreast between them, because you've now got Oliver Graham in the middle, sandwiched between Adam Craig to his right and Richard Wootton to his left, as the rest of the pack makes its way down under the bridge in towards the complex of Rundle Nelson. Somebody was making a dive into the complex there. I think it was one of the orange MX-5s towards the back. And I think, yeah, that was 178. I think that was Kevin Dengate trying to make a move. Couldn't quite make it stick. They head out of Brundle Nelson and in through the bomb hole for the first time. It's wonderful shots to hear the car swing into the camera view. and they fly out the other side as Ben Short turns his way out of Murray's now and then fires it back onto the pit straight, up through the gears to complete lap number 1 of this day of racing here at the Snetterton circuit in Norfolk. Last day of racing for the Mazda MX-5 paddock. So Short leads, Foden second, Fisher third, Callum Greatrex in 4th place, Fenwick 5th, and it's Nibs, Langford, Brad Jones, Adam Sparrow's up to 9th from 14th, so watch for him, watch for car number 19. Put in a blistering time in qualifying yesterday, so he'll be looking to try and improve on that by moving up. And there he is there. It's the silver car with the orange boot lid. Watch for him. He's now on the back of Brad Jones for 8th position. He's behind the AB Motorsport car. Quite orderly so far, fingers crossed. See there, Adam Craig has got past both Richard Wootton and also now through the hairpin at Wilson past Oliver Graham. So he's on the charge, back into the top 10. Making the way out through Palmer's. No change in the situation just yet. Of course, Ben Short has been plying his craft in MX-5s elsewhere throughout the season, but he's here just to make an appearance to kind of do a last-minute run out to see, as he said yesterday, to see how the BRSCC paddock is faring. He seems to be settling back in quite nicely in terms of pace. Ben has always been a formidable driver in MX-5s, regardless of whatever, whether it's a Mark 1 or a Mark 3, whether it's in Championship Spec or another different series, which he runs MX-5s. Whether it's Enduros or Sprints, he usually is someone who's quite the driver to count on. If you want a fast peddler in an MX-5, you tend to call Ben Short as one of your main contacts to try and pluck for. Makes its way out through Williams for the second time. See now Adam Craig is on the back of Michael Green this time. He's now going to try and line him up for a move for 11th place down the straight. He's in the tow, both of them trying to latch onto the back of Jack Noller, who's in the white Go For It racing car with the black front end. Meanwhile, for the essential net lead in terms of scoring points, it's now between Sebastian Fisher and Steve Foden. Callum Greatrex getting up there as well. I should also mention the progress of Jason Greatrex. He started back in 27th. He's up 10 places at the end of the first lap into 17th. That's a good progress from him so far. There we see Graham Rumsey. Good to see his car back out. He and Bo Parry came together. At least the evidence suggested that they came together, exiting Wilson on the first lap yesterday. So we'll see what progress he can make in his opening couple of laps. And there's Michael Nibs, who we talked about yesterday, does double duty in these championships. He's one of a number of drivers that have done in the past, where he's done both Mark 1s and Mark 3s. So he's got the stamina. He can certainly work for it. Now, Ben Short sets the fastest lap of the race, but I think a couple of drivers behind have set faster drivers behind. I think possibly even Sebastian Fisher and Callum Greatrex. I think have both set 2-minute 21.2s as well. So Ben Short's runaway lead that he had yesterday, not quite so hot as Adam Craig gets very sideways exiting Richie's corner. Lucky not to collect Jack Noller when he did that one. But he gets himself under brakes, and Jack Noller has actually lost another place. So he's dropped behind. He's fallen back now behind Michael Green and also Adam Craig. Further back, here we've got number 9, which is Chris Abbott, and also Amy Watts in car number 506. I'll just check where she is on my timing screen at the moment. If I flick through, I'll be able to tell you exactly where she is. At the moment, Amy Watts has posted through on my screen here, in 26th position. So she's lost a couple of places since the start, but she's still finding her feet in her first MX-5 weekend. I'm sure that Father Patrick would have imbued some wisdom on how to get the most out of one of these cars. Of course, the specification of these cars is a little bit different to those which Patrick Watts raced back in 1990, when these cars were still relatively new cars as Mark 1 MX-5s. And it was very much a factory-supported championship. And back then, watching some of the old footage from I think Mallory Park from several years ago, there was only about sort of 12 or 13 cars when it first started out. But since then, of course, the MX-5 has become quite a formidable little race car in its own right, not just in the UK, but across the world, in Japan and particularly in the US and all over the globe. And there is the slogan which Mazda used to say, is that they typically tends to be more Mazdas out racing on a week at any given weekend in motorsport across the world, or at least in the US, I think it was a marketing tactic, than any other manufacturer out there, period. And so I kind of tend to agree with that, because we've got just about 100 Mazdas here this weekend, and I'm sure there are plenty more out racing, whether it's factory supported or simply just out in their own right independently. So Ben Short's managed to settle in now. The first couple of laps he was under pressure from Steve Foden, but he's managed to pull a small gap in this third lap, so the gap looks like it's gone over just about over a second. There's Adam Sparrow. He's now ahead of Thomas Langford, so he's now up into 8th position. So his lap time, his last lap time was a 2:22.083. He's He's not quite as fast as that pace. The fastest lap of the race has actually now gone to Adam Craig, 2:20.933. So he's really motoring along in 12th position. And that's the benefit of the toe for some people, particularly with the long straights that you have here at Snetterton. You really can get a benefit from it. As we see Fraser Fenwick there holding station in 5th. Bit of a wiggle there from Callum Greatrex in front of him as he chases down Sebastian Fischer in 3rd place. Again, I'll reiterate, for those who might have just joined late, because Ben Short, who leads, is only a guest driver. So, well, not just a guest driver, but he's a guest driver, if I rephrase that, in terms of the fact that he does not score points. He's invisible for scoring as Jack Noller gets edged out wide by Oliver Graham, and I'm not sure Jack quite appreciated that. Took a couple of seconds to get back onto the road. But back to the point, for those who need the reminder, in terms of the point scoring, as we see Amy Watts back on camera here heading through Richie's corner, still in 20... where's she got to now? Amy Watts is now in 27th. She's dropped a couple of... another couple of places back behind Chris Abbott. Ben Short does not score anything, so while he might win the race and he'll still get a trophy for victory, and the timings sheet will still say that he won, in terms of scoring any points, he's effectively invisible for point scoring, which means that you need to look for the cars from 2nd downwards for those who are going to score points. So in this scenario, Steve Foden will take 100 points for the victory, and then essentially it's whoever takes the fastest lap from those who are non-invitation class cars will also get the fastest lap points as well. Yesterday it was Fraser Fenwick, which is the reason why his lead was only reduced by a point, because the fastest lap put him on 99 for his score yesterday. He got the points for 2nd place and the point for the best non-invitational lap time. Hopefully most of that makes sense, but of course the connotations will play out as we get to the final race later on this afternoon, after the second of the 3-hour Citroën at C1 Club endurance races later on. Of course, it's a big day for the Mazdas, particularly with the championships being decided provisionally. See here, that's Adam Sparrow under pressure now for the first time properly, I think, from Thomas Langford as they turn in. So also side by side there. I think it was between possibly, was that Adam Craig and that was Richard Woodson and Oliver Graham. In fact, actually, those two were quite side by side through the bomb hole, but they managed to hold on to it. Turning in now through Murray's, and Michael Green slipped by actually. Something happened there. So Michael Green has slipped by Thomas Langford. So once we've seen that, so that's obviously through Coram on the exit of Coram somewhere, but Langford's made a mistake. Michael Green has slipped by on the inside line. Across the line they go. Lead gap is now 9/10 of a second. The overall fastest lap of the race has now just been taken by Ben Short. So he's taken a 2 minutes 20.128. Foden's done a 2:20.2. And what about Fraser Fenwick? Well, the next best lap time, I think, if I scan through the order, is in actual fact, I think it's a 2:20. I think it is actually 2:20.2. So I think actually at the moment Steve Foden will also get himself a fastest lap point as well. So at the moment this shows to be 101 compared to 94. Of course, we're all going to work these out post-race in between the 2nd and 3rd races. But if that's the case, it looks like it then brings the gap down to 26 points because he outscores Fraser Fenwick by 7. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just looking towards the back of the field again. There goes Jonathan Fieldsend in the bright blue car with the yellow roll cage. He's been chased down by Chris Abbott and Amy Watts. As we focus now back on the battle that's going on for what is now 8th position, because Adam Sparrow has got through. He's now into the top 10. We're into the second half of this race. It's a 20-minute race. 20-minute races, I should say, plural, in the MX5 Championship. Typically, they run 3 over a weekend. They had 1 yesterday and 2 today to settle the championship provisionally. It's a train of cars forming up, and at the tail of that train is the recovering Jason Greatrex. Now, he started back in, I think it was 27th position, and he's all the way up now to 14th on the at the end of that train. He's behind Ollie Graham, who's lost a spot to Jack Noller, as Ben Short uses all the track and a bit more in the lead. And I suspect that with Fraser Fenwick, he's probably looked at the connotations of the championship as well and just figured that he doesn't need to take too many risks. So long as he's just minimising any points damage that's being done by Steve Foden in terms of any damage being taken on that, he just needs to settle where he is and just try and make sure that he remains in front by the time the final race is done tomorrow. It's done later on this afternoon. So about 8¼ minutes left in this second MX5 Championship race. There goes Adam Sparrow leading the group from Michael Green. We've got Langford, Craig, Jack Noller, Ollie Graham in the blue car with the orange stripes, then Jason Greatrex towards the back. And I would have a feeling that Jason Greatrex will start to make his way through very shortly. Here comes Michael Green with the push from Thomas Langford. Both of them will try and draft past the Adam Sparrow car, and he's done so. Up the inside also there went, that was Ollie Graham on Jack Noller, I think, and he has managed to squeeze through. Yes, and here comes Jason Greatrex, as it's a new fastest lap of the race from Ben Short, 2-minute 19.995. He's the first man to dip into sub 220 lap times this race. So Jason Greatrex and Ollie Graham both made their way past Jack Noller. And we look back to this battle here. This is Graham Rumsey having a scrap with 56, which is Bryn Griffiths. Not in the usual livery I've seen that car before, but it's good to see Bryn back out this weekend. He's usually in the Monza Sport sponsored car. I think the car he's raced before has been all white, and then before that was a quite nice two-tone blue and gold. So good to see Bryn back out here for this last race of the season. There's Thomas Langford scrapping with Michael Green. Of course, those two have just drafted past Adam Sparrow, so he's been pushed back to the bottom of the top 10. He's trying to recover here. He's got Adam Craig for company as well, just behind them. Turn their way in through Williams, up towards Oggies now. It's a very early apex on the inside, then they turn in with the right-hander. Now back on the power again, as you have to set yourself up for a decent run all the way through the right-hander here at Williams onto that Bentley straight. And now you start to put the pressure on, start to put the power on as you now start to go back up through the gears. If we're in the slipstream, you start to edge closer and closer to the cars in front. Now in the leading group, Ben Short has clearly pulled away, but so has Steve Foden. He's managed to break away from the scrap that's going on for third now between Fisher, Callum Greatrex and Fraser Fennick. And Fennick could do with moving up a couple of places if he's able to do so safely. Meanwhile, there's all sorts going on here. We've got Michael Green and Thomas Langford getting into each other. Now Adam Craig has got past Adam Sparrow, so he's now going to try and go around the outside of both of them as they go side by side to a position through the bottom hole. That's usually never a wise move to make, but both have managed to make that one work pretty effectively. Now this scrap for third place on the road is starting looking pretty tasty. But look at the train forming here. This is all between, I think there's a bit of contact there between Thomas Langford and Adam Craig. A bit of a hip and shoulder from Thomas as he holds the inside line turning through Murray's. Now Adam Craig will start to get back in the slipstream. Leaders turn their way through. There's a side by side now for what is third position. Callum Greatrex tries to get the switch back through Ritchie, see if he can try and move himself on the inside, but there's not enough momentum to make it happen, so he's going to have to sit back and try and think of another move further around the lap. There goes that huge battle pack going through, which is scrapping over, at the moment, 8th position. We should say Michael Nibbs is in a bit of no man's land in P6, and so is Brad Jones in 7th place. There's this huge scrap for 8th going on that Michael Green currently leads. They're all over each other at the back of it. You've got Ollie Graham side by side with Greatrex. He puts him out wide. Jack Noller gets himself back up the inside to push himself back into position. And straight away, he gets pushed to the back of the queue. He's back to 14th, so it's not quite what he was expecting. There's Bryn Griffiths again in the, I think that's one of the NHA Motorsport cars that he's driving. I think it is. Still battling away with Graham Rumsey. And who else is he with? That's possibly Tom Mallet in the 550 as well. So good scrap going on towards the bottom. And this is the great proof for MX5 racing, particularly with the BRSCC, is that it really does not matter where you are in the field, whether you're at the front, in the midfield, or towards the rear. You have always got someone to race with. There is always a battle going on somewhere, and whether it's at the back, the battles at the rear are just as entertaining as the battles at the front. Sometimes even more, because there's all sorts of position swapping going on, lots of moves, lots of dicing going on. Sometimes a little bit of rubbing, but as they say in the films, rubbing's racing. So as long as there's no moves of drivers doing anything to take each other off, a little sort of kiss and nudge and bump of body work is not too bad. It's just part of the tapestry of racing, so to speak. Right, enough being philosophical. Back to the racing with 4 minutes to go. Still nose to tail for 3rd and 4th, and Fraser Fennick looks pretty comfortable in 5th position. He knows what he needs to do points-wise. He knows he's just got to keep it nice and calm in order to hold on. It's not quite so calm here, though. We've got 2x2 hurrah down towards the bomb hole. Inside goes Michael Green, holding on from Adam Craig. As for Adam Sparrow, he squeezed through. And Thomas Langford's been hung out to dry on the outside line, because through has not just gone Adam Sparrow, but so has Jason Greatrex, Jack Noller and Ollie Graham. Langford trying to fight back on the outside line, but he's been shuffled right to the back of the queue because he got hung out to dry on the wide line through bomb hole. Lost the momentum and couldn't make it work. Steve Foden now sets the fastest lap of the race. That will definitely, if he keeps that, definitely will keep him with the fastest lap point, which means he still has 101 compared to Fraser Fennick's 94. So the gap will come down by 7. It will come down from 33 to 26 points. Still side by side towards the back of that huge group of cars battling over 8. Here they go, side by side. Green looking to the outside line, but Craig's got the momentum, he's got the track position, and he's got the place. So up now into 8th position at the head of the queue. Greatrex is up to 10th now. Ollie Graham making a move on the inside line. I think that's Jack Noller. Meanwhile, just in front of them, I've seen there that Brad Jones and Michael Nibbs are going toe-to-toe. So wherever you look at the moment in the field, there is a great battle to watch here in the MX-5 Championship. It is brilliant to see. These guys really are treating it like, you know, the end of term. And look at this. Also, Steve Foden with that fast snap of the race. He has caught Ben Short in front. So you've now got a battle for the lead, a battle for third, a battle for sixth going on between Michael Nibbs and Brad Jones, which is seeing Jones go through. Jones is through in the white, red and blue car. And then you've got this huge pack of cars going at it for 8th position. 8th down to about 14th. And then you've got Richard Wooden in the background wishing that he was part of it, thinking, can I come and join in? But he hasn't quite got the pace to do so. He needs everyone to come back towards him. And there's not enough time to make that happen, I don't think. Out through Williams, back through Oggies again, under brakes, turning in. And Adam Craig, now that he's managed to free himself from the group, he's just starting to create a little bit of a gap now, so he's got a bit of breathing space here. He can use all the clear air in front to drive as hard as he wants, and now it's he that will determine the pace of the pack here. Everyone else has got to try and go with him. So we're going to start the last lap of the second race of the weekend here. Turning in through Brandon Nelson. Up through the gears again. Fraser Fennick, I think, has resided himself to 5th position, so I think he'll only lose 7 points to Steve Foden on this one. But in terms of the overall race, I'm sure Steve Foden would love to take his 4th race win in as many in 5 races if he can. Apologies if there's any slight glitching on the camera there. We'll look to fix that as we go along throughout the day. So onto the pit straight to start the last lap of the race. About 1 minute and 10 left on the clock, but now you see nose to tail here. Steve Foden's got the toe here for Ben Short, and it's the first time really properly that Ben Short's been challenged all weekend, really. Now down the outside line. Is he going to get the switch back here? But Short will start to drive with his mirrors, and he knows Steve Foden from racing MX-5s elsewhere. He's raced him for quite a while. He knows exactly how formidable Steve can be. And now it's Steve's chance to look around the outside line, but he knows he can try and get the switch back on the undercut. The wider line will help him with the momentum and the drive off the corner. It's still nose to tail for third, so the last podium spot here could be between either Sebastian Fischer and Callum Greatrex. I'm certain that Seb Fischer, on what will be his last MX-5 race weekend for quite a while, I think. He's taking quite a break for other personal and family priorities. I'm sure that he would love to take away a piece of silverware for his final MX-5 race for now. Battle here, 178. This is Kevin Dengate scrapping with Darrell Radwell and Tim Dorr. Again, another great battle. That's for 16th place going on. So there are literally battles everywhere you look in this field. You really are enjoying an end-of-term atmosphere here. They're all going at it for position. It's not just points they're scoring, it's bragging rights to the end of the season. They want to go into the season thinking that I beat you, I managed to beat you by 2 points, I managed to beat you in this race, I won this battle. There's going to be scores to settle, there's going to be scraps to be going on in the pack. It's not just the championship battle, there's a bit of personal pride at stake for some of these drivers. Last lap, onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Still Short with Foden in his rearview mirrors, unless it's going to be a sprint down the centre straight to the checkered flag. I think Ben Short might just have this, but Steve Foden might well have a final trick in the book to try and slip past. But of course he's battling against one of the best in the business in Ben Short. There's a reason why he's been a former MX-5 champion before many times. He's one of those who you come to if you want to race someone fast, and running wide on the exit there. That might be the end of Callum Greatrex's charge for third. I think Steve Fischer might just have it. Now, this is the scrap that's been going on for 6th position between Jones and Nibbs. And behind them, Adam Craig has brought the pack with him because he's not too far behind either of them. So you've got a few cars that have broken away with him. They turn their way through the bomb hole for the final time. But now heading out the final couple of corners, it's not going to be a challenge for Steve Foden, I don't think, as we see Fischer and Greatrex head towards the checkered flag. But now up to the line to take his 2nd win of the week, and it's going to be Ben Short, who will, of course, not score any points. It'll be the maximum 101 points for Steve Foden. But Ben Short takes victory in the 2nd race of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. Steve Foden 2nd, but he gets the maximum points from this race of being the first non-invitation car home. Then it's Seb Fischer in 3rd place on the podium. It's Callum Greatrex 4th, and Fraser Fennick, who picks up the equivalent of 4th place points. So it's 101 points scored by Foden. We saw it was side by side across the line there between Langford and Noller, and Langford just got it by 0.142 of a second. But in terms of the championship, that's 7 points taken out of Fennick's lead by Steve Foden. 101 scored in this race compared to 94 for Fraser Fennick. Of course, everything is all provisional, subject to official confirmation. But that means that I have it on my table at least on the information I've got here, that it will be Fenwick going into the final race later on this afternoon with a 26-point lead. And of course, remember, you cannot drop scores from these final 3 races of the weekend. You cannot use them towards a drop score. Use them as any of your drop scores. You have to count them towards your final points tally. So last few cars just coming up to check the checkered flag. In terms of the other battles that we have, we'll go through some of the results in a second. But looking through some of the other cars that came through, we've got Ben Manchett across the line. Also Chris Abbott as well. And it looks as though that Jonathan Fieldsend will beat Amy Watts to the checkered flag. So it'll be Fieldsend 25th and 26th position for Amy Watts. So very respectable run to her second MX5 race. She'll want to try and improve on that in the 3rd race later on this afternoon. So just to run through, just in case, the result on the screen here provisionally stands as Ben Short, who takes the victory by 3/4 of a second from Steve Foden in 2nd place. 3rd place goes to Sebastian Fischer. 4th goes to Callum Greatrex. 5th to Fraser Fenwick, and that's important for him in terms of scoring crucial points. 6th goes to Brad Jones, who beats Michael Nibbs in the end. 7th goes to Nibbs, as I mentioned. 8th goes to Adam Craig, who got to the top of that huge battle pack for 8th place downwards. And then from 8th downwards, it was Craig, Green, Jason Greatrex from 27th on the grid to 10th. That's a really good result for him. Watch for him climbing through from the 10th position in this second race. But it's Ollie Graham in 11th. Adam Sparrow from 14th to 12th, got as high as 8th at one point. 13th place goes to Thomas Langford, 14th for Jack Noller, and 15th was Richard Wootton, then Kevin Dengate, Darryl Radwell, Tim Dorr, Levi Aisbert, and Tom Mallet. Then the rest of the order was Graham Rumsey 21st from Bryn Griffiths, Ben Manchett, Chris Abbott, Jonathan Fieldsend, Amy Watts 26th, Simon Privet, Richard Stephen Bartlett, Richard Bartlett, forgive me, Richard Bartlett, Keith Dalton, and the cars that we lost sadly were Bo Parry at the end of the first lap, and Luke Pullen also retired, I'm afraid. So Luke's really not having a great final weekend. He didn't make the start of the first race and didn't last the first lap in the second, which is really awful, but he has to start for the back of the grid, and hopefully AB Motorsport can get that car back up to full strength. So hopefully we'll be able to go down very shortly to Richard John Neal. We'll have our top 3 in the Parc Fermé area, so we can have a chat to see what Ben Short, Steve Foden and Seb Fisher thought of that battle. In fact, here are the results on the screen here, so we can give you the results as another quick rundown. So Ben Short then, provisionally the winner from Steve Foden 2nd, Sebastian Fisher in 3rd, and Callum Greatrex. Fraser Fenwick in 5th. That's crucial to minimise the damage of the points that Steve Foden's taken. Then Brad Jones, Michael Nibbs, Adam Craig, Michael Green, and Jason Greatrex, who was the best Masters driver, home in 10th. Ollie Graham is 11th ahead of Adam Sparrow, Thomas Langford, Jack Noller, Richard Wootton in that huge battle that they had for 8th place downwards. Kevin Dengate 16th. Then it's Darryl Radwell, Tim Dorr, Levi Aisbert, and Thomas Mallet. And then Graham Rumsey, Bryn Griffiths, Ben Manchett, Chris Abbott, Jonathan Fieldsend, Amy Watts in 26th, Simon Privet and Keith Dalton. And looks like showing as non-finishers, Richard Bartlett, Bo Parry and also Luke Pullen, who will hope for much better fortunes if he can to round off the weekend in what's been a really awful final weekend for him so far. So that is the result. There's also confirmation at the bottom of the screen, Steve Foden with the fastest lap of the race. That gets him the extra bonus point. And I'm certain that he'll be pleased with that in terms of what he can do. Right, time to head over to our first podium of the day. Let's head back to Richard John Neal to have a chat with our top 3 from that first MX5 Championship race of the day.
And Ben in that one, I think we didn't quite have the pace in the middle of the race to keep up with him. Caught him towards the end of the race, had one go for the lead, didn't quite turn out. You know, Ben's a fantastic driver. I've driven against him quite a few times in 5 Club and whatnot, and he's brilliant. And I think I was quite happy to just sit there, take the points, and you know, Fraser finished 5th, so it's another few points that we've taken out of him going into the last round. So it's all we could have done. You know, we did all we could yesterday, done all we could this morning. So it's going to come down to the last round.
Can we get you all out in the endurance race and add that to it?
Well, yeah. Well, me and my team boss Rob Boston are going to be racing in the endurance race later on this afternoon, so that should be a good laugh. He's got to go and do 3 laps in qualifying between now and the next race, so we'll give it a little shakedown in between the races, and then we'll come out and give it our best in the 3rd race. And if Fraser wins, then fair play to him. Like I said yesterday, he's driven amazingly all year. You know, credit to the guy, and we'll go and enjoy the season by having this 40-minute endurance race.
Excellent, that's good. Still got a race to go though, and anything could happen. We know what motorsport's like. Steve, we'll let you go and get ready for your prep. I think think Josh wants to be over there, so I'll send you over there to Josh. Need to catch up with Sebastian Fischer, our third place driver, second position on the championship points. Well done, Seb. Good to see you again. Saw you at Cadwell Park, and you got yourself up onto the podium there. Fairly straightforward for you, though?
Sort of, yeah. I really wanted to hang with Steve and Ben, but they're just so quick. I could do it for the first couple of laps, but then I was dropping back. And then obviously when you're out of the tow, it's then really difficult because you've got cars behind you that are in the tow, such as Callum and Fraser. And Callum drove really, really well. I thought he was going to have me a couple of times, but we kept it clean, and it was just sort of hanging on. So this is my last meeting for a while, and I thought if I could get a podium, it would be fantastic. And I've done it. So yeah, really happy. Thank you.
You've got to get 2 now.
But yeah, absolutely. Got another one, and we've got the endurance at the end of the day. So we've got quite a lot more driving today. So yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Turning to the endurance, you're doing it on your own, or are you driver sharing?
I'm doing it on my own. Yeah, I just thought 40 minutes. It was it was good value, and my teammates doing it as well. So hopefully we can push each other around for 40 minutes, and yeah, it'll be a good crack. There's some other cars out there, so it's going to be a little bit less pressurised, no points or anything. But yeah, it should be fun. It's
great value, isn't it? Getting a 4th race for the weekend.
No, absolutely. Yeah. So thanks to the BRSCC for organising that. It's a local one to me. I only live half an hour down the road, so perfect opportunity to seize the opportunity and get it done.
Well done on second championship place points in that one. Well done, Sebastian. Thanks for joining us, and we need to have a word with our race winner, Ben Short. So let's grab Ben. Well done again. Good to see you.
Yeah,
and this is a habit we like, isn't it? Talking to drivers taking a race wins, and again, relatively straightforward. Maybe they were a little bit closer this time.
No, not straightforward at all. I mean, I don't know if your cameras would have seen it, but I mean, he's Monty through turn 1 and 2, and every lap I felt comfortable coming down the straight and getting to turn 1 and 2, and he's just driving it really well. The car just looked in the mirror, just glid across the tarmac beautifully, and that was every lap. Then I get a little bit more around the back, and then we play again, and Steve drove really well there. Wasn't really sure what was going on behind. Towards the end, he started to get a bit skiddy. I thought his tyres had started to go, and I thought he'd drop off, but I think he's wise enough now that he calmed himself down. The tyres came back to him in the last 2 laps. I thought he was going to have me.
It was interesting to watch, certainly from a timing screen perspective, because you had fastest lap early doors, and then that changed over to Steve, and he managed to hang on to that towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the logger was sort of saying low 20s, maybe even high 19s. I think Steve got into the 19s, so that'd be a new lap record. I expect he's really chuffed with that, and perfect day for it. Cold, crisp air this morning, track's bone dry, so yeah, perfect for lap records today. But yeah, that was hard work. So hats off to Steve, and I hope the championship's going to go down to the wire between him and Fraser.
Excellent. We're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to seeing you out for race 3 as well. When you go back to the paddock, are you a driver that you're happy with the car, or are you a perennial fiddler?
No, I just put petrol in it. Petrol, top the oil up. I think with the Mark 3s that we're seeing later today, I mean, they are very finicky about their setup. I tend to find the Mark 1 being a bit old school, nearly a 30-year-old car now. The technology isn't quite as crucial as on the newer cars, so I tend to just leave mine alone and try harder if you're not fast enough.
Ben, congratulations on the win. Look forward to seeing you for race 3. Ben Short there, who takes 2 out of 2 this weekend in the Mark 1s, but as Scott alluded to, a guest driver, so not in the championship as such, but still great to see him back out racing and putting some great pace down. Talking of great pace, the Mark 3s are out now, which Ben was alluding to, so we'll go to Scott Woodwist for the grid.
Thank you very much, Richard. We are indeed getting into our second Mazda race of the weekend. It's the second of the day and of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Here's the grid. We'll tell you about the amended results in a second, because Will Blackwell Chambers in pole position, alongside with Tom Griffiths alongside him. The grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday. That means then he starts on pole with Griffiths second. James Cuthers and Nick Grindrod in 4th on the grid. Then Jack Brewer, who's hoping to get a good result from 5th, alongside Colin Bysouth in 6th. Then it's Michael Nibbs and Simon Baldwin on the 4th row of the grid, in 7th and 8th respectively. At row 5 is where we see Will Morris and John Langridge on the 5th row. Then it's 6th row for Lee Brisson and for Alex Stott, who's making one of his debuts in the championship this weekend, one of his first appearances for Hills Motorsport. The 7th row of the grid is Alex Miller and Tom Selden, who's of course racing for Luke Herbert Racing. Luke, a former 3-time champion in this MX-5 Super Cup. Then we get to 15th place, where we see our club class pole sitter and points leader Scott Wright in that class, alongside Nick Rutter in the Rob Boston Racing orange number 99. Watch for him for 16th on the grid. Chris Richardson and one of our guest drivers, Dylan Stepney, starts in 18th on the grid, and then followed by the top 20 from Clapham North himself, George Grant of George Clapham North MOT fame. He starts 19th alongside Simon Fleet in P20. 11th row of the grid is where we see Martin Tolley, former MX5 Masters champion in Mark 1s. I think he got close to Mark 3s as well. Stephen New, who's trying to keep his club class title hopes alive as much as possible, from 22nd on the grid. Adrian Berger and Alexander Jones are next on the 12th row of the grid from Brad Diaz and Clive Chisnell. And then Xavier Brook and Will Powell start on the 14th row of the grid. Will Powell of Motors 1 Racing. Good to see him out. He had one of his drivers out right at the beginning of the season, but he's now out once again. To experience it himself in 28th from the grid. Didn't have a great fortune yesterday, hoping for better ones today. James Dixon, another one of our guests. Liz Walton starting back in 30th on the grid. Then Martin Canning and Christopher Ginn in 32nd. And then right at the back, we have Ali Bray in car 14. Now, let's explain what happened to Ali Bray yesterday. Now, for those who watched the race yesterday, you'll have seen that Ali Bray not only started from pole position, but he then went on to win the race with Will Blackwell Chambers ahead of him. Since the race, unfortunately, there's been a technicality misdemeanor, shall we say, on Ali Bray's car, which I'm afraid has led him to be disqualified from race number 1. That in turn gives the race victory and also, I believe, also the fastest lap to Will Blackwell Chambers as well. So he takes 101 points from that first race, as far as we can tell. Now, compare that to Colin Bysouth, who essentially moves up and takes the points for fourth position. And that essentially means now that Will Blackwell Chambers has extended his points lead over Colin Bysouth from 4 coming into the weekend to 11 into this second race. So this means Will Blackwell Chambers is in the pound seat to try and hold on, to try and pick up his first Mark 3 title to go with his 2 BRSCC Mark 1 titles that he secured in the past. And I believe one of the only other people to do that is James Blake Baldwin. I think he took the Mark 3 title, I think Mark 1 title. I'm certain he's a Mark 1 champion. And did so right about sort of 2013, 2014 time. And then he's moved across to Mark 3s, was champion in 2016, and of course in more recent years has been racing in the Ginetta GT4 SuperCup with some decent success as well. So the pack now makes its way onto the grid. We wait now to see how this race will play out. It's quite a fast-paced championship. Nick Granger was saying yesterday this is one of the most competitive, one of the toughest, and one of the fastest club championships in the UK. To do well here, you have to be of a certain high calibre of driver to do so. So Will Blackwell Chambers, points leader on pole. It's the white and red car on the left. Tom Griffiths in the blue and white car on the right on the front row of the grid. Watch for Colin Bysouth, the zebra-coloured car with the pink headlights. He is going to be starting back from 5th on the grid. So, red lights are up, and the second race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup is go! Good start from the front row, decent jump also from 4th place man Nick Grinder on the grid. They head down towards turn 1 for the first time, and immediately Blackwell Chambers goes to the inside line. But look at Grinder. It's 3 abreast down towards Ritchie's, round the outside of both cousins and Tom Griffiths goes Nick Grinder into 2nd place already. Fantastic move from 4th to 2nd already for Nick Grinder. He really has got his tail up after his first podium in SuperCup yesterday, and immediately on the back of Will Blackwell Chambers challenging for the win. Good start also for Colin Bysouth. He's up to 4th. He's got past, by the looks of it, I think that was possibly either James Cousins or Tom Griffiths, one of the two. But he's managed to move up a little bit quicker. A few more cars towards the back that are having a good scrap in the mix. And now as they go nose to tail for position, turning in through a left-hander here at Palmer and back to old D'Agostini. Now, under brakes, Blackwell Chambers still leads. Grinder on 2nd, Cousins 3rd, but under threat from Bysouth, who in turn is also under threat from Tom Griffiths on the exit of Agostini. He was up the inside of the man in 2nd place in the points, so that will certainly be one thing he's going to be wary of. And you see there, a bit further back, Lee Britton battling. I think that's with Alex Stott in car 15. It is, yeah, so Alex Stott, they're getting stuck in also. The 2 Miller Motorsport cars going into combat. You see Alex Miller with now to his inside John Langridge. Around the outside of all of them looks to go Tom Selden in the Luke Herbert racing car, so he's going to get himself stuck in there too. Nose to tail, tailing their way in. Now onto the back straight once again for the first time. So Will Blackwell Chambers then, all he can do is try and keep himself ahead of Colin Bysouth and keep outscoring him. If he can do that twice more today, that essentially will give him, provisionally, the MX-5 SuperCup Pro Class title. There's also, of course, the battle going on for the Club Class title between Scott Wright and Stephen New. And there's a Masters Class title to wrap up also, hopefully, if all things go well, for Nick Grindrod. He's battling with that, the likes of, he's got quite a lead in that one, over the likes of Martin Tolley and Adrian Burge. So we will keep an eye on how those fortunes play out. Nose to tail. There's George Drop with a bit of damage on his bodywork already. That's somebody else's bodywork. In fact, somebody else's bodywork is hanging off the car. You see the James Cousins car just moving and swinging around under brakes as they try to get it stopped. And lots of action going on here. Alex Stott up the inside and underneath Lee Britton. That's going to lose him momentum. And now in the tow, here comes Alex Miller and John Langridge to come past him as well. Down the pit straight for the first time. And the brakes again, this huge pack going on. Stop. Britton, the 2 Miller Motorsport cars swap places. Through goes Langridge into what is now 12th position, 12th or 11th position. And a few other cars going through. I think Martin Tolley was going through shot there. It's good to see the Hills Motorsport cars doing so well. There's one or two drivers. Of course, Aidan Hills has brought one or two of his guest cars out this weekend to try different prospective drivers. I think we saw Dylan Stepney going through there, and the different coloured accents for the different cars. So you've got one car which has got the primary colour scheme is this bright blue and black he has on these cars. And then you've got an orange band towards the rear corner. That's for James Cousins going through shot. The pink band on the other Hills car, that is Alex Stott. And then the next one, which is the grey or silver band, that is Dylan Stepney. It was going to be a different drive, but unfortunately he had to withdraw for personal reasons. So a late inclusion for Dylan Stepney, as we see here. Clapham North driver George Grant, he's in one of the Rob Boston prepared cars. He's battling with Martin Canning and Xavier Brooks, so he's getting stuck in plenty towards the bottom in the second half of the field. Around the outside goes Xavier Brooks with a decent move actually through Oggies. It's not an easy thing to do. It's an early apex at Oggies, and you just let the car drift out on the outside and then turn your way through into the right-hander and back through again with Williams onto the Bentley straight. So nose to tail through with the right-hander, and now onto the straight again. All sorts going on here. There's Nick Rutter in car number 99. And then we have straight now. It should be. And still the lead for Will Blackwell Chambers. The gap is only about roughly 0.4 of a second or so. So that's the fastest lap of the race. That'll do him nicely for the points as well. You get the extra point for fastest lap. He manages that, but immediately, crucially, gets taken by Colin Bysouth. So that's the one person he didn't want to take the fastest lap point. And Bysouth is up to 3rd now. So that's also a key development. There's Tom Selden in car 13. So at the moment, 100 points for Will Blackwell Chambers, and it's 97 for Colin Bysouth because he gets the fastest lap point at the moment. In fact, quite a few cars got. Let me just double check who has got that fastest lap point, because I saw it flash up that it was initially him and then others. Yeah, Bysouth does have the fastest lap, 2 minutes 14.564. It's about roughly 3/10 quicker, and he's got past Nick Grindrod, and that's key. That's another place gained up, so that's now 99 points for Colin Bysouth. So this now means that the gap at the moment only goes out by a point. So it only goes up to 12 points, provisionally of course, between Blackwell Chambers and Colin Bysouth. James Cousins. This is the battle going on behind them, of course, with James Cousins and the like. Into this race, 3rd in the points, John Langridge, and then Richard Amos, who's not here this weekend. Down the straight and under brakes now for the complex, and now this is the key point here. This is Will Blackwell Chambers was hoping that he could just simply follow Ali Bray around twice more, but he was talking about it last night. He wanted an easy run, but I don't think Colin Bysouth is going to give him that much of an easy run here in particular. This might well be fireworks between the top two, and that could really have connotations of the championship. I hope not. I hope it's a good, clean fight between them. It's not to suggest anything, but you never know. It's finals day, so drivers want to go for a championship. They will try every trick in the book they can to try and get themselves in the right position at the right time. So through the pack goes. Blackwell Chambers still leads. Grindrod in 2nd place. Bysouth 3rd. Cousins 4th. Tom Griffiths 5th. Jack Brewer is having a nice race so far in P6. This is I think arguably this is his best performance of the season so far in MX5 Super Cup. Meanwhile, fastest lap of the race is now gone to Michael Nibbs. So the fastest lap point gets taken away from Colin Bysouth. And that means now that he will only score, at the moment, score 98 points. So 98 points at the moment. He might become 100 if he can get through. Nick Grindrod is also keeping very close in 3rd place, keeping a watching brief. he may well have his own title aspirations, being, of course, battling for the Masters crown. There's Christopher Ginn. A little further back in the order. He's currently sat in, at the moment, 26th position. Meanwhile, Colin Bysouth is into the lead. He's managed to make his way through. So a change from the lead then. On lap 4 of this second MX5 Super Cup race, Colin Bysouth into the lead now. So let's see how this changes things. So that means that at the moment, Blackwood Chambers will be on 98 points. It's 100 points that will go to the win for Colin Bysouth. And he tries again to try and squeeze through. Can't quite make it. So what does this now do? What does this bring the gap down to? I think it brings it down to 9 points, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So at the moment, it stands... The gap is now 9 points between them at this point. This is where it gets even tenser. This is arguably the closest of the 3 MX5 championships this weekend. Already one provisionally settled in the favour of Declan McDonald yesterday in the MX5 Clubman Championship, but the Super Cup came into the weekend with just a 4-point gap, and it was a bit of a advantage of Blackwood Chambers yesterday after he was able to gain 7 more points on Bysouth. Bysouth now doing everything he can, everything he needs to, which is being in front of Blackwood Chambers. And now I hope that Will starts to fall backwards, because he's got Nick Grindrod stacking up behind him, as he has also now got James Cousins and Tom Griffiths. Meanwhile, there's Ali Bray, started right at the back of the grid. He crossed the line. Where did he cross the line last time by? In 18th position. So he's already worked his way up through from what was 33rd on the grid, all the way up now to 18th position. He's passed about half the field. And his lap time, in fact, he set the fastest lap of the race last time by. He did a 2:14.343. And that is about 2/10 quicker than what Colin Bysouth managed. Sorry, Michael Nibb set the fastest lap. It's 2:14.3, and then Bray went fractionally faster. Leaders down the pit straight. And Will Blackwood Chambers has got back ahead of Colin Bysouth now, so he's made position switch again. Across the line, there was a half a tenth in it between the two of them. So it changes again. 100 points, and in terms of fastest lap, Ali Bray sets it again. So another new fastest lap. You can tell he's fired up after yesterday. He has now got himself up into, past now Scott Wright. He's now into 16th place. He took both Nick Rutter and Scott Wright on that lap, and his next targets are going to be the cars immediately in front of him, which are the likes of, well, it's this huge pack in front of him anyway, I think, which is all the cars in front. He's getting really stuck in already. He's got Alex Miller, his next target. And he's going to try and get past the likes of Tom Selden, Chris Richardson, Alex Stott and John Langridge. They're all going to be in front of him here to try and make moves. So, out of the hairpin, Bysouth is back into the lead now, so it's changed again. So, once more, the points swing another way. So it goes back to this this 9-point gap now between the two of them. It's either going to be an extension of the gap up to 13, or it'll be back down to 9, depending on which order these two finish, which is not exactly predetermined. Let's see, Ali Bray, he's already got past Chris Richardson. He is carving through this field, just passing cars left, right and centre. He is absolutely flying out there. Of course, there is also a partially reversed grid for race 3. You can tell how hard he's pushing, just twitching the car sideways through Williams' corner. This rate, he'll catch the leaders at this point. He's not too far away from them. They're only up into the complex, and it's only about half distance. So who knows where he could end up in the final result. Wide there for James Cousins. This will put his tail up. He's now going to be under threat from Tom Griffiths, who looks round the outside, tries to get the switch back on the exit of the bomb hole, which I think he's got. I think there was a bit of contact there, and he holds back for fairness, thinking, sorry about that, James, didn't mean it. But it also now brings Jack Brewer into the mix. And how good is it to see, for me, Jack Brewer back in the mix, fighting at the front of an MX5 race. He's had to really struggle a little bit with this new Mark III after he battled so hard to come runner-up in the championship last year. Very unfortunate to miss out on the title last year. He's taken, and they do say for many drivers to come through. Blackwood Chambers said this as a point, and I think it's ringing true for the likes of Jack Brewer, is that it takes about a season to get to grips with this car. I think Nick Grindrod will probably say the same thing, because he's now up there in 3rd place, getting the most out of it. It takes a season in this car to get to grips with it. Whatever you've raced before, to get yourself properly on the pace and to get the proper knack for it, you need to get a proper, essentially a season's worth of racing in it to understand it. And so those drivers like Nick Grindrod and Jack Brewer, I expect, also Tom Griffiths as well, of course, he's really come strong in this second half of the season. I expect them to be more front-running title contenders next year, because they'll have all the knowledge from last season of running this car throughout a whole campaign of racing in the MX5 Super Cup. That should be beneficial to them, very much so. Through the right-hander. Oh, a couple of the cars running away. Is that Martin Canning either with a problem or just running wide? One of the two. And the hairpin they go. This second part of this lead pack is starting to stack up a little bit. You've got James Cousins, Tom Griffiths, Jack Brewer, Michael Nibbs, and Simon Baldwin. Good to have Simon back in the championship this weekend as a one-off. He's raced a couple of times already this season, but he's only done a couple of odd rounds. Good to have him back on the grid. And as for Ali Bray, he moved up to 12th place on that last lap. He's up 4 places in 1 lap. He passed Alex. Who did he pass? He passed. He went from 16th to 12th. That's Alex Stott he passed, Chris Richardson, Alex Miller, and John Langridge. And his next target is going to be Tom Selden. On the last lap, he was a second and a half quicker than Tom Selden. So Ali Bray, I'm certain, by the end of this race, will crack himself into the top 10. It's a pretty phenomenal drive for him so far to get towards the back of the grid. Looking further back, where is he? Right now he's a bit. He's now in the mire a little bit here because they've all caught Tom Selden. Alex Miller's gone through. There's lots going on here. A little bit of a touch, a little bit of a bump in the back. Sideways there for Tom Selden on the exit, and Ali Bray's charge is being halted a bit here. He has to go around the outside in towards the bomb hole. He's almost touching wing mirrors. That's incredible precision from Ali Bray. Sweeps across to try and make his point, which he does. A little twitch of the little flick of the brake lights as well to say, right, that's my corner, my position, out of the way. So he's got past Tom Selden. This will mean he's still in 12th position. Miller a little bit sideways on the exit. So I think he'll end the lap 12, or if he can get himself in front of Alex Miller, he'll be P11. Oops, off the road's gone Alex Jones, number 33. Round he's gone at the Nelson corner. It's quite a tricky complex trying to break in there. Ali Bray 12, he's side by side with Tom Selden. Selden coming charging through past both of them in towards Richie's corner. Off camera, not sure what's going to happen yet. Someone's gone off. Who is it? And it's Tom Selden's off the road. Off the road goes Tom Selden. Scott Wright gets very sideways over the dust and dirt as he goes round the outside of Nick Rutter. It is all kicking off. Up the inside, into the hairpin goes Ali Bray. Sideways for Alex Stott. Just catches it. That's rallycross style. I'm sure Aidan Hills is a former junior rallycross racer. He'll certainly approve of that. Now they're 3 wide casually on the exit of the hairpin. Around the outside looks Scott Wright past Nick Rutter. And Scott should go in the pro class next year with this kind of performance. He's course club class. Oops, one car off the road in the background. Is that Ali Bray? No, it's not. It is. I think that is Scott Wright, I think. So he got edged out wide on the exit. I spoke too soon. It is really kicking off in the midfield. Nick Grinder wasn't kidding. This is the toughest, most competitive, sometimes most difficult championship to get a good result in for many people. Tom Selden, I think, has had a bit of a mistake there into the hair because he's dropped right back now behind. Who's that now behind? Scott Wright. So he's now got behind outside the possibly 17th or 18th place now. Also someone who's moved up is Dylan Stepney. He's got past Scott Wright too. So I think Tom Selden, with the mistake he's had there, has dropped him down a couple of positions. So meanwhile, with the leaders, still nose to tail, by South and Blackwall Chambers. Blackwall Chambers will have the incentive. They're just sticking to the slipstream. Nick Grindwood is just hanging back in 3rd place. He's obviously trying to keep up with them as best he can, but at the moment it seems as though it's just about holding on for him. Ali Bray has managed to break away from that battle, so his charge back into the top 10 has been halted somewhat because of the getting involved in the scrap that he was involved in there. So his next target, essentially, is lead Britain in car 50, but he's got 3.4 seconds to make up on him. Meanwhile, just in front of them, this battle's going on between Michael Nibbs and Simon Baldwin. Nose to tail, pretty much identical lap times for the top 2. Both 2 minute 14.8, but Blackwall Chambers was about 300ths faster. So a fraction faster. They're pretty much level on pace in terms of at the moment. Jack Brewer's gone through in 4th position now. So Jack Brewer up to 4th. This is undoubtedly his best. This will be his best finish ever if he can hold on here. Down under brakes. Turning in. He's past Tom Griffiths now. But of course, both he and Tom made the first runs into the championship as Lee Britton doesn't do his course of trying to keep ahead of Ali Bray any good. Ali is now 11th place. In fact, he was 1.2 behind him. Has he got past him already? When you look at where he is in that camera shot before, there's Stephen New in car 25. He is 2nd in the club class, but no, 3rd in club class because he's behind. He is behind Simon Fleet and Scott Rice as well, so he's behind them. And now Jack Brewer under threat from Tom Griffiths. These two essentially debuted in the championship this year. Of course, Tom Griffiths has that rear-wheel drive experience from the BMW Compact Cup, whereas in the case of Jack Brewer, of course, it's his exploits in the Mark 1 Championship, where he was so good last year in 2021 and won several races. Car into the pit lane, into the part where I think that's Xavier Brook that's come in. So Unfortunate for Xavier. Yeah, it is, I'm afraid. So Xavier broke out of the race, unfortunately. Another car we lost at the beginning of the race was Ruben Diaz as well. So no, sorry, not Ruben Diaz. It was Diaz in 28. Unfortunately, we lost him as well, which is a shame, but not his weekend so far. Very wide there for Colin Bias. You've got to be careful not to run too wide on some of these curves because, you know, we saw yesterday with Chris Dawkins, he ran too wide in those curbs too many times, and because of that, he was slapped with a 5-second time penalty just as he was crossing the line, which denied him the race win. Even though he won the race on the road, he was given a 5-second time penalty for track limits because of that. So he's really got to be careful to make sure he's not overstretching the mark too much. Into the bomb hole they go. This is the battle pack that's now behind Ali Bray. James Cousins. Oh God, no, what's happened to James Cousins? James Cousins' last lap was awful. It was a 2:21.572. So something's happened to James Cousins on the previous lap, the one they're completing. So he's down to 10th position, which is he's 10th on the timing screen. Waiting for the next car to come through after Lee Britton. Is it Ali Bray or is it? Yes, it is. So James Cousins. In fact, there he is. Look, James Cousins had a problem or a spin of some kind because he's now down to 12th position. Because he's lost another place to John Langridge. He tries to fight back on the inside. And I believe, yes, we're on the last lap of the race now. This is crucial. So if By-South wants, if Blackwood Chambers wants another race victory, he's going to have to move now to try and get past By-South. He might well be content with taking just the 98 points to minimise the damage. But of course, with it being so tight, and of course with the fact that you can't use any drop scores in the final rounds here at Snetterton, towards your points tally, every single result has to count, whatever it is, whether it's 100 points or a DNF or anything in between. Will might want to try and pick his way through, but of course the danger with that is if he tries to make a move, it could well backfire and you could start getting into the realms of contact and then protests and penalties, and no one wants the season to end like that. So Will might just possibly sit there and think, right, well, if I sit here with the reverse grid, it might work out for me in my favour because I might be able to sit ahead of him on the grid regardless of which way, how many cars get reversed. So he might want to he might choose to sit there and just take the 98 points and just limit the damage that Collins By-South does in the championship. Here they are, the top two, on the final lap of the race. They've managed to pull away and drop Nick Grindrod, who is in a very comfortable third place. He really has become one with that MX-5 Super Cup car now. He really has warmed to it throughout the season. He's in good form here, as is also Jack Brewer, that he's dropped to 5th position behind Tom Griffiths now, so he's now back into P5. Under pressure also for Michael Nibbs. He might possibly steal a top 5 place if he's not careful. And there's Ali Bray, who's made his way up into 10th position. He'll certainly hope that the reverse grid is a 10 rather than a 6, 7, 8 or 9, because it certainly means that he will get back on pole position. Meanwhile, the leaders come out of the final corners for the last time. The two championship contenders will be nose to tail to the checkered flag, but this time it is a victory for Colin By-South. So one apiece from the weekend. Colin By-South only just wins the second race of the weekend for the MX-5 Super Cup. Will Blackwell Chambers is in second place, and it is 2 points taken away from Will Blackwell Chambers' lead. He goes from 11 down to 9 provisionally. Do some calculations in the lunch break as to what's going on there. As we now continue to watch this race, or is that James Cousins with a problem? Which Alex Miller has his exhaust hanging off, so I'm not sure what on earth has been going on here, but across the line goes John Langridge, but more problems for James Cousins, and his car is moving off to the left-hand side. Is he going to pull that car off? I think he might well do. Or at least he's got some kind of an issue, which might mean he has to either stop the car immediately or at least cruise round. But James Cousins comes home in 17th place, so that's not great for him, particularly when he's battling for 3rd in the championship. Down the pit straight come the rest of the pack. And we should say Tom Griffiths P4, Jack Brewer P5, Michael Nibbs P6, Will Morris with a good finish in P7, Simon Baldwin P8, Lee Britton P9, and then rounding up the top 10 is Ali Bray after starting at the back of the grid. That's actually a very impressive run. 33rd on the grid, right at the back of the field. 33rd to 10th. That's a very impressive drive from Ali Bray. That shows he had proper pace in that one. He also took the fastest lap of the race. So that was not so much of a surprise, given how quick he was in qualifying and how quick he was yesterday. But, of course, he had to do it the hard way to pick his way through the pack as quick as he could. Just looking at the result here. Let's see. So that's Alex Jones has just come through. We're waiting for the last few cars to come across the line, which is going to be Xavier Brook, who, well, I think Xavier either went, I thought it was Xavier's car that came into the pit lane, and either he will come through and finish the race in 29th place. George Grant also had some dramas. He will cross the line in fact, there's George Grant. He comes across the line in P29, so I think Xavier Brook pulled into the pit lane and had some problems. So I think his car came into Parc Fermé quite prematurely. I think the last two cars we were hoping to see were Martin Canning and Will Powell, but Martin Canning's car showing as having stopped on the track, so he will not make the final lap. Well, he's not the final couple of laps, in fact. So Martin Canning sadly was out of the race, and also so is Will Powell, I'm afraid. So the man behind Motors 1, I'm afraid, not having a great weekend back in MX-5 Super Cup in terms of luck. But hopefully they can get that car fixed and get him out for race number 3 later on this afternoon. Of course, there are some calculations to do in terms of points, in terms of where everyone else sits in the top 10, and also in the club class, and also in the Masters as well, which we'll do in due course over the course of the afternoon to give you some connotations going into the last MX-5 races of the weekend. But of course, plenty for the drivers to mull over and consider, which I'm sure they'll be able to do so with Richard John Neal very shortly. But I think they're just trying to determine. I think they're a bit confused. There we go. I thought they didn't think that Xavier Brook was coming through. It looks like they've managed to confirm that. So provisional result then: Colin Bysouth wins the second race, crucially ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers, takes 2 points out of the championship lead, with Nick Grindrod in third. Then Tom Griffiths and Jack Brewer with his best finish in Super Cup history in fifth. From Michael Nibbs, Will Morris, Simon Baldwin, Lee Britton, and Ali Brave in third to the back of the grid to 10th with the fastest lap of the race. John Langridge 11th from Alex Stott in 12th. Then it's Christopher Richardson, Alex Miller, Nick Rutter, Tom Selden, who had some dramas in that race, as did James Cousins. He had some issues to push him down to 17th. Scott Wright wins the club class with Dylan Stepney and Martin Tolley. And Simon Fleet, Stephen New, Christopher Ginn and Adrian Burge and James Dixon round out the top 25. Then it's Clive Chisnall, Liz Walton, Alex Jones and George Grant with the 29 finishes. And the cars we lost were Xavier Brook in P30 and also Martin Canning and Will Powell, and also a issue also for Brad Diaz as well. Right, time to head to our Parc Fermé, to our top 3 from that second Super Cup race. They're down there with Richard.
Yeah, we've got Colin Bysouth. Let's pull Colin in. First interview of the weekend, Colin. Normally doesn't take this long, does it? But yeah, well done. It keeps the championship alive. It must be nail-biting stuff coming into a weekend where things are that close.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. Sorry I'm late, but I'm here now. So. No, it's, I don't know, it's, we did a lot of things yesterday to try and make the car handle. Yesterday it was hopeless. I was concerned that we had gone too far the other way, and it was transitioned from too much push to too much oversteer. But no, that was just right. It felt lovely, and I've just got Aidan Hills Motorsport to thank for that, because he knew exactly what to do. And of course the wider, I don't take these podiums for granted, so I should, while I'm here, you never know what's going to happen next. Should thank everyone this season so far. So Baldwin Service Station, my girlfriend Amy, good best mate Mark, and Chris in earlier years. He used to come and take time out of their own days just to come and help me play with cars. So it's thank you to and that's there's a much larger list of people that I can't remember. So, but thanks to all. So all good.
That's good, Colin. And how nerve-wracking is it having those issues yesterday? I mean, you still got a good points finish, but how nerve-wracking is it having that overnight wait to find out whether the changes that you and the team have made have worked?
It was less nerve-wracking. It was just an overwhelming feeling of hopelessness yesterday, and just I don't know. It's nice to turn it around, but I wouldn't say that I sort of fret over it. No, just I probably had a few too many beers yesterday. Really, I mean, maybe that's what it was. So yeah, no, all good.
Okay, well done, and we'll see you for race 3 a little bit later on. Colin Bysouth, he takes us first. Will Blackwell Chambers is next. We'll get Will over. Good to see you again, Will. Another podium. I said to Colin, he was taking his time to come and join us on the podium, but it's a weekend habit, indeed a Mazda habit for you, and a good result there. And the points lead stays, I think, is it 7 points now?
9.
9.
Be 9.
My apologies.
No, I've got my amazing girlfriend working everything out for me, so I get an update as soon as I get out the car, which is brilliant.
The girlfriends are getting good name checks here. Colin name checks his as well.
Yeah, no, Charlie does an awful lot for me. I get my drinks bottle bought, I get all the points done. It's absolutely brilliant, so really happy.
That's good. Talk us through that race, because obviously Colin and you swap places a couple of times. How much is the onus on you thinking, yeah, if he goes past and he's one place in front, it's only 2 points out of the lead? How much of that is there?
A lot.
Yeah.
I'd obviously love to beat him, but he's got absolutely excellent pace this weekend and he's driving tidily. So I can keep up with him, but I'm struggling to challenge. So to be honest, I've got the points gap buffer at the moment, crossing everything. If we can keep it that way, that'd be great.
We're looking forward to race 3. It's always great to have a decider and one that's particularly close as well. So well done on PT on the points, and we'll see you for race 3. Thanks very much, Will. Well done.
Cheers.
We'll grab our third place driver. I think provisionally Masters champion. I was looking at the points. There's 200 points, Nick, between yourself and your nearest challenger. So there's only 100 points left on the table now. So I think you're Masters champion. But you're up there significantly now, battling with the overalls, and that's got to be good for you after our P2 yesterday as well.
Yeah, we had a good result yesterday. Seemed to get into grips with the car more and more as the year's gone on. Maybe it's the age thing. As you get older, it just takes longer. But no, yeah. So we'll see where we start for race 3. Hopefully we can. Yeah, I did see the two of them. They are battling for the championship. It's not my fight. It would have been nice to win, but it's yeah. All bets are off for race 3 anyway.
How much of a difference does it make to you in terms of the smile? You know, obviously you've won most of the Masters class races this weekend, but how much is it a relief? Is it that much more enjoyable being up at the sharp end?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, everybody likes to win. You don't come racing not to win. And if you're a bit further back, or like us, we've won previous championships, and it's just such a hard championship to get up to the front. Now we think we're there. We'll find out in race 3, and then next year, yeah, hopefully. Look out, they can all look out, can't they?
How does it compare? Obviously, we know with BRSCC you've done the City Car Cup and you won that convincingly. And back in the day, you were in the Pickup Truck Championship, which is probably a little bit more on the racy side, like the Mazdas. How do the Mazdas compare with, say, pickups?
Obviously, a lot less power and a lot less grip. The racing's just as fierce. I'd
say more so.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I mean, the cars are very competitive. You know, half a second, 3/4 of a second, and it's night and day difference. We found that tyres are a big thing, where compared to a pickup, you're on a big slick, you just bolt a new set of slicks and you can go that bit quicker. These ones are a little bit more awkward, but we seem to be getting to grips with it.
It's great racing. Well done on P3 and P2 yesterday. We'll see you for race 3.
Cheers, Richard.
Thanks, Nick. Let's move on to club class. So I've got to get the notes out because we were frantically looking how things went. And our class winner was Scott Wright. So let's have a quick word with Scott Wright. Well done.
Thank you.
Good to see you again, Scott.
Good.
And club class is fiercely competitive because there was a lead change on the last lap.
Yeah, I mean, I was leading the whole way round, and one of the pro drivers had a bit of a mental wobble, I think, and put one in on me that weren't really there, so it sent me off. You know, I went back to second, but on the last lap I managed to get it back, get the win. So won yesterday, won today. I thought I might have the championship, but I think it goes down to the last race. So I think as long as I finish, I should win it now. So
right, fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, I'll try and stay out of trouble and bring it home in one piece. But no, again, the car, can't thank Paddock Motorsport enough for the car. It's fantastic. My sponsors and my family here, so it's a wonderful time. So hopefully we do the job in the next race.
Brilliant, well done, Scott. We'll see you for race 3. Congratulations. And our second position goes to Dylan Stepney. And this is a first chat with Dylan, so congratulations, Dylan.
Thank you.
Well done. Get you into the camera, and good to see you on the podium. We missed you yesterday. You were leading yesterday's race.
Yes.
What happened?
Leading yesterday, just sort of bit of first race nerves, really, and I think I just fell off. Same as this race. This race, once again, got into the lead and then fell off again.
Club class, surely it's about learning the trade, isn't it?
Definitely. It's my first ever race, first ever weekend race.
Is it really? Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. So I thought, yeah, it's quite nice to jump into it and be in the thick of it anyway. So
how old are you and what's your previous experience?
I'm 20, just turned 20, and I haven't got any. No previous experience. Done a couple of test days in Aidan Hill's car, and apart from that, that's it.
That's great. We look forward to following your progress in the future. Dylan, well done. Great to see you on the podium. Well done. Thanks, Dylan Stepney. And we just got a very quick time to do our third place driver, Simon Fleet. So we'll do this one quick, I promise, Baz. Here we go. Simon, we're under time pressure here, but congratulations on another podium. Good race.
Thank you very much. Yeah, much better today. Had 2 hands on the steering wheel. We changed the gearbox last night. Well, Mike changed the gearbox again. So yeah, 2 hands definitely helped with the control. Bit quicker. Yeah. Almost caught Martin at the end. But yeah, great fun. Really good.
Excellent. Well, hopefully to see race 3. Sorry to cut it short, but we've got another race on there. Well done. Thanks very much. That completes our pro podiums and our club podiums as well. And time for our guest formula. A very warm welcome to the Classic and Modern Sports Car Club, a multi-class championship, and to be able to fill you in on a little bit more detail about the types of cars that are racing and how we split them into the various classes. Let's hand you back to Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed. We've got our racing for our Classic Modern Motorsport Club Super Saloons. Now, already on the rolling map, so we'll quickly rattle through the grid here. Brilliant variety of cars here. We were supposed to have Mark Diath on pole position in the Super Impreza, but his car unfortunately looks like it will be a non-starter. So de facto pole goes to Rob Burley's Ford Escort WRC. Second row of the grid, Alex Sidwell in, yes, the Holden Commodore V8 Supercar. You will see that in a second, alongside Adrian Bradley in the BMW M3. 2 more M3s with Peter Selden and Paul Watson come next on the third row of the grid. And another BMW of Ronan Bradley alongside Martin Reynolds in his old school Ford Escort. Then it's Nick Sutton in the Mitsubishi Evo 10 and Matt Rowling in the Honda Civic Type R that round out the top 10. Martin Scott's VW Golf alongside the fantastic sounding Volvo C30. It's not more like a 2-litre 4-cylinder rather than a 5, but I was hearing that on the pit wall earlier on. Brilliant sounding car in 12. But it's Neil Gardner and in his Honda Civic, and Jack Whitehead in a BMW M3. Steve Dan's VW Scirocco comes next, alongside Paul Restl's Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. Liam Paulding in a little potent Citroen Saxo starts 17th, alongside Graham Richardson's Honda Civic. Ken Angel in his BMW 328 Coupe, and Dominic Ryan in his Ford Fiesta ST150 start in P20. Dave Charlton set Leon. Jeremy Sutton in his Benson Hedges inspired livery Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500 starts in 22nd. When it's James Seal in a Fiesta. Alex Baldwin, who I think is also known as Alex Afro, I think, in 24th position. One of his first races in P24. Angelo Massinetto in his Citroen Saxo comes next from Gideon September, one of the best racing names in motorsport, according to Dave Goddard. Shout out to Dave. And then it's Richard Skelsley and Ian Seal who rounds out the 28 cars that will start this grid. A wonderful variety of machines. It is a combined grid for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern's Super Saloon Series and Southern Tin Tops. So the Super Saloons are in the mix. You've got two fantastic cars at the front, two of my favourite on the grid. Rob Burley's fire-spitting Ford Escort WRC and a genuine Australian V8 supercar. That's Alex Sidwell, who's very much a Aussie V8 enthusiast. He's got here a proper V8 supercar, and that car lines up essentially, technically third on the grid, but it's now almost sort of second. But Rob Burley will start on the front row alone, as there is no Mark Diath in his Super Impreza. So it is de facto pole for Rob Burley. There are BMW M3s. There's a little, in fact, I thought it was an Escort. It's a little Ford Anglia as well. So it's not a Ford Escort, it's an Anglia from Martin Reynolds. You've got the Evo 10 there, Jeremy Sutton. You've got Honda Civics. You've got Citroen Saxos, Ford Fiestas, all sorts of cars in this fantastic series. CMMC Super Saloons and Southern Tin Tops blast into life at Snetterton. They head down the pit straight towards Richie for the first time, and it is the two most powerful cars on the grid, I think, arguably, which is the Ford Escort WRC and the Holden V8 supercar that turn into Richie's for the first time. Everyone a bit tentative, looking to try and find their own piece of real estate through Richie's corner, but I think they've just about got through without too much drama. And now they turn their way out of the right hand into the hairpin. So Burley leads, under pressure for second place is already Alex Sidwell from Adrian Bradley in the BMW M3. That's the big green car with the time attack strip across its windscreen. So Ken Angel in the number 37 BMW. Amongst others that are picking their way through the order. They come up through the left-hander at Palmer, down towards Agostini for the first time. So, in fact, oh, actually, what's happened to Rob Burley? He's completely disappeared. In fact, you think he's in the pack a little bit there, because through has gone to Alex Sidwell into relief. In fact, no, there he is on the right-hand side. Rob Burley has a problem. Left-hand side, right-hand side. On the right-hand side of the screen, the car's slowing up. I'm afraid is Rob Burley. So after 2 or 3 corners of glory, I'm afraid the Ford Escort WRC has become a little bit temperamental and has expired on him just on the run down towards Agostini, unfortunately. And that means Alex Sidwell now takes the lead. His main battle is going to be with Adrian Bradley. Big lock up from one of the BMWs on the left-hand side into Oggies. Stood on the brakes and couldn't get the car stopped, but thankfully he managed to anchor it up just enough to get itself turned in. Good battle there between 147 and 27. That's Matt Rowling's Honda Civic Type R scrapping away with the... that's possibly... That was another one of the BMWs, I think. Who was that? Looking at was 27. Peter Selden's BMW that he's battling with there. Now, looking at the rest of the pack. Look at that. 2 more different cars you couldn't see. A Ford Anglia and a Mitsubishi Evo 10. And they're both quite evenly matched. And it's the little Anglia that's running away from the Evo. It's a wonderful mix of cars in this series. It's wonderful to see CMMC with us here this weekend. And this brilliant variety that they always bring to the race meetings whenever they're on a BRSCC timetable. Never fails to disappoint. Lots of proper hot hatches here, ST150s and Honda Civic Type R, a couple of Citroen Saxos in there as well, all sorts going on here. But as the front, it's the big BMWs and V8 supercars that are leading the way. And Alex Sidwell continues to head on as he thunders past my commentary box position. Beautiful sounding, whole proper Aussie V8 sound. I think there's a problem there for the VW Scirocco. Yeah, there's a bit of steam and smoke coming out the back of the 34 car. That is Steve Dan in the Scirocco. I'm afraid that car's going straight into pit lane. So unfortunately, his race is also run as well. So Alex Sidwell then leads the way, has the fastest lap of the race, the first flying lap because they all have a rolling start. It's then Sidwell who leads. It's Adrian Bradley in second place. It's Ronan Bradley up into third. So it's BMWs now second and third. As you see, there's a move going on for another one of the BMWs in the pack, for the Volvo C30 involved. And then Ken Angel also getting involved with the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth that's also in the mix there too. So run down the order. So Sidwell leads then. It's Adrian Bradley second, Ronan Bradley third, Martin Reynolds in the Ford Anglia. And then it's Nick Sutton in the Evo 10. Paul Watson's BMW 6th, Peter Selden's BMW 7th, and Martin Scott's VW Golf in 8th position. 9th place is the number 147 class leading Honda Civic. And in 10th place you've also got Gardner in his Honda Civic 2, so Honda's 9th and 10th at the moment as we make our way around on this second lap. Pit lane, of course, comes Steve down. That car still smoking a little bit towards the back, so unfortunately that car not. Well, it's going back out, so whatever issue it had, it seems to either been resolved, or they told him just keep driving around and get on with it, and if there's an issue, then come back in. Down the back straight. See the power differences here, the thumping turbo on that, and the flame spitting out that Ford Sierra Cosworth. As it charges down the two Honda Civic, the BMW, and the Volvo C30. It goes straight on. So the Ford Sierra either couldn't stop or had an issue, which has forced him off the road. But that's quite unusual. Wanders his way back onto the circuit. That was, I remind myself who that was. Number 8 is, can't remember right, that's Paul Restall in his Ford Sierra. He rejoins in front of Jeremy Sutton's Cosworth RS500 example in the same sort of Benson Hedges livery that the likes of Tony Longhurst and Alan Jones used to race back in the Australian touring car days, back when it was Group A. But still, it is Alex Sidwell who has the lead by 2 seconds from Adrian Bradley's E46 M3, E36 BMW of Ronan Bradley in third place. Side by side between 223 and 75, 223 Alex Baldwin's Honda Civic. Strapping with James Seal, his Super Tune Motorsport prepared Fiesta ST150. This series predominantly calls Brands Hatch its home. I think it developed out of what was the Bark Southeastern Centre series, but they've now formed their own series with Richard Culverhouse of Classic Modern Motorsport Club, and they formed their own Southern Division. And since then, it's been quite a success. They also look after the Intermark Silhouettes, which will be out at the Formula Ford Festival next weekend at Brands Hatch. But it's their Super Saloons and Tin Tops that are here at Snetterton. As they turn their way up to the hairpin, there's one of the little Citroen Saxos that's heading through the hairpin. Also 29 in there as well, which is the BMW Compact of Richard Skelsey. That's an E46 Compact. Of the pack heading through. It's quite spread out a little bit here early in this first part of the race. It's only a 15-minute race here at Snetterton. And Alex Baldwin has managed to complete the move on James Seal, so he's now got through into what is now just where they're battling over here on the screen. It was 21st position, so they got almost on the cusp of the top 20. Still, looks like Alex Sidwell still leads the way. Here's another of the BMWs, number 3 BMW, the one that had the huge lockout, Jack Whitehead. Now, that's a different BMW I've seen him in before. That's a proper M3 46 now. As that carries on. More battling here. We've got the 87 car of Graham Richardson in his Honda Civic. Just behind him, Ken Angel, and there's Jeremy Sutton in the Ford Sierra RS500 Cosworth. Currently sat at the moment in 17th position, so he's chasing a possible top 15 finish. Climbing his way back up the order is Paul Restle in his with the huge rear wing on the back. He's got back into the top 15 now, which is about 40th position now. Still, Alex Sidwell leads the way, but it's a new fastest lap of the race last time by from Adrian Bradley. Brought the gap down to 1.5 seconds. And Ronan Bradley still holding on to third position in third. Nick Sutton's up to fourth, past the Ford Anglia of Martin Reynolds. As we continue to look at Jeremy Sutton's Sierra, chasing after the Ken Angell BMW and Graham Richardson's Honda Civic. There goes one of the Citroen Saxos behind him as well. That, I think, is Liam Pauling. The other car out there, which is Angelo Massinetto, which is the Brazilian driver, I think, or half Italian, half Brazilian, I think. I saw a Brazilian flag in the paddock earlier on. So I think that would be Angelo Massinetto. I remember that car from earlier races too. So there, that's the Jack Whitehead, who is keeping ahead of Neil Gardner in his white and purple Honda Civic. That's a battle they're having over the final top 10 spot. There are also various classes in this series. There's lots of different class leaders and finishers in this one. For the record for who's wearing which class, as we see a couple more battles, two more BMWs going at it. I think that's Paul Watson and Peter Selden, and they're having a scrap over that is 6th position. So Peter Selden's car is the 27 car. That's the red BMW with the sort of wrap-around rear wing on the back. And then the sort of more traditional rear wing, that's Paul Watson with the big black rear wing, the orange BMW in front of him. They're having a nice little tussle over P6 at the moment. Meanwhile, the Holden V8 Supercar thunders its way past the pits again. The gap has come down once more. It's now come down by another, basically it's been halved because the gap is now, what was 1.5, it's now 0.8 of a second. So it's come down pretty substantially. Side by side again. Two BMWs going into combat here, both of them E36 BMWs, both of them M3s. Slightly different specifications, but Watson manages to hold on to the inside line. And through he goes back into P6 ahead of Selden. I think that toss is going to go on for the rest of the race, I wonder. So just in terms of class leaders, Class S is Alex Sidwell, Class B is Ronan leader is Adrian Bradley and his BMW, second overall. As we see James Seal and Alex Baldwin once again getting into combat. Ford Fiesta versus Honda Civic. Class A is being led by Nick Sutton's Mitsubishi Evo 10. The Martin Reynolds Ford Anglia is leading Class C in 5th position. Class D is being led by the Peter Selden BMW. The T2, which is the first of the tin top cars, so this is all super saloons in the first 8. The first tin top car on the field is the T2 class car of Matt Rowling in the Honda Civic Type R. He leads the tin top category portion of the race. It's class lead also in Class T1 is Dave Charlton Seat Leon. He's currently in 13th position. T3, it's class lead is Dominic Ryan down in 17th place. And the TP, I think, which is the T production class, is being led by Ian Seal, who's having that battle. That's actually for the class lead between himself and Alex Baldwin in TP class. So actually Baldwin getting back through now. So these two actually are battling over a class lead here, which is we might have to keep a small eye on whilst we look at the leaders. I would be intrigued to see what the leaders are up to, because the gap last time by, as I said, was about 0.8 of a second. So we could see a bit of a unique battle here between a Holden Commodore V8 supercar and a pumped up E46 BMW M3. That'd be quite fascinating. Here's more scrapping. I think that's Liam Pauling. The leaders have just gone through down the pit straight as Alex Sidwell responds to the attack from Adrian Bradley. 2 minutes 6.831. See here, Pauling now battling away with Gideon September in front of him. That's Gideon in the number 80 black Honda Civic in front of him. Turning out of the right-hander Voggies, back through Williams. And then we see here Ken Angell, who's also now been caught by Jeremy Sutton's Sierra RS 500. There it is. It's one of my favourite cars of all time, the Sierra RS 500. I am a bit of a have a bit of a soft spot for a fast Ford, and there's one or two in this field, particularly the RS 500. It's a shame that Rob Burley's Escort Cosworth also dropped out on the first lap as well, because Escort Cosworth was definitely one of my all-time favourites. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock or so. And still Alex Sidwell, who leads the way from Adrian Bradley. I would I'd like to see the V8 Supercar on the screen, because it has, since he took the lead, it simply just hasn't taken off into the distance, but it is still only 1.5 seconds ahead of Adrian Bradley, and Adrian's got to try and respond in that car, in that BMW. Haven't seen the leaders all that much, but we've been looking quite a lot at the battles going on in the mid-pack, which is good to see, because it means we get to see plenty of different cars scrapping over positions. But three relatively different cars. You've got a Honda Civic Type R EP3, you've got an E36 BMW 3 Series, and a Ford Sierra RS500 Cosworth. They're all sort of closing up together, which is quite interesting. Different generations of car. In fact, there it is. And Alex Sidwell's taking it almost quite leisurely in towards the complex. He's almost been caught off guard by Adrian Bradley. Up the inside he goes. Alex tries to respond here. It's going to be a proper drag race, and the power of that Holden V8 sees him thump past the BMW straight back towards him. I thought for a second that the Holden had a problem, but look at the way in which the Holden just stretches away on the straights. What a fantastic machine that car is. Then immediately has to stand on the anchors to get it stopped for turn 1. It's not often Australian V8 supercars leave Australia, but we're very glad guys like Alex Sidwell and also Andy Robertson, who's quite a Ford Falcon aficionado. He's got a couple of them himself. Very grateful that they were able to bring these cars over from Australia over to the UK. I think Alex has a fleet of 5 different Commodores. He's got another one on delivery as well, so he's building quite a collection. There's a nice little car. That's the Ford Anglia of Martin Reynolds. He's also got a Ford Escort Mark II with some quite nice wide wheel arches. That's quite a regular in the modified Ford series from time to time, which will be out next weekend for their I think their final round of the year at the Formula Ford Festival. As you see Sidwell here just blasting past the number 7 Ian Seal. The Ian Seal Fiesta. Sorry, it's James Seal that was battling. Sorry, not Ian Seal. Forgive me. There's 2 Seals in the T production class. And it was James Seal that Alex Baldwin's been battling with, not Ian Seal. That's Ian Seal that the Holden Commodore has just lapped. So forgive me for the misidentification there. There's Neil Gardner. Here's Honda Civic. He currently sits at the moment in 12th overall, 2nd in class T2. So looking good. Here is our race leader. Whenever you like in motorsport, you can't deny these V8 supercars are striking things. They look good and they sound good as well. These huge, thumping, booming V8s in these cars. You don't really have very much like it here in the UK, but whenever you see one, whether it's on TV or even in person, as we're lucky to have here, they are quite special things. So, as I say, thank you to the likes of Andy Robertson and Alex Sidwell and those who have got these cars outside of Australia, because we get to enjoy them here in series like this. Whoa, and Adrian Bradley really puts the lock stops on. Had to get very sideways to try and catch up to the back of the Holden Commodore, but again, power of that V8, which makes a beautiful noise as it comes past the commentary box here. And Alex Sidwell sets another new fast lap of the race just to hammer the point home. Whoops! That's the rear bumpers off the car. So the rear bumpers completely come clean. Well, at least if it was hanging off, he might have got a black and orange flag. At least it's completely come off the road. It might well be a yellow down there, possibly just to cover Dairy perhaps, but I wonder if that's going to be something. Meanwhile, this battle of the 6th has been going on for quite a while. This is between, of course, Paul Watson and Peter Selden. As they come up now onto the pit straight to start the last lap of the race. This battle continues to rage. It's still over P6. Watson in the orange BMW with the big black rear wing. And it's the BMW M3, the red one behind. That is Peter Selden. Yellow flag is indeed out for Dairy. There is the bumper from Adrian Bradley that's just decided to extract itself from the back of the E46 M3. As we now look back to our leader, Alex Sidwell, who is... There seems to be a difference between where each car has its strengths. The Holden most definitely is better on the straights in the hands of Alex Sidwell, whereas on the corners, Adrian Bradley does just close up a little bit. I think Alex is a bit more tentative on the brakes than Adrian is able to be in terms of being able to brake later. And I wonder, because on the straight, Alex wants to put his foot down and just pull away. So I certainly want to try and improve on that going forwards. Still another race coming up later on this afternoon, so there's plenty of time for them to get these cars back in the setup that they need. And still Sidwell continues on. He's also got past, they're in the middle of the T production battle right now, James Seal and Alex Baldwin, which I think is going to go the way of Baldwin. But Adrian Bradley continues his pursuit. He won't give up until the checkered flag, which is going to be imminent as they come up through the last couple of corners. And Alex Sidwell is, I'm sure, ideally for him, and also quite relievingly, is going to be able to pick up a race victory here. Bradley's getting very close towards the end, but the power of the Holden Commodore is going to be more than enough to get into the checkered flag. In the first race of the day for the CMMC Southern Saloons and Tin Tops, Alex Sidwell takes victory in the thunderous Holden Commodore. A brilliant win for the Holden. Sidwell wins. It is Adrian Bradley in second place, and Ronan Bradley in the second of their team BMWs will come across the line in P3. Here he comes. P3 for Ronan Bradley, so it's both Bradleys on the podium. It'll be fourth for Nick Sutton in his Mitsubishi Evo 10, and the fifth place for this wonderful little Ford Anglia. It's small, but it's potent, and it's got quite a bit of kick in it in a straight line as well. Now, as for P6, that's a change between Selden and Watson on the last lap. Selden got through. So it's going to be fifth position for Adrian Reynolds, sixth for Paul Watson, seventh for Peter Selden, and then eighth for Martin Scott, ninth for Matt Rowling, and 10th for Jack Whitehead in his BMW M3. Here comes Martin Scott. I'm not sure if that's the Martin Scott. No, I don't think it is. I think Martin Scott I've seen before. I reckon that's the BMR logo on the side. He's usually been in the BMW M3 as Paul Restall's had quite an eventful race. He's got past Jack Whitehead. So Restall's got past Whitehead for 10th in the end. So Martin Scott takes 8th, Rowling 9th in the Civic. And for 10th, right at the death, it's then going to be Paul Restall who takes away the final top 10 spot for Jack Whitehead in his, I think for me at least, new BMW. Bit of a wave there from Paul Restall. An eventful race for him, but he managed to get home in one piece, as did also, of course, number 3 car, Jack Whitehead. We'll be able to confirm class winners as we go through the rest of the results. A few more cars, I think there's a few more cars have to come through still. No, that's the last car that's come through, I think. One or two more, I think, still. No, 1 or 2 cars still to come through to complete their class wins. Dave Charlton will come through. He wins T1 in the Tin Tops. Class win for him. Jeremy Sutton comes through in the Sierra. And then the next fastest wins to come through are going to be Dominic Ryan. So there goes Ken Angell and Graham Richardson. The next class wins to come through are going to be the 3 cars left across the line. They're going to be Dominic Ryan's Ford Fiesta, the Citroen Saxo of Liam Pauling, and then we've got the Alex Baldwin Honda Civic who will come through to take victory in Class T production. In fact, they're just coming through the final couple of corners now. So across the line will come our final 3 cars to take the flag. So it will be a class win for Dominic Ryan in the Fiesta. There goes the Citroen Saxo, and another class win also for Alex Baldwin in the Honda Civic. Congratulations to him and all our class winners in the CMMC Super Saloons and Tin Tops for their first race of 2 for the day. So all cars across the line that have been still running at the end. We lost 3 cars in the end, sadly, but they will be back for more shortly, later on this afternoon. So here's the result then. Alex Sidwell takes victory for the Holden Commodore both overall and in the Super Saloons and in class. Adrian Bradley second, also wins his class ahead of Ronan Bradley in third. Then 4th, 5th and 6th for more class winners. Nick Sutton's Evo 10, the Ford Anglia of Martin Reynolds and Peter Selden's BMW winning classes A, C and D respectively. 7th for Paul Watson, 8th for Martin Scott, 9th for T2 class winner Nick Rowling. Matt Rowling, excuse me, and Paul Restall on his Ford Sierra Cosworth. It's Jack Whitehead in the BMW, Neil Gardner 12th in the Civic, Dave Charlton wins his class in the Seat Leon, Jeremy Sutton Sierra Cosworth, Sierra RS 500, the Civic of Gardner, then Richardson, Angell, Dominic Ryan wins his class in the Ford Fiesta ahead of Pauling in the Saxo, Alex Baldwin wins his class in 19th position, Gideon September 20th, then James Seal, Richard Skelsey, Angelo Massinetto and Ian Seal round out the 24 finishers that took the checkered flag, and we lost Matthews, Dan and Rob Burley as well. Right, time to head to Park Fairway and have a chat with our top 3 in the CMMC Southern Saloons and Tin Tops. They are down with Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Scott. Slightly different approach because these guys have come back to paddock. We'll have a word with Adrian Bradley. I've not met these guys before. Are you Adrian or Ronan?
Ronan, that's Adrian.
I'm guessing. Oh, he's going to have a quick word with Josh.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna fight for it, I think. Adrian, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
I take it you two are brothers by the look of it.
Yeah. He just lower one.
Very clearly. What a race. You were really having taking it to Alex and around Coram, very close indeed, and then he sort of kind of powered away.
We've got the corner speed, we just haven't got the legs on the straights, so I was trying to get in front of him before the main straight to slow him down before the end, and then I was going to take another lunge, but we both lost it a few times out the back. Made it an interesting race, but no, it's good, I enjoyed it.
What's happened to the back end of the car?
I honestly don't know. Well, I seen it on the last lap coming down the straight, the bumper was sitting in the middle of the track. So yeah, I don't know, but he'll be all right, easily repaired.
Is this a car you've built and developed yourself, or one that you've bought?
Fourth or fifth year now of having it. Yeah, just learning all the time. It's just getting quicker and quicker, or I'm getting quicker and quicker. Yeah, track time does it. Yeah, that's the best thing.
The car, you've got out of the car and it doesn't look like you've been in a race. You look fairly cool about it. So you're not working hard enough.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely working hard enough. Yeah, there's not much I can do, like I said, on the straights. It's just yeah, whatever I can on the bends. There's still a bit more in it, I think, but yeah, I went out a bit too hot on the tyres, trying to the old used tyres.
We'll look forward to seeing you for race 2. Nice to meet you, Adrian. Great race, well done. We'll have a quick word with Ronan in third, and then we'll go to first and have a word with Alex Sidwell. Ronan, good to meet you. He's already said you're the slower brother, which I think is very unfair, but could it be the car as well?
They're similar on power. He's got slightly a little bit more, but not much more. But he's a better driver, simple as that. So I tried my best. I held on to them for a few laps, but I was hoping him and Alex would have a bit more of a slow each other down, but it didn't quite happen, unfortunately. But it was good. I'm happy. I'm really happy with that. It's the best result I could have hoped for. So,
was your car developed between the pair of you as well?
What, sorry?
Was your car developed between the pair of you?
Yeah, both. Adrian got his first, and then I got the 36. And we've gradually over the years, I've had it about 6 years now, doing bits and pieces to it. Keep trying to catch him, but we get close some days, but other days they're corner exit and everything is really good, so they're gone. So it's been good. How does
it work with those cars? I mean, did you get it as a road car or did you get it as a race car?
It was partly race, so like a track-based car when we first bought it, with a cage in it, bits and pieces, and now we've turned it into a full race car. Cage, seats, harnesses, fire extinguishers, all that mandatory stuff that you have to go racing, basically. So.
Cool. I think you've got another interview because Josh wants to have a word. He's over there for the circuit comms. But Ronan,
thank you very much.
Good stuff, mate. Well done. We'll see you for race 2 a little bit later on. We're going to nip across and have a word with Alex Sidwell, who took the win. Alex, great to see you.
Thank you.
I'll keep this side. Hopefully it's the right side for the camera. Congratulations on the win and fastest lap. Adrian was giving you a bit of a workout there.
Yeah, he does. I've had a workout with him before at Brands, but I just said to the commentator, he's very fair. I know, like with Rod, they're going to give each other racing room. If he got past me fairly, I'd give him the room, which I did. But obviously the straight line speed of the Holden, I didn't need to push and battle because I just thought I'd just get a straight line speed and get away. But yeah, he was good on the brakes. He was good through the slow stuff where the Holden's not nice. And it's still quite slippery out there, to be honest. It isn't really warm. We just Chester slicks have got barely any grip at all, but good. Enjoyed that. It was good. Didn't think I'd get the win. Unfortunate for Rod, but I didn't think I was going to get the win.
You've got to finish that, haven't you? I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah, so I get them fastest laps. If you park up at the side of the road, that's no good, is it? No.
In terms of this championship, I mean, it's all great, and thank everyone for watching the live stream, which is great, but I was watching towards the end of the pit wall. You have to be here to properly enjoy these cars.
Well, I think so. I mean, I do make a wonderful lot. I don't get to hear that because I have to wear the plugs in my ears, otherwise I can't speak for 2 days or hear for 2 days. But yeah, generally, they're like everyone says to me they sound really nice, so hopefully everyone enjoys seeing them.
Scott Woolwich tells me you've got a collection of these, or a fair few. Are they difficult to get hold of? What's the process in getting these cars?
I think we've got an inward road now with a lot of people over there, and we're taken seriously. I think the Australians, unless you plump up the cash quick, they'll muck you around. They think you're a time waster, a pommy time waster. But yeah, we've got a few. Yeah.
Do you have to do much to get it, so once you've got it out of the crate, to get it into race spec over here?
No, they're fairly set up, really. I mean, it's been service and just normal lube change and stuff like that. They're fairly easy to run. They're actually cheaper to run than the Cosworth I used to have.
Really?
Yeah, much cheaper to run. Tyres are the most expensive thing, and they don't last long, obviously, on a heavy car. We'll get today's meeting at those tyres and they're binned. But apart from that, they're cheap cars to run.
And do you have your eyes on a next purchase to add?
Yeah, we've got a ZB on order. That's due. It got smashed up last week at Bathurst, unfortunately, but it is being repaired for the next race, so I'm sure. So we'll see that 2024 end of 23, so 24 season basically. The race now.
Well, something to look forward to. That's great. Alex, congratulations on the win. Thanks for the chat very much indeed. I've got cold hands. Cold hands, warm heart, we hope. There we go. Alex Sidwell, who won the first race for our guest formula this weekend, and we'll see them later on this afternoon. There is a little bit of track action now. I know people get frustrated, say, why don't you cover qualifying? The cameramen need a break around the circuit. They've been working hard and they've got a 3-hour race to do a little bit later on. So apologies that budgets aren't such that we can cover absolutely everything on race day. But it does give you and the cameraman and us a chance to have a little bit of a break. So what's going on currently, just to let you know what you're missing. If you want to go onto TSL, you can follow the timing. It's the qualifying for the BRSCC Mazda endurance race. So it's a non-championship race. 40 minutes. It's going to happen at the end of the day, and it will see the Mark 1s, the Mark 3s and the Mark 4s all on circuit together in not all of them, because I think we've got 100 cars in the paddock, but the drivers that want to do an extra race, a fun race if you like, to finish off the end of the year. So they're out qualifying now. Then we go into a lunch break, and then we'll be back with effectively sort of a repeat of what we've had this afternoon, but this morning, but with the addition of the Citroen C1 3-hour race, and we'll be back on stream around about 12:15. So keep your browsers open, get yourself a nice lunch, and we look forward to your company again this afternoon, as I say, around about noon. So from all of us down here, Jeremy, my cameraman, myself, Scott, and the whole team, will be back with you in a short while. Thanks for watching, and catch up with you after the break. Welcome back to Snetterton and the British Racing and Sports Car Club coverage of our final club meeting here at Snetterton for the season for the club. And what an afternoon we've got for you. I hope you were joining us this morning. We had what was getting close to the end of the season for the Mazda MX-5s, and we'll see their championship finales in a couple of hours' time. Before that, though, we're returning to what was a great race yesterday. This is part 2 of the race, or a second 3-hour race for the Citroën C1s, which we're really looking forward to. They're lined up in the order they finished yesterday, and their second 3-hour race is about to get underway, which means I'm going to hand over to Rob Lewis, who's going to be looking after things in pit lane. Rob, good to see you. Good luck for the race. I'm off to the comms box. We'll leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you very much, Richard. Unfortunately, we've now got to Scarpa, as they've called it early, so we've got to run off to the grid there. I'll keep yammering away as I do now. Hopefully we get let back in. Oh, that's lucky. Right. So I've got a couple of minutes with you guys, so I just kind of want to go over the story of yesterday. And it's the case of a three-peat from the Emax car with Little Senior and Little Junior, as I like to call them, and that is James and Josh Little. Can they make it 4 in a row this afternoon? We will see, but certainly teams like Team Trojan will be hunting them down, and most certainly that car, JW Bird, in second place with Phil House and Neil Beaumont. They are desperate to get that win. They were gutted not to get the win at Croft. Other stories from up and down the pit lane I just want to tell you guys about. You've got the likes of Red Sky Racing that unfortunately had a bit of a shunt yesterday, which damaged the front of the car. Teams from down the pit lane, including BPC Tuning, had it on a high ab yesterday evening, trying to straighten the front out, and I can tell you that is on the grid ready to start this race. So a wonderful effort from all the teams up and down. The racing line teams also have had to repair their car overnight, and I believe they are on the grid as well. Other superstars to look up for up and down the grid, you can't get any better than the likes of British Touring Car Champion Tom Ingram and Jade Edwards, who joined Sylvain Rumio in the Mac Tools racing car. It's a wonderful grid, 55 cars and some top racing yesterday. I don't know about you guys watching at home, but I am really excited for this one. The only bad thing to say about it is it's the last race of the year, so roll on 2023 with the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series. It is my great pleasure now to hand up to the commentary box, and hopefully Richard John Neal has got there, but first it'll be Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Rob, and yes, good afternoon everybody. Welcome back to live racing action for the BRSCC here at our final visit to Snetterton in Norfolk, and as Rob has so eloquently described, it is indeed the final race of the season for the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series put on by the C1 Racing Club. Their first full season with the BRSCC is drawing to a close. It's been a mega one all the way through. I'm going to quickly rattle through at least the top 20 teams, of course, because the grid is set by the results of race 1 yesterday. So a quick reminder of who, this is also a reminder of who finished where in the race and the grid for race number 2. So pole position goes to number 346. Yesterday's race winners, 3-peat race winners, James and Jake Little for Emax Motorsport. They start alongside car 347, JW Bird Motorsport of Philip House and Nick Beaumont. Row 2 is car 508, Team Trojan, Charlie Bingham, Adam Willis and Austin Monday. And alongside them on the second row is CSC Racing FDL Packaging 417, Dave Scotting and Patrick Scharfeger. Row 6 is car 319, which is the second Team Trojan car, Chris Freeman and Jonathan Monday, alongside 339 TOF, which is Steve Glenn and John Gladman. Row 4 is the first of the Patrick Watts racing cars, 507, Wilbur Tilley and Orlando Lindsay. Alongside them is the Mac Tools racing car, 566, of Sylvain Rubio and BTCC star Jade Edwards. Sadly, it looks like Josh Cook is not here this weekend, so it's just Sylvain and Jade at the wheel. Fifth row of the grid to round out the top 10 is 309 Fighting Torque, Ollie Samways, Neil Chillystone, Stuart Monument and the driver called Michael, which I can't see the end on that one. And alongside him in 10th is WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, which is David Drinkwater, Andy Mollison, Jonathan Salem and James Poulsen. And I'll rattle through team names for the rest of the top 20. It is row 6 for Oakley Motorsport and Manpower Motorsport. Row 7 is Scuderia Polo Rosso and the second JW Bird car with Joe and Sam Roach, Sam of Racing Line fame, formerly looking after the British F4 Championship. Then it's Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly and Track Toys Racing, who should have been in the top 10 a bit higher, but their strategy didn't quite work out, and they start back in 16th on row 8. Row 9 is Silver Lake 2, 4, 5, 8 and Team Godden, another one of the Patrick Watts Racing looked after cars. That's Michael, Cameron and Mars Godden. And the rounding up the top 20 is OPC PR Team, which is where we find our newly crowned British Touring Car Champion Tom Ingram. Alongside him will be the third of the Emax cars on the top 20, or second of the cars on the top 20, and that's the Alex Port, Simon Nobes and Simon Cater car in 20th position. Rest of the field to also to watch through. Other teams to watch out for, I think, would be deep down in the order. including, I think, Snail Speed Racing. Also watch out for the second Patrick Watts car with Patrick Watts and Amy Watts, along with Ed Robertson and Orlando Lindsay, who's also taking over that car too at some point in the race. 55 cars on the grid once again. Looks like I think we have got all 55 back once again, which is good to see. So any cars that hit dramas yesterday, the only we might not have possibly is Red Sky Racing after they had their incident, but we'll have to wait and see if they do take the start or not. But as the cars make their way out of Murray's for the final time on a formation lap, they're about to set off for their final 3 hours of the season. It's been a mega first year for the C1 Racing Club alongside the BRSCC. Fantastic race wherever they've gone, some brilliant memories, including the angle seatings of the night race, and of course the C1 24 hours. But it all concludes here where it began back in April, back at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. They're going to rise up to speed, up to rolling start speed, as they come up towards the start and finish line. See the red lights go out any second now, and the final Silver Lake C1 endurance race of the season is underway as they all sort of blast off down towards turn 1 for the first time. And the massive pack goes 3, 4, 5, heck, let's even go 6 wide down to turn 1 for the sake of it. Side by side into Ritchie's they go, all leaving each other just about enough racing room, all scything their way through Ritchie's. Nose to tail, 2 by 2. Everyone piling their way through. It looks as though they're all getting through Touchwood relatively unscathed. And there's a change for the lead already. JW Bird Motorsport into the lead now, ahead of the triple race winners from the past 3 races that they've run. Emax Motorsport. Oh, someone bumping the curb on the inside, thumping the inside there, but not able to tip it over just yet. As they all make their way out, they all seem to have got through relatively unscathed, so all pretty well behaved so far. Those extra drivers briefings they did yesterday seem to have really worked with getting everyone together, everyone being respectful, everyone giving each other racing room, and no drama so far on the first lap. We said it yesterday, there's pretty much an unwritten rule with endurance racing. If you're not there on the last lap, all the others count for nothing, so don't try and win it on the first lap, because there's still 3 hours of competition left to go. And if he does strike, he's probably going to try that and fail. 463 running out wide at the hairpin. That looks like that was 463. Jelly Snake Racing. They're off on the grass again on the exit of Agostini, so 2 trips wide. Then also getting shoved wide. There was 588 on the exit of the hairpin. That was Agostini. 558. 588 is Scuderia C1. That's the Fitzgerald and Up Richard car. So leaders then make their way out through Oggies, up through Hamilton, Williams for the first time. So it is JW Bird that leads, Emax second, Trojan third. I think that's the CSC FDL packaging car in 4th place, with I believe Dave Scotting at the wheel. As they come out through there, some more side-by-side action. That's the MLP Motorsport car battling away with 498 SM Motorsport. So already some early battles going on in the first lap, and down the long Bentley straight for the first time here with these cars, rather boxy C1 cars, give they a chance to really latch into a toe and try and slipstream themselves down towards the complex here at Brundtland Nelson. Out of the chicane. So all first 4 or 5 looking pretty clean. Switch on for 5th. That's the Patrick Watts car ahead of the Scuderia Polo Rosso car. The second of the Team Trojan cars holds on to 6th. As they still turn their way through, everyone's nice and calm and quiet. So it looks as though, Richard, it seems as though, I'm hopefully not tempting fate too much, but everyone on this first lap so far, as they were yesterday, pretty much all respectful, all well behaved, and all good and proper as they come up towards the end of lap number 1, at least so far.
Yeah, I thought we had a few too many safety cars yesterday. It spoiled some of the keeping a track of the race. Maybe spoiled it for a few of them. Safety is, of course, absolutely key. But yeah, pretty decent start from.
Just remembered, we're going to get some early pit callers because, of course, we had that strategy of getting your first pit stop out of the way quickly. I noticed 2 cars that are coming in straight away. Sorry to cut across. One of them is the Patrick Watts Racing car 507. That's so is Maxwell's. That's the Sylvain Wrigley and Jade Edwards car. And also it is Manpower Racing. Another one in also is one of the Emax cars started towards the back of the race back of the grid yesterday. So some early adopters of that first lap. End of lap 1 pit strategy to get that first pit stop out of the way, and it seemed to work for quite a few drivers that picked the way up through the order.
Yeah, and the other thing is, of course, that if you've got one, you're not expecting a safety car on the first lap. So if you come in, you've got one in the bag, in the bank, it's done and dusted. So if we get a lot of safety car activity over the course of the race, we could find, as a couple of teams did yesterday, late on in the race, there was not a panic, but there was a need to get 2 stops in, say, the last half hour. We saw that, didn't we, in the closing stages of that race. But JW Bird making the early running from Emax 470 car into pit lane. Very thankful for the conditions here. When I looked at the weather forecast at the start of the week, everyone was going, ha ha ha, you're outdoors all weekend and you're going to get rained on both days. That was mainly the wife doing that. But thankfully, it's not only have we had no rain, but we've had predominantly blue sky, which has been wonderful, and it just makes the pictures that much better as well, doesn't it? If you could be here in the middle of summer for looking at it. It is a little bit of a chill in the air, but the drivers keeping warm inside the cars, and they'll give us 3 hours of good action whilst the Mazda paddock and the Classic and Modern Sports Car Club cars get refed. It's the first stop done for AF Racing, Zach Arthur and Luke Francis. Now, are we going to get the drivers' names on? Am I in the right configuration to see drivers' names? I'm just having a look here on the screen.
I think it's probably a situation that we had previously, where I think we were grateful that at the beginning of the race we had the names pop in straight away. Whereas I think maybe for this second one we might not get the names until possibly a few laps in, until TSL's managed to work out exactly which tags are where and who's in which car for the start. Because there were one or two corrections that we had to have during the first part of the race, where we initially thought it was J-Deb was driving the Mac Tool racing car initially for a start, but it was actually Sylvain Rubio. So proof of that was the fact that Rob was interviewing J-Deb was during that first stint, so it was Sylvain at the wheel. Already, would you believe, already a lap and a half in, and somebody's been pinged for a black and orange mechanical flag.
That's not great.
And I can tell you the answer to that is going to be car 463 for, I'm sure, quite an inconvenient problem, which is a dragging exhaust and under tray. So that's not going to work out very much at all if you're going to do that one. Big dive up the inside there for the BGD racing car. That car, I should mention, has some BRSCC history. At least the drivers at least do. That's the team does. That's Bryony and George Davis, recent graduates of the BRSCC Fiesta paddock. They actually first raced together as they were the first ever brother and sister to race in Fiesta Juniors at the same time.
Oh, really?
So we've put brother and sister. We've had brothers racing the championship before, but not at the same time. We had the Kents, we had Lewis and Bradley Kent, and Lewis had moved out of, as Lewis moved out of juniors into seniors, Bradley went into juniors for a while, then he moved up to seniors with his brother. We've never had a brother and sister, or these siblings, race on the same grid in Fiesta Juniors at the same time until 2020, when those two did. And then George stuck around, I think, for about half a season of Fiesta Juniors in 2021, and then Bryony went straight into seniors for 2020, for the same year, and now, of course, they're moving on. I think they're also, at least Bryony is, at least both are, they're part of one of the Motorsport UK Academy programs, which they're also part of as well. So quite talented young drivers. Good to see them doing some more senior level racing, particularly in C1. So good to see them back out on track, because they do tend to kind of pick and choose some of the races they like to do to kind of get themselves back out on track, because it's always quite a busy schedule when you're a Motorsport Academy student. So good to see them on track. Good to have them in the paddock once again, as they have done before.
Yeah, the academy very wide-reaching, isn't it? And great to see drivers. I'm looking at this maybe for my son for next year. He wants to go racing, and my feeling is that he should pay for it himself, which I know a lot of dads don't necessarily feel. But once he starts work, this is going to be a great way for him to come in and race, or the City Car Cup, which of course is similar, but I know the cars are not necessarily interchangeable between the two. And in fact, City Car Cup is on this week, isn't it?
Yeah, in fact, as I speak, I think they're just finishing, or have just finished their final race of the season. So that championship is concluding up. I think, again, don't quote me on this, but I think it's likely that the Tartar's probably going to go the way of possibly Richard Bliss. I think he was leading the championship coming into the weekend. Yeah. And I don't think, because with unlike in here with the Mazdas, I think that you can use your final rounds as drop scores in City Car, and also Compact Cup was doing their final weekends as well. And I think that it's possibly enough that Richard Bliss has probably done enough to do so. I don't know officially yet, because I know they're probably calculating the points over there for the City Cars, that one. But once they get a proper handle on results and have a look at them tonight, I'm certain that we'll get a clearer handle on what's going on that side. But yes, you're right in the specification that the City Car Cup cars are different to these cars. One of the similarities are, one, they do have Citroen C1 racing in it. The other one is, of course, they all run Nankang tyres as well. Different spec of Nankang tyres, but it's slightly more grippier. I think it's the AR1 that they run in the City Car Cup, whereas these are slightly more of a, I think they're more of a road standard or a road spec tyre in many cases, or like a more durable tyres they use for endurance type racing, which is the reason why, because all these cars, in fact, it has to be road legal, because of course one thing about this championship, which I think is actually brilliant, and it harks a little bit back to, in some ways, the days of you used to have the old school Slick 50 road saloons. All these cars have to have a legal MOT. That's not going to work. That was a big dive up the inside. That was 319. That was Team Trojan. That caught Scuderia Polo Rosso completely up. In fact, he's actually either he's giving a hand signal saying, "What are you doing? You close the door," or he's putting his hand up saying, "Yeah, my bad. I was braking way too late." But there was a bit of a hand gesture of some kind, whether it was just a wave or something a little bit more unsavoury from 319. But either way, that was a huge dive up the inside, and he was lucky. I think if it wasn't any contact, it was very this slight, like slender contact on door to door. that was quite, that would have been a hair-raising moment for Scuderia Polo Rosso and for Trojan not being able to stop as quick as he wanted to, so that would have frightened him. But yeah, these cars, I was about to say, all these cars, as a rule in the championship, they all have to have, they essentially have to be road legal, and that they all have to have a valid MOT certificate. So that is one fun thing, is that all these cars have to be essentially maintained so that, I guess if you really wanted to, you can still run them on the road if you wanted to, but all these cars have to be MOT valid, which is quite a novel thing, because any other championships that I think exist these days that cater to that is probably things like the Caterham Academy, or some cars where the cars have to be road legal, have to be passed as road legal, because then some people do in Caterham Academy or Road Sport, or the cars that can still be road legal, they essentially have to pass a test that allows them to be roadworthy to be registered. So that's interesting, where these days you don't see too many more race series where they permit cars to be still road legal in some cases, but it's not quite the Slick 50 road saloons, but it's a little bit of a sort of a nod to that in some cases, I like to think. Top two have broken away from third place, so it's still JW Bird from Emax. They're circulating together as they did yesterday. There goes Team Trojan in third, and it's CSE Racing, Scuderia Polo Rosso, and the other Team Trojan car. And up into seventh is the OPC Racing car with 431, and if I've judged the crash helmet right in the car behind the driver's door, some chap called Tom Ingram driving that car.
Oh, good spot.
And I think if I'm correct, well, I think I've heard of him a bit, and apparently he's a bit good. So
he has his moments.
Yeah, yes, he does. Yeah, and I think he's having one of them now, because he's certainly run well up into seventh place. That car started. Actually, he's done a really good first stint actually so far, from 19th up to 7th. Now they haven't adopted, because he was they were one of the early stoppers when they came in on the first lap yesterday. Here's another early stop coming on. That's 427 AF Racing coming in for their pit stop, their first scheduled stop. And they were one of the first early adapters to do that. So you heard the interview from Tom yesterday that he sort of settled down, sort of like managed to climb his way back up to the back of the field to around about sort of roughly, I think it was inside the top 20 or the top 15 somewhere. He was able to hand the car over to one of his co-drivers. So, but now he's deciding to do a bit more of a sprint format, or traditional stint, which is go hell for leather in the first stint, see how high you can get up the order, and then see where that leaves them for the rest of the race and how their strategy plays out. And as I mentioned yesterday, with strategies that teams were trying, as we see some more battling going on between a few cars here in the pack, that there will be teams that would have tried a strategy yesterday that thought, well, if it doesn't work today, we've got another race tomorrow, so we can either try a different strategy or go back to what we know, because if there were some people that were trying that early stop, that strategy of get your first stop in on the first lap, or get it done in the first couple of laps so you can get it out of the way. The one thing it didn't really benefit for some of those people when they did try that was the fact we had 4 safety cars, and that's what really hampered it. And of course we should remind people, of course, as well about the rule that exists, which in the C1, in the Silver Lake C1s, which is brought in this year, which is that if there is a safety car out on track, the pit lane is effectively closed. You can come in if you have to or need to, but ultimately, if you do choose to do that, you get whacked with a 6-minute pit stop penalty. So essentially, you have to be stationary for an extra 6 minutes, and that's essentially to negate any possible advantage that you might have from, let's say, other championships that are out there, more sprint format championships, where if there is a pit stop under a safety car, then obviously you gain a heck of a lot more time because everyone else is running at a slower speed. So you have to be, so that's been brought in to essentially negate some of the advantages that even up until as recently as last year, some teams were getting under a safety car within a pit, and you lose a lot less time than those who are pitting under green flag conditions, and then ultimately end up with huge, massive leads and people not being caught because they just got the luck of the draw pitting when they could. So this is now that's an interesting rule they've brought in, and it really has kept the competition close, because it means that you really have to be very careful with your strategy. Rather than thinking, oh, if I get a safety car, we could just pit and take one of our free pit stops. You've essentially now got to plan your pit stops in green flag conditions, and if you get safety cars, you then got to try and plan around them on the fly, and that makes it an extra element of strategy that some of these teams up until the end of last year wouldn't have really thought about until this year. So it's quite an intriguing extra element that Robin and the team have brought in to make it even more competitive and more interesting as the race plays out as it gets into its closing stages.
Absolutely right. It's all about strategy. I wasn't sure whether it's what we need to know. I need to ask Rob if he's listening. What is the indicator to say that you can't go out? Is it the safety car board, or is it something else? That there's got to be some signal. There's got to be some moment that you're not allowed to come in from.
Yeah.
And also, if a car's already on its way in, how do they judge whether that car was making the move before the safety car declaration or deployment?
I'm confident that Rob will correct me anything I'm about to say here, so I feel free to do so if I do say anything which is not exactly 100% correct. But I believe it's essentially is that the pit lane is closed from the moment that the safety car boards and flags go out. I think if, for example, if you're literally just making it into the pit lane, I think it can determine whether or not you're actually which side of the line you are as you come in.
Right.
If the boards and flags come out and you happen to be just before the line, that's just a cruel piece of luck of the draw.
Yep.
If you're coming just after, then as you said, you are the luckiest person ever. I think possibly with someone answer on that, if not one of our first interviews of the weekend, is Rob. So, Rob, either fill us in where we're going wrong or tell us who you've got in pit lane.
The story in the pit lane, guys, so far is that it's very, very busy. The Silver Lake team actually pitted their 2 cars when the race went green. They hadn't completed a racing lap yet, but the regs do stipulate that as long as the lights are green and the race has started, if you're far enough back in the train, you can get your cars in under the green flag lap and commit that early pit stop. A lot of the teams up and down the pit lane are looking to do the same tactic as they were caught out yesterday, including the Magtools racing car of Sylvain Rubio and Jade Edwards. Also, we had the CDS packaging car. They came up to a bit of grief and had a bit of bumper trouble rubbing against a tyre, but early days so far. But we've already had 20 cars taking their first pit stop. Back to you guys.
Wow, how did you keep count of that? Well done, Rob.
You have to have a superhuman brain to try and keep count of all that, I think. But no, well done to Rob on that side for keeping tabs, because he's obviously infinitely more knowledgeable about the C1s, I think, admittedly, either of us are in many cases, but so we're grateful to have him in pit lane. So the race at the moment still stays pretty close between the top 2, between the JW Bird and Emax Motorsport cars. That still stays as it was. So no changes there so far as we head on to another lap. We're currently on, looking at our laps so far in this race, as the race has gone on, we're currently on to lap 6 of this final race of the season. And look at some time in the order. Tom Ingram still running in 7th position, but he's on the back of the 319 car already. So Tom has managed to lift himself up. Now, thankfully, it looks like we have got names that have flashed onto the screen. So our timing has been able to work out who is in which car now. So we can tell you it's Philip House at the wheel, as I just mentioned, for JW Bird Motorsport. It's the it's Jay Little, but it's either James or Jake, one of the two, because we can't tell that because they've both got the same first initial for their first name. So it's one of the Littles in the Emax Motorsport car. The Team Trojan car with Adam Willis is 3rd. Is then 4th, I think, James Matthews in the Scuderia Apollo Rosso car. 5th for Team Trojan, who's got past the CSC Racing FDL packaging car of Dave Scotting. And then the mix of all that is, in fact, Tom Ingram in the Open CPR car. So he's getting himself stuck in. More top cars getting involved here. We've got the Manpower Motorsport car charging alongside the Wilbur Tilley car. Is Wilbur Tilley at the wheel? It is. It may well be. Yeah, these are some of the cars that pitted very early. Of course, they had their first few pit stops. It's actually 506. Is that 506 we're looking at there? I think. That's the Magtools racing car. That's being followed along by. I think that's Jelly Snake behind them. We'll be able to work it out in a second. Magtools, because all these early pit stops, it's shaking up the order a little bit where I can't exactly tell who's where. See some Magtools. Yeah, so Magtools have been battling with Track Toys, and I think one of the Team Hard cars just behind them as well. So it's one of the lapped cars, in fact. The 507 car is Wilbur Tilley. He's battling with Quattro Formaggio, which has Chris Parks at the wheel. The Manpower Motorsport car with Manning at the wheel, and also the JW Bird car of Sam Roach, who's not too far away, about 6 or 7 seconds back. Another early pit caller in pit lane. That's 346. 346 in its early stop. 346, or it might be 340 actually.
It's 340. Yeah, it's McLaren and Dodd.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. McLaren 0 to 60. Stuart McLaren at the wheel. So he's making one of his early pit stops. So that's now working out as it should. As for Team Trojan, as I say, they've just taken 5th position. Here is the scrap that's quite further down the order, which is 507. And as I say, we've got Quattro Formaggio and the Manpower Motorsport car. Not too far behind them is another of the Team Hard cars. That's the Adam Marshall car. Now he's being tailed by BPC Tuning. And back out goes 340 after a successful first scheduled stop. And away it goes. We should remind you with pit stops, there is no set window that you have to make 3 pit stops. Essentially, you have to make 3 pit stops, 3 mandatory stops throughout the race. Of course, you have to have 4 stints. So you can choose when you want, but you have a free choice of when you want to make those pit stops. Hence, you have some of those teams, as Rob was explaining, that as soon as the lights went green and the race was on, some cars that were that far back in the pack were able to pit straight away and immediately get their first pit stops on the board and without having to worry about them so far. So that essentially means that, yes, they'll play catch-up in this first part of the race, but they can now spend the rest of the 3 hours essentially planning out where they can sort of space out their next 2 pit stops. And then as others start to pit throughout the race, if they can set some good pace, they can then start to push forward as much as possible. New fastest lap of the race, but only just from Philip House. As for JW Bird Motorsport, he is able to pick up a fastest lap, only about literally a quarter of a tenth. I have to think about that for a second. Quarter of a tenth of a second from the Emax Motorsport car that also set a personal best. They're lapping in the low 2 minutes 39s. Everyone else so far, Richard, is in the low 2 minute 40s. So these two cars, the class of the field, about a second a lap quicker at this point in time than anyone else, which is pretty phenomenal, particularly when they're building up an early cushion to everyone else.
I remember yesterday's race, people were banging in, well, the littles were banging in fastest laps right the way towards the very end of the race, weren't they? Which is absolutely incredible. You know, maybe they've got the car set up that way, but you know, you've got to have the car set up for longevity as much as anything else. But it was a real surprise to see the quick laps going in. But at the moment, yeah, Emax putting them in, trying to grab the initiative in this early stage. And just fastest lap by Philip House on that last lap, as Scott mentioned, and the gap goes out first to second to a massive 0.2 of a second. So very close between those top two at the moment. Emax looking to try and make it a 4th win on the bounce.
Yeah, double win at Croft, and of course victory yesterday, and some good strategy along with some very fast driving has been able to allow them to be in that position. And it's not, when it comes to these sort of very evenly matched endurance series, there's lots of cars, all the same spec and everything. It's not easy to be able to run. You know, it's tough enough in itself to win a race, let alone then win 2. If you can win 2 in a season, that's obviously reasonable enough. But if you can win 2 on the bounce, that's pretty special. If you can do 3 on the bounce, as they have, that takes something pretty magnificent. If they can do 4, then they're going into the realms of being literally one of the teams, if not the team to beat in the series. They will be the benchmark everyone has to try and match. So far, they're pretty much running exactly the same formation that they ran earlier on yesterday, in yesterday's 3-hour race, which is the top 2 of JW Bird Motorsport and Emax Motorsport, spreading the rest of the field and setting the pace out in front here in this final Silver Lake C1 race of the season. So it's House versus Little as they come into the complex of Coram and flick left through Norris onto the pit straight. And neither of these teams look as though they're going to be the ones that are the early adopters of an initial pit stop. Although, have I just spoken to you, sir, and actually thought that one of them has come in? Yes, they have. Literally, as I said that, it's not supposed to commentator's curse, it's just being proved wrong straight away. With Philip House, who jumps into the pit lane. Just as I said, I don't think either of the top 2 are going to be early adopters of a pit stop straight away. Just as I say that, JW Bird choose to go the opposite of what they've done the past couple of races, which is go quite long in their first stints. Philip House is straight in after 20 minutes or so this is their first pit stop in relatively early, not as early as some that have pitted as early as when the first pit stop went in. In fact, ironic, I think on the lap that they've just completed, I don't know how they've done that, but that was just completed. Oh no, so they haven't completed the lap yet. Sorry, I got confused because I thought they've set a fastest lap whilst going into the pit lane, but that would have just given them a litany of penalties doing that. So into the pits has come Philip House. He will then hand that car over to Nick Beaumont. So they're going to try to stick Nick in to try and get some more early quick laps in to try and chase after Emax. They're going to try and get an undercut on the Emax cars if they can. I think what's also been quite key is that Emax are coming up on quite a bit of traffic at this point, so this might well work with possibly JW Bird looking for some clear areas on tracks they can start to put in some quick lap times and try and see if they can get a good leapfrog on Emax if they start to get held up in amongst slower cars whilst they're trying to lap them. So that's going to be a key thing to watch out for. Watching here the scrap going on between Scuderia Polo Rosso, between the leading Team Trojan car 319 and OPC PR, which of course has a little bit the newly crowned British Touring Car Champion, Tom Ingram, who's having a nice little cool down. You can always call it a busman's holiday, couldn't you, really, for Tom Ingram? Because he's spent the whole year driving professionally for Accelerate, and he thinks, oh, why should I go and cool down? I'll just go and drive in circles and let's actually see one for combined 6 hours. Sure. But as he spoke to Rob yesterday, he's having fun, he's enjoying himself, he's a proper character, and I mean, not just have guys that drivers like Jaden and Josh Cook, who was at Croft as well, in the paddock as well, but to have, as now turns out, the brand new British Touring Car Champion a week after he sealed the title in a Citroen C1 in the race series like this, it's magnificent that he's been 1 up for the game, 2 decided to go back out racing when he thought he wanted to break, and 3 just as enthusiastic driving one of these as he is driving his Hyundai.
Ting would be out in an ice cream van in December if he could drive it, to be perfectly honest with you.
He could do the plum pudding races at Mallory Park.
They still go on.
They do still go on, yes.
Yeah.
I think up until the last couple of years, I think BRSCC were looked after it for a few years, but I believe it's then moved on to another club. But that was always an interesting race meeting where you'd have a saloon car race and a sports car race, and literally I think the way in which you set the grid was, and I'm not kidding, it was literally the order in which they entered. So if you were the first to enter, you get pole position.
That's great.
And then I think, if I'm correct, for the second race, rather than qualifying, they take the race start from race 1 and they completely invert it.
I used to know the secretary of the meeting years ago. Through another club, and got invited up to it, but I'd never been able to go because Christmas is, people want to get away from Christmas a lot of the time, but for us it was one set of parents Christmas Day, another set Boxing Day, so I never really got the chance to go because we really did enjoy Christmas as a family time. But I can see that New Year is better. I used to go to a stock car meeting on New Year's Day, so a New Year race would be pretty good. If there was there you go, there's an idea for the BRSCC.
It's basically the motorsport equivalent of those who watch football matches on Boxing Day or Christmas Day. They're kind of Boxing Day matches. It's kind of like, rather than that, I'm not bothered about football. Let's go and watch some motorsport on Boxing Day.
I like football.
So that's much better. Back to our scrap that's going on here, but with including a rise Sir Tom Ingram, shall we say, with now our new British Touring Car champion. He's still in that battle. They're coming up to that back markers here, because they're also trying to catch up to the car in 3rd place, which is the first of the. So it's car in 2nd place now, which is the Adam Willis car in 508. This is another battle at the moment for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Now that the JW Bird Motorsport car has dropped down to its pit stops. It's down to 18th at the moment, but of course that's at the moment because it's one of the early pit callers. We've had a couple. Right, so stop and go penalty has been awarded to. Can I say awarded or just it's not an award given to car 477, which is the team Godden. They're one of these few teams that have made early pit stops. In fact, I'm pretty certain that at least a third to almost half of the field, at least a third of the field, has already made their first pit stop within the first 25 minutes of this race, which is pretty extraordinary that in some cases Emax being the trailblazers have been the first ones to stop in this early window, and then everyone else is picking it up as a potential strategy option for later on, which is quite interesting. See a battle going on here. That's 338 and 345. So 338 and 345. Battling, I think, a bit further down the order. 338. Yeah, that was Brimstone Racing getting past one of the Emax Motorsport cars. That was for a lowly position. That was still in 51st and 52nd position. I was going to mention, see if I thought 55 car suggests that Red Sky Racing actually got out.
They are out there. Yeah, I was just looking. They're not that far shy of Phil House at the moment.
Yes, you're absolutely
funny,
right.
That was you read my mind, because that was going to be our next point. I was like, good to see them back out after that shunt yesterday.
Yeah, that was. We didn't see the shunt happen. We saw the aftermath, and the front of the car did look particularly unhealthy in terms after its impact into the wall. But thankfully, it looks as though I'd like to think not just Red Sky Racing, but maybe some of the teams around that would have rallied in to try and help get that car back on track. Because that's again, we talk about the camaraderie and how friendly all the paddocks are, but C1s is literally one of those paddocks where pretty much if anyone needs a part of anything, and of course Silver Lake, of course, with the sponsors tend to kind of, I think, sometimes come along with the C1 Racing Club for. I think they have some kind of a parts or a spares track or something where they can buy different bits that they need to, but it's quite great to see that. I like to think that quite a bit of the paddock rallied round to get Red Sky Racing back on the track and get it repaired and get it good. I'm sure Rob might have some information on that if he wants to talk about how Red Sky Racing got themselves back into the race after last time. That's Team Godden has just been given a stop go penalty for an unsafe release in the pit lane. That was a rather unsafe pass on them into Agostini, and that's not really worked out for them at all. Pit caller 508. That's a significant one because that's one of our. That's the car that was in 2nd place. So now this becomes the battle for 2nd between Scuderia Polo Rosso, OPC PR with Tom Ingram at the wheel, and now also behind them we've now got Team Trojan 319, and the car at the back of them now that's joined is Oakley Motorsport off the road, not for the first time this weekend, is 459, and 459 after they went off yesterday. 459 is
3 Spark Racing.
Yeah, 3 Spark Racing. You're right. That's after they went off at the Brendan Nelson complex.
Yep.
I think with more information down in the pit lane, possibly to answer one or two of our queries or questions, these Rob down in pit lane. Rob, what have you got?
that, the director who's doing all the cameras.
Right, I've got Mark Watt.
That doesn't sound like he was
Adam
quite
Willis has just pitted from third place. Is that strategic, something going on there?
Yeah, the lads just want to try something different today. So we were going for an early stop. He did a bit with no man's land where he was. So yeah, just something to try it. And another thing for us to try and see if it works or not.
Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, now, obviously, we're all camped up with the RVs last night, and we watched your team get to work on the Red Sky Racing car. You had it sideways on a high-up trying to fix it. What happened?
Same again, particularly as Croft. Somebody else's cars come as a collision. Our lads love to get in and get involved in there from the banger side and straighten it, which we used their high-up to pull it across. Rebuilt it some of last night and then finished off this morning for them. Got them back out on the track, and I believe they're doing okay.
Superb, fantastic job, guys. So you've got the two Team Trojan cars, which are really going to be right up there as well, but you've also got your own cars out. How are they getting on this weekend?
Yeah, doing okay. We had problems with one of our cars yesterday, gearbox issues, which they only got about 30-40 minutes running into it yesterday. Again, we've worked on that through the night. Back out today, started from the back. Let's see how we go. Our other car, I believe, is about 21st at the moment. So, yeah, we're quite happy.
Grand job. I'll let you and your wonderful team get on with it, you guys. So there we go. The BPC Tuning Boys have been busy, certainly this year. Hopefully they will be able to bring their fleet of cars back next year. Back to you guys.
Certainly a hope. Thank you for that one, Rob. And good to hear that the Red Sky Racing outfit, of course, got quite a bit of help they needed in order to get that car back going once again. We're looking here at car, that's 346, that is the leaders, which is the Littles. Again, still can't work out if it's James or Jake Little at the wheel, but it's one of the two. And so they haven't pitted just yet. They've got a almost 15-second lead over the battle for second place that's going on between Scuderia Polo Rosso with James Matthews at the wheel, Tom Ingram, of course, in the OPC PR car, Chris Freeman in the Team Trojan car, and Harry Newman Oakley, who had quite a strong run in yesterday's race. He's up there in 5th place, battling with the other three cars scrapping over second place in points. Rest of the top 10, I should mention, at the moment is in P6, the CSC Racing FDL packaging car. That's been in for, has Patrick Scharfeger starting that car this time. 7th place is Fighting Talk with Ollie Samways at the wheel. 8th is 339 with Gladman, with John Gladman at the wheel on that car. 9th place is another car that's moved up quite silently, but done a quite good job so far, which is the Team Insane. And that's got Sam May at the wheel. I think that's one of the cars which runs with, I think it's possibly a Team Hard Run car, I think, because looking at the numbers on that, we've got 442. I'm trying to see where they started, because it looks like they can't quite tell exactly where they were on the grid. 442. Where did they start on the grid? Looks like they've really carved up the order. 442. Yeah, they started back in 41st position. So that's got Sam May at the wheel alongside Adrian Langley, David Mears and Maurice Crockett. I was going to mention they had a bit of an info sheet given to me by Rob about Sam May. He's just turned 17 end of June this year, and passed his driving test on Friday the 14th of October. So he literally passed his driving test, after his road driving test, 2 days ago. Wow! So he's literally race ready, road ready in terms of only the last couple of days, which is pretty sensational. Made his debut with Team Hard back here at Snetterton in April. This is his first ever time in a car on the circuit. And since then, he had his second race at the Silverstone 24 hours, his third race at Croft, we had 2 3 hours. Speaking of 3, they were going 3 wide down the pit straight there between some of the back markers. I have also noticed in the background of the shot that the car that now comes to interview right now, the white and blue car, which has BTCC champion Tom Ingram, has now moved into second place. That car now is into officially P2, ahead of the Scuderia Polo Rosso car. There it is. So Polo Rosso down to 3rd now, and the Team Trojan car, which is a bit further back in 4th. Lots of battling going on here with some of the back markers way down the order. But there's 445 making its pit stop as well. I was mentioning here, but Sam May was also invited to join a couple of the other teams at the 24 hours at Anglesey. There's a 9-hour race tested for the Giro car as well. So he's had some experience in Giro car too. He's been a serial go-karting champion, and he also had a hat-trick in the senior championship as well. He won the All-Star Champion Cup in 2022 in August at Brentwood. He's also done lots of karting, and his next options are going to be moving up to something like Civic Challenge or Brick Car Trophy. He's looking for some more sponsors as well. So Sam May, quite a young, talented driver, only just road ready now, but good to see he's getting quite a bit of education racing-wise and lots of track time at the same time whilst he's doing it here in the C1 Racing Club. I think that's one of the best ways to get some track time, to at least learn some of the circuits before you start to go up to higher ranks. So you get to do plenty of laps in it. running in 9th place in one of the Team Hard supported cars. Very strong run for him so far. And running up the top 10, we should mention, is 318, which is WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. That's Jonathan Salem at the wheel of that car, and that's the top 10 as it shows right now. Just past the half an hour mark in this final 3-hour race of the season for the 2022 Silver Lake C1 Racing Club. Into the pits comes 450. That's one of the Emax Motorsport cars which started at the back of the pit yesterday and put in quite a good run through from the back in the first stint earlier on in yesterday's race.
Yeah, Max, Finn and Murdo were disqualified for him. I'm not sure what the DQ was for. I can't remember from yesterday. I'm sure I might have heard it somewhere in the Emax car. And quick turnaround there. Good livery on that one as well. It's one of the Amigo livery cars. Is that the one that Amigo sold? Because Rob was talking yesterday, wasn't he? Rob Gaffney was talking about a car that was sold. And I think that's the one.
I think it is. I think that is the Amigo Motorsport built car, which I think that Emax then could pick up and put it in there. I think that what that might come from, I think that there was... I think they were meant to, the original car they were meant to race in was 343, but then when I turned up in the paddock on Friday, that was a car on the back of a trailer with a, shall we say, less than standard front end on it, shall we say. In fact,
okay.
it was the front end was not race or even road ready at all. It was very heavily damaged on the front end, so that car essentially was going no further. So I suspect that they had to source a spare car in order to get them out for the race this weekend, and they seemed to just happen to stumble on one of the Amigo Motorsport cars, which was possibly up for sale, that Rob may have been able to sell them. So that was a key thing to look out for. So track battle going on here. One of the cars in there is the Wilbur Tilley PWR car, so that's in there too at the moment in the mix. Making up some moves. Wilbur Tilley, where's the 506 or 507 car's got to? 27th position. Getting stuck in with some other cars around him, so he's got, I think, on there too, like, not track toys, but he's got another car he's battling is the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car, which I think is the car just ahead of the one that the Tilley car's trying to lap, or at least try and get past. The track toys car is just ahead of him a couple of places up the road, so there goes the track toys car into shot. And that car's been chased down by DCSE Motorsport with Burrows at the wheel. So a few position changes going on. And lots of on-track squabbling for some of the teams. It's a mixture of teams that have made their first stop and some that haven't, and just it kind of shakes the order out a little bit, sort of unorthodox sort of race order, where some cars are a bit lower than they should be. But of course, as the race goes on and more teams start making their first pit stops, it'll shake out much better. We've got there, looks like that's Sylvain Rubio in the Mac Tools racing car. And see where he's risen up to now. He's up to 22nd place. He's behind the 437 car, which is the BPC tuning car of Grant, I think. Also trying to find on where they finished yesterday, BPC tuning. That's, in fact, if I'm correct, how close is he behind them, actually? No, sorry, he's by the PD56, which is the Graham Hill and Nick Padmore car. So that's Graham Hill versus Sylvain Rubio. But the car that got immediately behind them is our old mate George Grant. Of course, he's not too far behind in the car in BPC tuning 437, only about 3 seconds off in 22nd position. So
can't get him out of the cars, can we, George?
No, it's easy to out of one car straight into another. You have to think, hi George. You can say hi George. He's jumped out of a Mazda straight into a C1. It's like you never get, but you only get a proper chance to talk to him when racing isn't going on, rather than during a race weekend. Oops, off the road there's one 330. I'm not sure if he was helped. I don't think he was pushed off, but just ran wide on the exit. 330, which is the DSE Motorsport car. That's the Martin Dolan, Gary Boone and Matthew Burrows car. And well, here's the Mac Tools racing car making move up the inside. Sylvain Rubio getting past on the edge Motorsport. That's for position. So he's past the PD56 car, which is just there, the white, black and green car. And he's now made light work of on the edge Motorsport. So he's inside the top 20 now. His next target is going to be the Escargot racing car, which is currently sat in 18th position. And Escargot race, that's James and George Wright, and it is James Rice at the wheel of that car right now. And as I say, of course, Red Sky Racing also doing a fine job after their troubles yesterday, but they climbed up the order already to 17th place. So not bad work for the first 40 minutes after their car looked the way it did towards the end of yesterday. So down the back straight go the leaders. And into the complex comes, not the leaders, but the group of cars that we're watching, and leading that group is Sylvain Rubio, who definitely isn't driving it like it's only his third race weekend. He's definitely pushing as hard as he can, but of course he's had some very good teachers in Jade Edwards and Josh Cook to help him get quicker, and It's quite incredible that he's had very few race weekends experience, but he's driving, I would say, just as well as they are, if not almost on the same standard as they are. 319, I can see out of our commentary box window, has just made its first pit stop of the race, so they're out of the race, back out in around about 16th, 17th place, so they've got some work to do to climb back up the order. They come out ahead of, see the possible they've come out ahead of JW Bird, but JW Bird, when they pitted, yeah, they're back up to 10th already, so a few more pit calls. They are the highest placed team that has actually pitted, and they are currently at the moment, last time they came across the line, which was a few moments ago, they are currently 1 minute and 2 seconds off the leaders, so they're not too far away. Or at least it depends on how quickly they can turn around their pit stop at Emax to see if they can hold on or not. Look at their lap times to give us an idea. Well, their last lap was about 9/10 quicker than Emax Motorsport, so either they're just getting caught up in traffic or we're not going as quickly. Almost a bit of 3 wide action there as, whoa, that's 568, had to really stand on the anchors as well. Tilly cut across him. I think arguably that was Wilbur Tilly's corner because he was on the outside line and tried to power his way through, but 568, not quite sure they appreciated that one. Wilbur Tilly, that was the Truff Racing car which was getting stuck in. That was James Rose, who he shares that car with Gordon and Michael Russell. So James Rose got the fright of his life and had to really stand on the anchors and put the opposite lock on to stop that car from turning around too much. I thought for a second there we had an issue, because usually when the camera swings around as quickly as it does, there's something's happened in the background which it needs to focus on, but not so on this occasion. So still the Emax Motorsport car that leads. Still in second now is the OPC PR car with Tom Ingram at the wheel. Lap time wise, he's just about on par lap time wise. The last lap for Emax Motorsport was a 2:39.4. To be fair, as I speak, Tom Ingram was only about 4/10 off lap time wise. But into the pit lane comes Tom Ingram. I think that's his possibly racing done for the day already. His stint is complete, and after 40 minutes of action, he'll be able to jump out.
Go and collect his cheque.
Jump in the car and drive home. But no, again, I think I could see the makings of him smiling underneath the helmet. It looks like he enjoyed that once again. So another black and orange flag out for somebody. This time it's car 463. That's for another dragging exhaust. So 463, which is quite far down the order, in fact, actually. 463 is Jelly Snake Racing with Liquid Molly. They're down in 53rd position. They've also been a team that's made some pit stops throughout the race as well. One car that's been in trouble also is one of the Patrick Watts cars, 506. That car's been in twice already. I suspect one of them was one of the early scheduled stops, and the second was possibly for some kind of an issue, because Amy Watts is currently the wheel of that car back in 51st position, and they're almost a lap, if not 2 laps down on the lead. So change of driver then for the OPC PR team, pitting from second place. And that, I think, will be Ron Johnson. I recognise the British GT overalls on him, so I think that's Ron jumping in for him. And interestingly, through sweeps 319, so they managed to get through. Oh, that's Godden off the road.
That's a barrier.
Goodness me, that's a punch into the wall for the Team Godden car. That has not had the luck today.
Is it? No.
It's had a penalty. It's had been collected into a spin at Agostini, and now it's punched the wall of the exit of Richie's corner. And that, I'm almost certain, Richard is going to be our first safety car of the day, because that car, I'm sure, will not stay there for much longer without the race being neutralised. I'm certain, with 42 minutes gone. And I think one of the teams that have probably just benefited are probably OPC. Some of the teams that had pitted first are probably going to benefit from that a little bit, because
definitely
they won't have to kind of think about making their first stop as early, later than others. I can see that the safety car boards are being scrambled, or they're being not so much scrambled, they're just being prepared to be put out. No movement on those just yet. Right, now they've gone. That's it. Safety car boards and flags are out, which means now, as of right now, the pit lane is closed. Now, if there's any teams that came into the pit lane before those boards came out, to quote Rob yesterday, they are the luckiest teams on the grid, because they are able to make their pit stop whilst everyone else now has to slow down for the safety cars. They actually essentially get, in a way, a free pit stop. They haven't judged that in terms of there possibly being a safety car or not. It's just really, really big luck of the draw for them if they are in pit lane. In terms of anyone that is in pit lane, I think the answer to that is, apart from the Liquid Molly Jelly Snake Racing car, no one else is in pit lane, so no one else is having to pit, is pitting or having to pit at the moment. But there's a flash of the headlights from many to acknowledge that. The Team Godden car up against the barrier, and that simply looked as though it was just the Team Godden car pushing way too hard through Richie's corner, because it lost the back end. Complete loss of grip on the rear end. Round it went, and just punched the wall on the inside, and thankfully it wasn't. My guess would be it was a similar incident to what Red Sky Racing had yesterday. The only thing is, it looked visibly as if the incident for Red Sky Racing caused more damage than this Team Godwin one appears to have done on the surface. We don't know exactly how the car looks yet because it's out of view, but it doesn't look as though it's completely caved the front end in. It looks as though it was a slightly slower speed impact than maybe Red Sky had yesterday. At least perceptively in terms of how much damage it has on the front.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
So, race then neutralised. No overtaking, of course, under the safety car. The Silver Lake Citroen DS3 safety car will venture out onto circuit, and of course what they will do first of all is they'll try and pick up the leader if they can. If not, they will probably pick up the first car which they come across. The car they have to pick up, of course, is the Emax Motorsport car of the Littles. But I haven't seen either the safety car. I think the safety car has gone out, but we haven't seen where it is on track and who it's picked up yet.
Just saw the low loader heading off to get that back to the pits and maybe get some work. I think it's going to be a few laps, isn't it, before we get that recovery. Recovery crew's already actually on scene, as you can see there, for the Godwin car. Driver was all right. We saw him out of the car originally.
Well, I think whilst the recovery teams get to work and the safety car gets about trying to pick up leaders, that we can go down to Rob, who has another interview for us.
And we've got an early stopper here, and it's none other than British Touring Car Champion Tom Ingram. Tom, your second go in the C1s this weekend. How fun was that?
Fantastic, really good. I'm kind of learning more each time I get in the car, and for something that is a relatively simple car, relatively low power on road tyres, it's amazing how much you can extract just by having another few laps in it and just playing with it. So honestly, I've had huge amounts of fun with it. I really, really have had a great time. We're in quite a good place now, so it's going to be nice to see how the rest of the race pans out. Most importantly, it's nice to see the drive out the car, because obviously that does look like a fairly sizable shunt. So nice to see them out the car. We'll see what goes on at the end of the safety car, I guess.
Fantastic. Is that you done for the day? Are you getting back in sort of later in the race, or is that a trade secret?
That is beyond a trade secret. The only thing I can confirm is I am absolutely bursting for a wee. Now, I was always told that in good endurance racing you would to wee in the seat. However, I'm a nice guy, so I held it off.
Well, I think that is the best place to leave it at that there, Tom. A pleasure to see you. I'll let you crack on and use the gents there. But thank you for racing with the C1 Club. And more importantly, well done on the British Touring Car Championship as well. Congrats, Tom. So yes, that was Tom Ingram, who's been out in the OPC car just after his first stint. Time to head back to the commentary box.
That's why they call him Wee Tom Ingram in Knockhill. I never realised that. That's, you live and learn every day. Recovery cracking on.
I did not see that coming.
No,
I did not see that coming. That's very good. That's very good. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, obviously we hope that the Team Godwin car is okay. But that pun caught me off guard. That did.
Sorry, I was
caught me off guard a little bit. Forgive me. I've obviously probably shouldn't have been laughing whilst we look at the Team Godwin car that had crashed. But of course that just caught me off a little bit. So forgive me for a second on that one. But yeah, just talking about Tom Ingram. Of course, we talked about it yesterday and how good his personality is. Every time I see the interviews like that, I keep seeing elements of Plato in him.
And that's what we want to see, isn't it? Because
it is, of course.
People were starting to say, the characters are going from BTCC and motorsport in general, but but we're getting new ones like Tom in, and that's great. And if any youngsters can watch that and learn from that, and I said yesterday, I'll repeat it, make no apology for repeating it. If you're thinking about media training, you can go to Louise Goodman, you can come to myself, but just watch Tom Ingram interviews. That'll stand you in good stead. Do pretend interviews with your mum, your dad, your brother, whoever it is, friends, people you don't know is a good thing to do interviews with. Record them and watch them back and critique them. So here you go, I've saved you a few £100 there.
Absolutely. I think possibly more news and more interviews in the pit lane is handing back down to Rob. What have you got?
Well, after we'd just spoken to Tom, we'd actually lined up an interview with the Nick Beaumont, who's racing, of course, with Phil House in the JW Bird car. Now, Nick, 3 times second place, you're really gunning for the win in this one, surely?
Yeah, we are. It's great to race against the other guys. We've just been chatting at the last corner. We both watched the start of the race. It's good fun out there. We need to have the win. Me and Phil do this for fun. We do a lot of other championships. This is just for fun. we need to have the win today. That's what we're going for. We've mixed it up. Phil's done a pit stop this first, I think lap 5 or lap 6, which we've not done before. We thought we'd give something else a try, see what happens. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we've got a safety car now, which should put us a pit stop in front. So I hope this should help us out.
To be fair, that's one thing that's been noted by a lot of teams up and down the pit lane, is getting that pit stop in early. And you really think that will help you guys? Because at the start of the race, he was flying anyway. He really had the raw pace.
Yeah, hopefully. Obviously, getting in and out of the car is the quickest way to do it. Yesterday we gambled on a short fuel at the end. We had a lot of safety cars. This is the first safety car today. I think we had something like 50 minutes maybe yesterday of safety cars, which helped us out massively. I don't think we're going to get the same today. So to mix it up a little bit, I think I'm doing 2 stops again. Phil's done his 1 already. So we should be in a good state.
Fantastic. I'll let you go and get rested up, ready for your stint. Yes, so that was Nick Beaumont with the JW Bird team. Hopefully they can change something and get themselves into the lead in this one. But who knows? I don't know about you guys up in the commentary box. I might have to put my money on JW Bird this time.
I'm not taking any bets, I'll tell you that. I'm not parting with my money.
I don't think any money's safe when it comes to C1 Racing Club races in particular.
2 very good drivers in that car, though.
Yeah, very
sure.
drivers. Yeah, Phil House and Nick Beaumont, very experienced. I think I'm from both of them. Well, it's JW Bird Motorsport, who of course have been known for being quite successful, having quite fairly strong race cars in particularly VW Cup when it was in its heyday. And so Philip House and Nick Beaumont are 2 names that are familiar for those who have followed that championship for a while. So of course they've moved their talents into C1 Racing Club and still showing they're just as consistent, just as quick as they have been before. Just don't note the safety car has now picked up the pack and everyone is starting to stack up behind them. Of course the trick now will be, for its next trick, it'll be to let everyone through that isn't the Emax Motorsport car, which is still the lead of the race.
I just noticed the McDonald's wrappers here. Did you go out at lunchtime?
I didn't.
Or did you send out one of the...
I didn't. One of the crew went by himself and offered, I guess,
very good.
Here for the guys here in the live stream bit. So, and he'd asked the question and I answered, and there it was. I'm sure if you ask it nicely, you can give me all the latest.
No, I'm fine. I'm just, yeah. What we need is Henry Dawes and the Domino's team there.
Yes,
during COVID, we had. Sorry, I've gone off at a tangent. Apologies to C1 viewers. We were at Croft and we were still in the COVID bubble. We weren't allowed out. And Henry Dawes, bless him, we were at that point allowed to do track walks, but once we were in the compound, you weren't allowed to go out. And I'd done a track work with Henry Dawes, and he said, "Oh, can I get you guys some pizza sent over from Domino's?" Which he did. And but you wouldn't believe the bureaucracy about getting the pizzas brought in because we were in the COVID bubble. Absolute hoo-ha. And in the end, we gave them to all the technicians anyway because we get but that was nice of him. Not sure what Henry's doing now. Janetta's going, but that's another matter. Let's have a quick check and see where Philip House's car is with the pit stops that have happened. The JW Bird car 346. Better refresh the screen as well on the phone, so have a quick look down. Got 346 car leading, of course, the Jacob James Little car, and the 347 14th. It's actually made up 4 places since the original stop, and is, as Scott mentioned earlier on, still the top car to have had a pit stop. Team Trojan second on 1 stop at the moment. Third on the 1 stops is the Emax Motorsport 450 car. So there'll be a lot more, obviously a little bit further down, that have had several stops. Got the 442 car in just at the minute, which is the David Mears, Sam May, who we heard about earlier on. Team Insane. Qualified 23rd yesterday. The race format, of course, the you main qualifying and then the grid for today based on yesterday's result. I started to go through and actually gave up because I ran out of time overnight, the starting to finishing positions in race 1. Quite a lot of cars made up a fair amount of ground from qualifying to race 1. For example, the CSC racing car qualified 18th and made it up to 4th. David Scotting and Patrick. Is that Scarfegger? Is that how you say that? Scarfegger?
It's Scarfegger or Scharfegger, I guess, on that side.
18th to 4th. And you picked up on that in yesterday's race, Scott. That car third in the first race at Croft, so no shortage of form or pace in that machine. That makes a great start. I'm a fan of safety cars because it looks great to see the whole field lined up. It gives you a really good reminder of just how great an entry we've got, and great man in pit lane as well. So let's go down to Rob again, who's got some more news for us.
Not quite some news, but I'll tell you what, Richard, the more I go down this pit lane, the younger they seem to get. We've got a youngster here, Sam May, that's just got out of the Team Insane car number 442. Sam, how was that first stint for you?
It was amazing. It was very tight at the start. I kind of made my way through the pack, which was very lucky, and I gained a lot of positions in the first few laps quite quickly, and I was very proud of that. And then I started marching on and managed to get up to 6th before coming in, which I was really happy with.
Outstanding. So is this your first race in particular with this team? What's your racing experience so far?
I've done 4 rounds of the C1s so far with Team Hard, and then it's my first round with Team Insane. I've also done 3 rounds in the Enduro KA with Autotech Motorsport, and I've done a little bit of testing in Honda Civics.
So you like racing sort of the more slower but endurance formula there. Is that really what you want to get into, the endurance side of things?
I started this just to build my confidence because I started when I was 16, so I never knew how to drive. So I was trying to get used to the clutch, get used to the gears, and hopefully, because endurance gives you a lot of seat time as a young driver and coming into the motorsport world. So I'm looking to go into faster cars for next year, but just looking for sponsors for that.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you go and get refreshed. We had to pull you when you got out of the car very quickly there, but unfortunately, because he did pit under the safety car, Team Insane have got to sit for the 6-minute penalty, unfortunately. And it is getting a bit bunched up at the front there, guys. Back to the commentary team.
Thanks for that, Rob. Yeah, that's unlucky for Sam May and the team, isn't it, that they've got to serve that penalty. But good to hear from Sam. And as Scott mentioned, from the biography racing down at Brentwood Karting, which is where my son's doing a lot of his. We go to several arrive and drive places, not doing anything in terms of sort of non-stop karting or buying, but arrive and drive. And Brentwood's great because you can go down there, and if you haven't got a clue, you can go down there and do a development evening and just dip your toe in the water and get a little bit of help. And it was great. My son's actually the same age as the youngster we just saw, Sam there. He's 17. And he's just starting to get into a bit more regular racing and went down. And it was quite spooky, actually, because at Brentwood they got the development nights that they do, and then they do the league racing on the Sunday, and they really work hard to make sure the track is used all the time. It's a very well used facility. But the youngster was there, Taylor was there, and there was a little lad called Jack Stedman who's about 14, 15, who was coaching him, and it was bizarre to see my son, who's actually quite a tall 17-year-old, being coached by this wonderful little lad, Jack Stedman. He's got a great future in racing, very, very articulate, and was helping my son get. So any tracks like that, if you've got a local track, go and support it. If you've got youngsters, just get them involved. It's not expensive. We did the stuff Taylor's going through at the moment was his Christmas present last year. We got him going in for a couple of development rounds in the winter, which is where we've got some time spare. But they're great places to start, and as you saw from Sam there, it's infectious, isn't it? You get hooked into it, and you can come in. And I was starting to say earlier on, this is where I'd love to see my son, get out and have a go in either this or the City Car Cup at some point. I think that would be affordable for him. It'd be fun. It'd be great for him to, to learn his trade. He's training to be an engineer as well at the moment. So, absolutely ideal environment. Sure, he'd love to race F1. Who wouldn't want to do it? But he's realistic, and he knows that racing for him should be an enjoyable thing and affordable.
I think that's the key thing as well when you get to some young drivers, is that I think it's important for them to have some kind of what that's called essentially a plan B. So that if they've got a main aim in terms of races, let's say their main aim is to get to Formula 1, to at least have some kind of backup saying, so if they can't manage to get to Formula 1, to have a look at options, say, well, what could be another option? Racing for a manufacturer in GTs, looking to try and find a touring car career, looking to, if you decide to go over to somewhere like, choose to go somewhere like the US, or maybe over to Asia, or to on the continent in Europe somewhere, to go try your hand in a different championship. Because if your main route doesn't work, you've got to, if you want to stay in racing, become in any case a professional racing driver. Obviously, every young driver almost every young driver that exists out there that karts or anything else, ultimately, ideally, you want to jump into an F1 car. But you can make just as much a good a career as many other drivers that we know have, being racing for manufacturers, whether it's in touring cars and GTs and prototypes, in whether you just go the rally route. Because racing for a manufacturer can be quite beneficial, particularly when it means that if you want to do it professionally, we get being paid by manufacturer, particularly with the GT teams these days, particularly when there aren't so many works GT teams, particularly with how the GT3 landscape works. But they have all these factory drivers that they can go and place into a Mercedes or Ferrari, for example. They go and place them into a team's car and say, right, we want you to go and drive because we want to try and help them in the championship or bring them on board. So it allows them to go and experience different championships, and same car but different championships, different circuits, different areas, different parts of the world. But they still get to be paid to go and be sent off to go to a different place to go and represent the manufacturer in whatever championship they want to be racing in, whichever team they're supporting that needs the factory effort. So I think it's important with some drivers where if you look at a goal that you want to get into, let's say if they want to get into British touring cars or anything else, that doesn't work. Look at the sports car, look at GTs, and it's always the thing where if it doesn't happen straight away, motorsport is different in some cases compared to other traditional sports, if you want to call it that, like football or rugby or tennis or anyone you want to compare. Is that while you see what I mean here, footballers can have some a point where they get to be considered, I say in inverted commas, too old for the sport. There isn't really an age sort of cap when it comes to motorsport in terms of you can keep going. For us known drivers that keep going to their 70s, even a handful that go to their 80s, and someone's even raced into their very, very early 90s. If you still feel fit and healthy enough and still have the passion for racing, why let age stop you? It's whether you're 16 or whether you're 82. If you've got a racing licence, you're fit and healthy, and you're legal enough to race, have at it.
I hope Jason Plato's not listening. I thought we got rid of him. He might want to stay. Come on.
Well, I know that his desire now, I've read it a couple of interviews, his desire is to go forwards into the GT route. He wants to go do sports car, particularly GTs, and he wants to go and do Le Mans.
And he'll enjoy it. He'll have a ball.
Yeah, he wants to go and do, from what I've seen of some of the interviews, he wants to go and do GTs. He's been talking about stuff, I think, with maybe Corinne Chandok and a couple of others, but going to do something in a Porsche at the moment or something. But I'm sure he'll look at that. I'd actually like to see Jason Plato do something like British GT. That would be quite fun.
That'd be fantastic
to do that.
Yeah, and do you know what? What a bonus it would be for that. Not that there's anything wrong with the championship now, anyway. But just what a PR coup
it would
be.
It would. It would. Yeah. I mean, you look at some of the touring car drivers that have gone across, particularly guys like Rob Collard, but he made the transition from touring cars into GTs, and he was going to fight a fairly big thing coming across in touring car circles, and he went ahead and won the championship in 2020. He made that transition. Yeah. So, I mean, who knows? Probably if Jason's going to make that transition into GTs or sports cars to do something similar, perhaps he might talk to Rob. I'm sure he's mates with Rob and to be able to give him on that sort of things. Speaking of mates called Rob, we've got one down in pit lane. He's got more for us down there. Rob, what have you got?
We were just having a conversation, but you feel the safety car may have scuppered you this time around?
Yeah, unfortunately, just like yesterday, really. We built up a good lead. Other teams had pitted early, and looking at the timing, we were probably 1 minute and 10 ahead, which gave us a pit stop and then about a 5-10 second lead. It's all gone.
So that means when you get in the car later on, when Junior pops out, you've got all the work to do.
A lot of work to do, and of course a hope for a safety car. What goes round comes round sometimes. It did yesterday anyway.
Fingers crossed, but you really are enjoying racing with the C1 so far, aren't you?
That's fantastic, great fun, really good bunch all the way down the paddock. We've got a good team here. Emax looked after us really well, but yes, great fun. Weather helps too, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it's a beautiful day here at Snetterton. Talking about Emax Motorsport, is it Glenn's birthday today?
So I've been told, yes. I don't know how old, I wouldn't even wish to guess. 25 again.
We'll have to get the pit lane to sing happy birthday to him or something, but certainly Emax sets up a good car for you, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they've looked after us really well. We've been with them for 3 years now, and going great guns.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you get some rest before your stint there, and yes, hopefully these guys can carry out the 4 wins in a row today. Let's find out as we go late into the race. Back to the commentary team.
Can't believe we're already outside the first hour, which is incredible, isn't it? Where's the time going on these?
Definitely. What we can believe, though, is that the race is about to get back underway, because the safety car has put its lights back in. All the pace is starting to quicken now as the cars head their way out through Murray's. Green flag is in the air on the pit straight, and we are back underway racing in our final Silver Lake C1 endurance race of the season here at Snetterton. So Emax Motorsport brings the pit pack back onto the pit lane and straight away into pits to make their second pit stop, as are several other cars. But both of the Team Trojan cars are in at the same time, 508 and 319. That'll be interesting. I'm sure Rob will want to get down there and watch that happen. In fact, we do get them down at Team Trojan. Watch the 2 teams work at the once. It's going to be quite busy in pit lane for Trojan. In they come. And at the same time. Yes, in fact, look at that. Good spot, good position by the camera. Both into Team Trojan pit, where both cars are pulled in. That was really good positioning there for the. Whether it was coincidental or not, both the Team Trojan guys are in. And this is where you get to see a team literally work on 2 cars at once, which is pretty fascinating, particularly in the C1 sense. I guess it's a race now into team race to see which team gets out first. Is it 508 or 319? Let's see which one does or not. I think 508 is ready first, although they're now going to wait for cars to go past before they can do so.
Yeah.
And I think the difference is one's refueled and one hasn't. So 508 didn't refuel by the looks of it. 308 I think did, because they got out and then back in again.
And that's
so
a good start if that's the case, because they've got out fairly quickly after the 308 car.
Yeah, definitely so. So that's pretty key. So both of the Team Trojan cars out straight away. So good slick pit work by Team Trojan to get them back out again. Now they make their way back onto the circuit. It's 508 ahead of 319. So I think they were the other way around coming into pit. I think 319 came in first, and then 508 was quickly behind them. So out they go. And of course now they get quite a bit of clear air for them, because of course they're way behind the rest of the pack which came in previously. I think we've had about sort of 15 to 20 cars come into the pit lane, because 420's in. Usually when the bootleg goes up to them, they're good, but of course it's just some work going on. So, yeah, quite a few cars are going to stop. The 513 CSC Racing FDL packaging cars coming for its per stop. So is the 320 AASP car. That car got into quite a few troubles yesterday. That car, I think, that car had a spin up at Murray's, then it went off the road, if I'm correct, at, I think it was Nelson it went off at, just about sort of right about here, Brundle and Nelson it went off. So they're getting back into the race, having made a pit stop. So what's that done a little bit to shake up the order of some of the other cars around here? Well, Emax Motorsport still lead, Scuderia Poloroso second. The highest placed car that has made a pit stop, unsurprisingly in some cases, is Philip House and the JW Bird Motorsport 347. They're the ones that currently lead the way at this point. Yeah, Emax. Next highest car that's made a pit stop is the Ron Johnson OPCPR 431 car. Next highest pit caller is Matt Tools Racing with Sylvain Rubio at the wheel. So the three highest pit callers at the moment are just hoping, and actually that's what those that have stopped early. This is where the safety car benefits them, because as others have to make their pit stops on the green flag, like one of the Emax Motorsport cars are doing right now, they can carry on and take advantage of anyone that's choosing to pit just after the safety car finishes, when they couldn't do so because the pit lane was closed. So that's going to be a key thing to watch as the race goes on. There goes the OPC PR car. And that's currently showing, still in 12th position. It's chasing after Matt Tools Racing. So you've got second, third, fourth, second, third, fourth, and fifth best placed cars that have made a first pit stop already are all together on track between 11th and 14th position. So that's what's to keep an eye on there. The pit stop continues on. Everyone's pretty much. I think racing-wise, that car also hits. If I'm right, that car also had some problems when it went off up at the entrance of Rich's. I think I remember correctly yesterday. But yes, you can see the dents in the roof. So that's exactly where it went off. That car, thankfully, going back out. There's a bit of trouble with it trying to get back going again.
That was the one towards the very end of the race, is that right?
That was the car which went off at Richie's, and I think they covered it with a yellow flag because it was quite.
We had a couple of minutes to go, didn't we?
That, and also it was quite far to the inside, up against the barrier. So it was at a point where essentially it was quite an awkward place. It would have been a very awkward place if someone actually gone off, and it was quite difficult for anyone to, I think, have an issue because it was right on the edge of the barrier just after the apex of Richie's when cars are moving away from it. So back out goes 470. Through all the pit stops now, I think there's been an on-track change because Oakley Motorsport, I think, on track have just passed Scuderia Polo Rosso, because the last time by they're showing us having moved up a place. So Oakley Motorsport have gone up one position past Scuderia Polo Rosso. And 309 Fighting Talk in fourth position. Toff McGlad in fifth. Those extra couple of pit stops have helped JW Bird move up to. Well, that's on. There's that on track actually. There's been an on track change because the JW Bird Philip House car has gone up to P6. Up to 7th has gone the Scuderia C1 car. Up to 8th has gone SM Motorsport, and down to 9th has gone WRC Developments. And rounding up the top 10 is Red Sky Racing again, who, given the state of the front end of their car, I wouldn't have thought they'd be let alone be in the race, be up there in the top 10, having such a solid run so far. Basically, they haven't stopped yet, but they're still having a great run in this initial part of the race, getting up into the top 10. So kudos to them for, one, getting the car repaired with the help of others, and two, getting it up there as high as they have.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job in this one. You could throw, being the last round of the season, throw everything at it as well, can't you?
Indeed so. 418 into pit lane, so that is 418. Pit stopped. Here's Track Toys Racing up for its first pit stop. On. Remember, you only have I think 4 people working on the car at a time, and that includes the driver. So that's the reason why there's 3 mechanics there. Only 4 people can touch the car, so I was waiting. If there's refueling, you have to wait for the refueling to finish first, before anyone else can do anything else to the car in terms of doing driver changes, or if you happen to have to need to change a wheel for some reason. So Track Toys then gets pushed backwards and back into the race. They will go back out for the next. To continue then the next part of the remaining hour and 50 minutes. So still no pit stops for any of the top 4 cars just yet, and Philip House has moved up into 5th.
Tactically, there's always the thing that you can sort of maybe hold on to half distance and then review what you want to do in the second half. So it's the early pit stops might just be a knee-jerk reaction to what happened yesterday, and we heard Philip House saying about how, you know, we had, was it 50 minutes worth of safety cars yesterday? I hadn't totted it all up, but probably getting on for that.
It's probably about that, yeah. It was 4 in total, so 4 in total, and the first couple, we did have 2 in quick succession where we proved the age-old saying of safety cars breed safety cars. We had one, as soon as one had come in, it was barely a lap had gone by when the next one was out again, and then all things changed. So it was a bit of a different scenario in that sense. On the Edge Motorsport are in for a pit stop. They're making their stop. Is anyone else making one pit stop? Yeah, there's a few that have made 2. Whether they're scheduled or not, I'm not 100%. Team Trojan guys. Yeah, well, okay, right. So, but yeah, so as I mentioned, both the Team Trojan cars at this stage now, before half distance, have made two of their 3 mandatory pit stops. So I think maybe I think Rob was saying earlier on that the Trojan cars we want to watch out for, and I think the fact that they're both pitted as they did at the same time, and with such swift and slick pit work, I think that's definitely worked out pretty well in their favour. So I should be intrigued to see how that plays out for the rest of it. Right, we've got 4 pit calls all at once, and it's 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. They've all come in together. So all 4 cars that were in the same orders to each other, Oakley Motorsport, Fighting Talk, Red Sky Racing, and Maxwell's Racing, have all come in, and they're all at the moment were next to each other in the order, kind of going downwards. I think there was 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th at one point, but they're all making pit stops right now. So it's quite a busy place at the moment. So I think we know that the Maxwell's Racing car will almost certainly have Jade Edwards jumping in. Of course, that's its second pit stops. Of course, I think Jade might probably be in that car until the end, I think, because if they've made 2 pit stops, I think maybe their strategy today might be to put Jade in for the remainder of the race and to see how far up the order she can get, particularly in this first stint with her in the car before they come in for their final scheduled stop. Team, let's see a couple of changes. So I think Fighting Talk now has Chili Stone at the wheel. Neil Chili Stone taking over by the looks of things. As for 566, it's Jed Edwards. Yes, it is. Jed Edwards has now jumped into the 566 car. As for Red Sky Racing, I've noticed when we got a shot of that car, now has a yellow front bumper, given the spares that it's managed to pick up. So it's slightly odd coloured, but 527 goes out. And 527 now has Fine Red Sky Racing again. It's got a J Shepherd.
It's either James or Jonathan, so it's another one of those ones where we're not going to know.
Yeah, it's one of the Shepherds, but which one it is, we're not 100% because but both of them have the first initial J, which is key. There are our still erstwhile race leaders. Still the Littles. Driving away as they should do. They've got a 6-second gap over the car that's just darting around the outside here, or trying to, which is going to be Apollo Rosso all over the curve. They're going around the outside of BPC Tuning to put a lap on them. The gap is 6.2 seconds after the safety car. Ooh, that's very close between. That was 413 or 313. And none of those other cars in the mix as well. There's a couple of 3 or 4 red cars in there, very similar liveried machines, but trying to figure out which is proving slightly difficult. I think that's the. I thought that was the Harry. I thought that was the Harry Newman Oakley car, but it's not. It's a different livery. So 484 is in there as well. So it's 5. It's 513, the one that's battling in there. Yeah, that was 518. 513 definitely. I was getting confused with one of the Team Trojan cars. That's the. I don't know, maybe it is 518.
Phil House is well placed here, isn't he? Third position, 15 seconds down on the leader, with the second place car in between, and they haven't pitted.
Good spot. That's a very good shout. You're absolutely right. It's Philip House, 15 again. As I say, 15 seconds off the lead. He's lapping roughly about the same sort of pace, although the Emax Motorsport car was about 4/10 quicker on the last lap. So that car now currently sat in, as you say, third place, 15 seconds off the lead, and in a prime position to take over in the lead. But of course, it all depends on how the Glenfin almighty strategy book of Emax Motorsport plays out over the course of this next hour and 45 minutes. Because of course, I think if anyone's got something up his sleeve to pull off something a bit special, to try and get 4 in a row, probably going to be Glenfin. I'm certain that Robert Pitley would agree with that. So I'm sure he's gone to page 794, section A, subsection B3 or something like that to try and find exactly what strategy he picks out this time by. 320, I think, has come back in for another pit stop. That's one of the AASP cars. And here's the other JW Bird car, which this is the car which House and Beaumont were racing last time. This is hustling around with the 437 car. It's one of the BPC tuning cars, which has got Clapham North stickers emblazoned all over it, which must mean that is George Grant's car. I'm not sure if it's George driving it, but 437 is that BPC tuning car. And 437 finds itself in 12th place, in fact, and actually George Grant's still driving. So George Grant hustling the C1 pretty well. They're working well through the pit stops to get himself up there. It hasn't made a pit stop yet, though, so it's still up there in 12th and making the most of it. In fact, in terms of, if we count cars that have made pit stops, I'll tell you one car's made really good progress through these pit stops and worked really well. And that's one of the very, very early first lap pits. That's the 507
yeah.
PWR team with Will Battilli. That's up to 6th position, so that car...
They're only, 15 seconds behind Philip House, so if you were doing it in terms of as a class, and then Ron Johnson behind them, so the work that Ron's doing, building on the work that Tom Ingram did in 7th place, right behind them. We'll get the gap actually in a minute. We're starting to come through. The 346 car's gone through. Now, Scuderia Apollo Rosso in the pits. So 2nd place car in the pits. That puts Philip House up into 2nd position now. And 15 seconds behind the leader. So when the leader eventually goes for the first pit stop, we will see a new leader on one stop, which will be good. So Will Battilli goes through in 4th position now, but 2nd on the cars that have had one stop. 31 seconds. Now, Philip House actually pulling away. He's pulled a couple of seconds on that last lap away from Will Battilli on the one stoppers. And Ron Johnson is a further 9 seconds back from him. As I say, they're the one stoppers. So barring any issues, they may well come out on top. Of course, you get, talk about one stop, but they've got a 2nd stop to make and a 3rd stop to make. So very early days, but it just does start to paint a picture of, when you get a little bit further down the road of how things are settling down.
Indeed so. 3 more concurrent pit callers. We've got, as you say, Scuderia Apollo Rosso from 2nd. Also Scuderia C1, car 558, and this car, MLP Developments, who are quite well versed in VW circuits, but you see they're tackling that one. Interesting sponsor choice on the bonnet as well. Hooters.
Never been to one of you.
No, I haven't. No. I've heard many things about them. So, I think there are, they mainly sort of reside in the US Hooters, but there are 1 or 2, I believe, Hooters restaurants in the UK. I've no idea. I genuinely have no knowledge of exactly where they are, but interesting sponsor choice for 451. But, I've seen worse on race cars. So moving on. I just seen through shot there. I think that was a mixture of the Mac Tools racing car with Jade Edwards. I think there was also 318 in there, the JW Bird car. And, the vision of the car it was battling there it flashed out of my mind, but it was another car which was a relatively sort of front-leading car. There we go. I'm glad that the director was listening to me. There's Quattro Formaggio. Quattro Formaggio is in there too as well. These are three quite competitive teams, so let's see where they currently sit at the moment. If this is for I presume it's for Alford position. It is indeed. This is for currently 19th, 20th and 21st position between these three. So currently it's 19th for WRC. 20th for Matt Tools with Jade Edwards at the wheel, and now down to 21st has gone Alistair May. But of course the Quattro Formaggio car, well, the early pit stoppers, and definitely a formidable car in terms of its outright pace. It's definitely one to watch for and count on in terms of a good result where possible. But having watched one touring car star work their way around Snetterton in a Citroen C1, we get to see another now in the form of Jade Edwards. Has completed their second full season of racing in British touring cars with BTC Racing in the Honda Civic. Of course, teammate has been Josh Cook, who was listed on the entries to be here this weekend, but sadly looks as though he's been unable to compete. So it's just been Sylvain and Jade for this one. And of course, the outgoing great is Jason Plato. More stories from the pit lane. So Rob, down to you to see who you have and what you got.
Drivers keep on coming. We've got Alistair Camp with us, who of course is in Civic Cup contention. Alistair, they're a bit different, these C1s. For starters, they've got no VTEC.
No, nothing. We're a bit steady, but they're a good laugh. And like boys at BPC tuning here, they like put me in the car, as they said to me, flat out full lock. So that's what we're giving it, and off we go.
How have you found it so far?
It's been good, yeah. It's been really good. I've enjoyed it every minute, smiling all the way around. Just every lap's different.
It's almost testing for you, isn't it? Because of course next week you're here trying to battle out for the Civic Cup title.
Yeah, definitely want to try and defend it from this year, because I don't think anyone's done it 2 years in a row, like one back to back. I know like mate Lee, he won it and then he went away and then came back again and won it again, so I'm hoping to it back to back this year.
And how's your race so far got on today with the BPC tuning car?
We've been going well. We was up to 8th just a minute ago, and I think with that's with all the pit stops and that. So I think I'm going to be doing all the pit stops when I go out. So I'm going to come in, jump out, get back in again, and get all three, and then come back in for the last bit for the fuel. So we're hoping to go light and see what we can bring down the deficit and see what we can do in the pit stops.
Superb, Alistair. I'll let you go and psych yourself up there. So yeah, guest drivers up and down in this wonderful C1 series. It would be interesting to see who else joins us in 2023. Back to the commentary team.
Thanks for that, Rob. I thought Rob was going to tease some more stuff for next year, like he did yesterday, and then not tell us.
Naughty teasing.
The great thing about this, you can have guest drivers. I mean, it's because it's not a championship. You could, I suppose, have a championship with the car registered as opposed to the individual drivers. But you know, it does just mean that if you've got a spare weekend or if you can only afford one event, you can come in and pick your team, have a race, enjoy it, go away, maybe come back again. It's just that much more relaxed, isn't it?
Yeah. Someone who's not quite that relaxed is Littles, because they've decided to wake up earlier than they did in race 1 and put in a substantially fast lap time. Though to be fair, the Philip House car has a fast lap time that's pretty much identical to it. The only thing is that the Emax Motorsport car has gone fractionally faster this time. We haven't seen them lap this quick for a while, but it's the fastest lap of the race now for Emax Motorsport. We've just stolen it away, only just, from Dick J.W. Bird. They now have a 2 minutes 38.836, and that is about roughly 300ths faster than the time managed by J.W. Bird Motorsport. So both of those cars are, in terms of lap time, essentially the class of the field. Then a couple of other cars which have made 2 minute 39 lap times, about 4 or 5 of them have. PWR Limited, the OPCPR car as well, has the best lap times. Oakley Motorsport done a 2:39. So also have Scuderia Polo Rosso. So also have WRC Developments as well. And looking down the order, anyone else that's still into the 2:30s? No, that seems to be about it. I would expect, for example, maybe a car like the Matt Tools racing car with Jade Edwards, she might be able to put in possibly a sub 2:40 lap time. Speaking of which, there she is, just working her way through, trying to get around some of the traffic here, which is quite troublesome. I think she's even put a possible wheel on the grass there, trying to get herself up the inside. But she decides to sit back for the moment and try and move her way through where she can. She's also getting stuck in with numbers on those cars. That's 462, and I think that's 588. I think 462 is 62. Timing screen. 62 is AASP Motorsport, one of their cars. And 588 or 568 might be Truff Racing, or no, the Truff Racing is the Martini car. 588 is Scuderia C1, so that's a change there. Round the arcs that are also chasing after them is the Quattro Formaggio car, so definitely not letting up in their pursuit of Jade Edwards. And as we talked about yesterday, and as they've talked about, it's not their first time racing these cars before. Jade has done some experience with Josh Cook and others racing in that torrential rain at Spa in the C125s they had there in about 2017. They said that it was the most hilarious yet terrifying experience ever. Basically, find themselves aquaplane just about almost every single corner and try to stop themselves from sliding around. Back to pit lane we go for a second. Rob, he's got our next feature or our next interview. What do you have?
I'm down in the garage here with a very sorry-looking Team Godden car behind me that we saw in the incident earlier on. As you can see, you've got the chassis leg slightly bent here. It suffered quite a significant front-end impact. But the one thing it does point out is the strength of these cars. Of course, these cars were made in the era of the NCAP crash test, and they still did very well with safety cell technology and everything like that. One thing I have got, which is the best thing about this, is a healthy and fit driver, Miles Godden. Miles, I'm so sorry to see the car looking like this. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. Took a bit of a hit, but I'm healthy. I'm here.
Obviously, you're probably a bit shell-shocked after an impact like this.
I'm very annoyed. Obviously, there's two of us driving today, and the other driver didn't get a chance. So
have you got an idea about what happened? Did you?
It was going down the straight. Hit the apex of the corner and just sort of there was someone very close up behind me. It's all being looked at now, but I'm not going to say anything. May have had a nudge, I'm not too sure, and then span out, slammed on my brakes and just sort of went into the inside and just smashed into the barrier.
So looking at the car, is it going to be a reshell for you and look to come out next year? What's the plan going forward?
Yeah, I think we're still doing two meetings next year. Yeah, this isn't the end.
Certainly isn't the end. Look, mate, I know you're shell-shocked. Obviously, you've still got a lot going through your head after an impact like that. I'll let you go and have a break there. But yes, very sadly, the team just starting to pick apart the car now and to see what needs doing to it. Certainly, the front end will need straightening out on that, if anything. But for the meantime, back to the commentary team.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rob. Good to see that the driver involved in that accident appears to be up and looking around and okay. Obviously feeling a little bit sorry for himself after the impact, but if there was any impact, there wasn't any contact from behind. It was tricky to see from the angle that we had because it looked as though, looking at it, that he kind of got a bit too hot into the corner and possibly lost the back end himself. I didn't notice anyone immediately, at least. It wasn't immediately obvious that there was anyone making contact unless I was just being blind when I watched it happen. But it did look as though it was more driver error rather than someone else getting involved in it. But I guess in any incident, of course, on that side, the main thing is that the driver is okay and up and walking around. And I think, as the saying goes, cars and metal are replaceable, but humans aren't. So thankfully, he's up and walking around and appears to be on the surface of it. I'm sure he would have gone to the medical centre to have a very quick check over by the chief medical officer for the weekend. And it seems as though if he has had that check over, that he seems to be on the surface okay, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, fair play to Miles for speaking to Rob as well. It's not the easiest thing. Sure, Rob would have teed up, with one of the tools of the trade, as it were, or one of the rules that you do is if the driver's been involved in something, you go and check it out first. And fair play to Miles for agreeing to just have a chat with us and just see that he was okay and hear his side of things. So not the easiest things to do, and he was pretty articulate there, I thought, as well, which was good.
Yeah, especially when emotions can run high. If you feel frustrated with yourself or it was an incident with somebody else, that you possibly can cloud your judgment sometimes in terms of the adrenaline or just the feeling of it because you're overwhelmed by the emotion it might bring on. But yeah, kudos to Miles to be able to, one, be happy to speak to Rob, and also two, as you say, be able to articulate it in the way that he did. So yeah, so he's got quite a mature head on his seemingly young shoulder, which is good to see. Looking here on track, this is, I think, for position. Possibly might be. No, it's not. Sorry, that's the 462 car, which is being chased down by the OPC PR car, 431. So that won't be for position just yet. The gap is. I don't know. Actually, it might be because that might be the 462 car that he's going past. Because up the inside goes. Yes, it is. So this is for. Sorry, I'm getting very tongue-tied because I thought it was position. It's not. Oops! Oh, car off the road. That's the 320 car. Yep. The 320 car was off again. That's the third time it's been off here this weekend. The second time, I think, down at that corner. So AASP Motorsport not having the final weekend to remember. Now, it suggests possibly the marshals come running over and the driver's getting out. So I think that's, rather than a spin, I think that's unfortunately been in the barriers, I'm afraid. So right on the cusp of half distance, I think we're about to get our second safety car of the race, I think. I'm keeping an eye on because our coverage box position is just across from race control, and also midway down the pit straight where the start and finish line is. So we can see a direct shot of exactly what's happening, particularly on the marshal post. You can see it there, just off the centre. That's the pit straight marshal's post. At the end, essentially at the end of the pit lane where all the pit garages are. And just looking to see if there's any movement at all from them in terms of any signal they've been given to possibly throw a yellow flag or a safety car. Because usually they'll scramble a safety, an SC board and a yellow flag and a waved yellow flag, and they will. That's when they get the instruction to put it out. So far, it looks as though there's not been said instruction just yet. The driver is out of the car, as we saw, is getting out of the car. Jake Little, meanwhile, actually it's Jake Little that's driving it, so we know exactly who it is that's driving it now. It's Jake Little, so I think it did flash up on screen before, but I've only just been able to properly notice it was Jake in the car. So Jake Little then sets another new fastest lap of the race. Quite timely, I suppose, given we might be going safety car in a second. 2 minutes 38.545, so that's a key one for them. Now, what's intriguing also, JW Bird are in the pit lane right now for their second pit stop. So, whilst the leaders haven't made a pit stop at all, JW Bird are making their second stop, and they were still only at that point about 15, 16 seconds back away from them. So that's quite intriguing.
Yeah, they're very much getting them in the bag, aren't they? And that's all good. I think they've... and it's on the hour and a half, isn't it? So one sort of suggests that it might be a coincidence, but half distance, bang, we'll bang in the second one and then get the third one at an opportune time, maybe after a safety car just to nab that third one. But it's screwed my little lap chart a little bit because I was just working out who'd done the most stops and were further up. But when you've got the leader who hasn't done one and then the erstwhile second place car that's done two, it's throwing everything up in the air, isn't it, as we go into the second half of this race?
A little bit, certainly throwing up a little bit. We have just gone past the halfway point. Quite a few pit callers from the front running cars, maybe possibly, again, we talked about this, maybe anticipating there might be a safety car coming up. Although intriguingly, the 320 car, I think has, the 320 car disappeared. So it's obviously either been pushed backwards quickly enough or the driver's been encouraged to stay in the car and get going again. But either way, no safety car. So I suspect possibly some of those teams did move with the anticipation of one. So what this has now done, the fact that we've had both JW Bird cars in, because the Sam and Joe Roach car has been in as well. Also out there, it looks to be that would be Scuderia Apollo Ross has been in, Fighting Talk's been in, WRC Developments has been in the pit lane now is 304, Auto Park Racing, 3 Sparker in as well, and also the second JW Bird car in as well. Lots of first or second pit stops being made. A new fast lap of the race has been punched in by the WRC Developments car of Jonathan Salem, 2 minutes 38.295, so they're motoring along at the moment. Currently down in 12th position, but they've got some really strong pace at this point to do so. All those pit stops have certainly helped out Team Trojan. They've moved up to 6th and 7th place. Got 336 and 361 battling away here. 336 and 361. 361 is the On The Edge Motorsport team. That's the silver car. 336 going back down the inside. So 338. That's the Jeremy Crook car, I think. Up the inside back. Yes, it is. Lots more battling going on here. There's another car diving up the inside. The On The Edge car gets shuffled over the edge of the track. Going past both of them, it appears to be 431, which I think is the OPCPR car, which it is. And that car currently stands at the moment with Luke Harperman at the wheel now, so there's been a change of driver in that pit stop sequence. So that car's been in for a second time, which it has, so they're on to their third driver out of 4. Luke Harperman with the lead. With the track position, I should say, because lead is still, of course, Emax. And finally, now I've noticed on the timing screen, we have our leaders in pit lane. So our first pit stop just after half distance for Emax Motorsport for 346. So I'm sure there'll be some conversations with Jake Little shortly from Rob. 463 in for his schedule to stop 2. 463. Jelly State Racing with Little Boy. They're way down and running in last position, 54th. So quite the way down 5 laps. I think that car possibly had some problems, but if it has had some problems, it's come back out again. Thankfully, after most of them appear to be fixed.
Max Finn and Murdo McLeod are third on 3 stops now.
Yes, you're right. And as you
Wow.
said, yeah, I think they're making their third stop right now. I think by the looks of it. So that car, and that was the car that started at the back of the field.
It was, wasn't it?
Yesterday, rose up quite high up the order, and then had its later pit stops, pushed it down the pack. So this has now actually helped, thanks to the pit stop for Jake Little, which I believe it has. I think it looks like it's come in and gone out again already, which is quite extraordinary. That's quite a quick pit stop, which probably suggests maybe, I'm not sure if they did or didn't take any fuel. We didn't see it, but if they did take any fuel, then it would have been quite a quick fuel stop, and it would be pretty well drilled for the Emax team. So in terms of who and what this helps, the 450 still making their pit stop. The 417 car, Patrick Scharfeger going in, possibly handing it back over to Dave Scotting. And the TOF car is in as well.
Oh, McLeod tumbled now. As you said, they were in the pits, and as a result of the pit stop dropping back.
Yeah, but of course, with an hour and a half to go, with pretty much everyone else in front of them has already made two stops. So at least one stop. They've already made 3 stops now. Everyone else still has at least one more to make, which means that they can just get some clean, consistent running in, and possibly even a safety car might help them to close things up a bit more. Then they could certainly make up some more ground. They've exited back out, not just yet, but they haven't exited out just yet. Just having to see if they've actually left pit lane yet or not. So I think they come past at the moment. 484 in, that's the BGD Motorsport car. That's Bryony and George Davis. You can see one or two of the, I think that's definitely Bryony getting, because that's the British racing drivers visor strip, and also the patch on their overalls as well. So George has jumped out, and it will be Bryony that jumps in for her stint in the car. Right, 450 to stop in to do its sensor tag out in pit lane, as is also 417. And they're going to come back out. I think this is where the recent safety car may or may not have helped or hindered them. But that car's come back out in 24th position. 24th position. I think the reason why they are ended up that far down in this point anyways, because we've had the recent safety car not long ago. So there hasn't really been that much chance for any of the cars to be a lap down or so, I don't think. So the leads have gone through, which is the Wilbur Tilley car has gone through already, so that's quite key. And also we should mention that the gaps aren't, most of the gaps aren't massive gaps between cars. It's not all of them are kind of 15-20 seconds up the road. There's only about 3 or 4 cars that have a lead gap, have a gap to the car behind them or the car in front of them that goes into double digits. So cumulatively, these being like a 2 minutes and 40 lap or so, still quite a few cars that essentially are on the same lead lap, but of course it's all shaking out after the pit stops a little bit. There's the OPC PR car, currently sat on the timing screen in 13th position, Luke Harberman at the wheel. But still, it's Wilbur Tilley leading, and I'm quite staggered at how the Emax Motorsport car turned around its pit stop that quickly to get back out and still in 2nd place. That's quite extraordinary.
When I saw that name on the sheet, because it's Tiley, I was thinking Nick Tiley originally, because I saw Nick here yesterday, the former Fiesta driver who's helping out John Langridge in the Mazdas.
There could be some relation.
I don't think they're related, because Nick said he was just here to help John and he's off doing football today, but I did wonder.
I see.
And it's actually, is it Tiley or Tilly?
That's very good. That should be your next question you should ask them. How do you pronounce your surname?
It was nice to see Nick here. He used to run in when it was a 4-class championship in the Fiestas.
Yes.
So a good few years ago.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Fiestas now at the moment. Still a 2-class championship with the ST240s and the ST150s. And that certainly helped revitalise the championship a lot. We could see various different drivers of various calibers, particularly in these C1s here. Of course, touring car drivers and all sorts of different club races are jumping in. That's what I think is quite an interesting thing about this particular series and the C1 in particular. Is that it's a car that, regardless of whatever walk of life that you choose in your motorsport career on track, it tends to bring a lot of different drivers and a lot of different levels of motorsport together on an equal footing. And it's quite fun to see how they all stack up against each other. In a way, and that can depend sometimes on car preparation and also familiarity with the car, and if there's any tricks of the trade that you know in terms of getting the most out of a setup or the tyres or whatever other elements that you want to try and maximise. But I mean, take Tominger for example. He's been learning. He's just won the championship, yet he's still learning how to get the most out of that car in many cases. He's still learning and finding out more information about what it takes to drive a Citroen C1 properly. And so the pace he was setting was excellent, but even he was saying it was all just learning, developing, and getting used to how the car feels and getting more and more knowledge on it. And so that's the great thing. Even as a touring car champion, he never stops learning with cars like that, or people never stop learning new cars, because some can jump in straight away and get used to it and get a knack for it. Others need a bit more time before they can actually get to grips with it.
So quick check on the stops that we've got, and first and second at the moment still on single stops. PWR Racing and Emax Motorsport. Jake and James Little, you just get the feeling as the 519 car comes in, just get the feeling that they know exactly what they're doing in terms of the times and the strategy. That's the Team Hard car that's just come in. I think we had Adam Marshall in earlier on. Let's have a quick look and see who's in there. Oh, at the present, lost my window on the phone. That's a lot of help. That's the car with Kerry Sparling, who works for Alpine Formula One.
Oh yes,
team, and Becky and Tom also expecting to take their turns in the car as well. I was watching. Becky's quite prolific on social media. I was watching through some of her videos actually, which are very good. Comes over very well on video, and she found racing just because she was bored one day when she was sick, and going through Facebook and found the Formula Woman Challenge and got involved via that. So, you know, it's not just people that have done years of karting or mums and dads who've been into motor racing. People get into it through other routes as well.
Yeah, it's amazing how some people. It's amazing how some people tend to stumble on motorsport, stumble on different interests just from the most random of places in many cases, and it's also amazing how some people can really get themselves immersed into those sports in pretty quick succession too. It's quite fascinating to see how that all plays out. Just under an hour and 20 minutes to go left in this one. I believe we've got more news from pit lane, so Rob, down to you to see what you have.
Busiest man certainly of this weekend. We've got George Grant with us of Clapham North. George, pleasure to have you once again on the C1 grid. You enjoyed this Silverstone 24 hours enormously, and you're double and triple stinting again this weekend, are you not?
I am. Apparently, somebody said to me the other day, I've entered the Guinness Book of Records for the most races during a weekend, which is quite nice. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, I absolutely love it. I mean, who doesn't really?
So, I mean, you couldn't get two polar opposites in motorsport in terms of racing, driving a rear-wheel drive Mazda MX-5 sports car and then hopping into a C1. How have you found it?
Very, very changeable, unpredictable, and just managing the variability. Obviously, completely different, as you say, but fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. So, stint-wise, you've just got out of the car. That's you done for the day, is that correct?
It's me done for the day for the Citroen C1s. We qualified 28th. I managed to get us up to P7, which is remarkable. Alistair is now in the car, and hopefully he'll carry on the good work. But yes, I'm going to hop out now and get into the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. And then I've got another race, a 40-minute race after that. So yeah, a little bit of track time.
I would just say, just pace yourself, get yourself a drink and go out and enjoy it. But that Alistair Camp, he's a hell of a peddler, isn't he?
Well, he's fantastic. He's never been in a Citroen C1 before, and he's absolutely on the money. So it's a credit to him, and actually it's a credit to the team here at BCP Tuning, who have put together a really good car.
Fantastic. Well, as usual, it's a pleasure to see you there. That's George Grant, of course, of Clapham North, a huge supporter of the BRSCC in particular with the Mazda MX-5 series, and it really is a pleasure to see him back out in the Silver Lake C1 series. For the moment, back to the commentary team.
Thanks for that, Rob. Good to hear from George. And it could well be a record. I do recall a good few years ago the late Gerard McCosh doing 12 Legends Cars races over a weekend on Anglesey, and he was in the national championship in the Scottish. So he'd do a national championship race, and then the Scottish races were immediately afterwards. So he'd drive through Parc Fermé and then into the holding area for the next race, and then go and do that. I don't know if he did the 12 races though. I think if it was raining, Gerard didn't always like to go. He used to, and forgive the bad impersonation, bless him, John. He used to say, Richard, I don't really like going out in the wet. Rest in peace, John. What a lovely man he was. We had a lovely tribute to him at Brands a couple of years ago. He was, you know, very much like George, you know, a guy who just loved to race, which is why George does so much racing, and you know, did effectively that record. I mean, he literally, I think the record was that he raced in everything he could possibly race in, wasn't it, that weekend?
Mm. Yeah, C1s, yes. So he pretty much raced, I think it was the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and also the Mazda MX-5 Club Championship Mark 1, and he also did the Citroen C1 race, and he did the Club Sport race on Saturday. So that was pretty extraordinary. So he must have.
And it was a 24-hour race for the C1.
Yes, yeah. So but it's like, you know, forget Robert Downey Jr. He's the Iron Man. He did pretty much the whole thing in 24 hours worth of racing, which is pretty incredible. So, yeah, fair play to George getting out there. He loves his motorsport. In fact, there is his car, in fact, on screen just there, one of the BPC tuning cars, the gold car with the yellow striping on it. He does love his motorsport, and of course his father Ronnie's got great heritage in it, having raced in even as high up as Formula 3, and even in the day they'll proudly tell you in the history of Clapham North there are drivers there are people with personalities such as, I think it's Patrick Head and either Harvey Postlethwaite or somebody else who was no, I think Patrick Head and maybe John Barlow as well, one of those two, but it's Patrick Head who came from actually worked at Clapham North, who actually worked with Ronnie alongside him on something. So there's a history of them starting their like mechanical engineering careers early on, working there before they moved on to bigger things with Williams Formula 1 and all the exploits they had in motorsport, particularly racing. In the background, somebody's on very wide on the exit. There's some dust being kicked up on the exit at Richie's corner. Somebody's running too deep into the corner. So we're now possibly going to go 3 wide. Yeah, why not? Let's go 3 wide down the back straight. That's 3-3-6, I think, making a move with the momentum down the back straight. Up towards the complex for another time. They're on lap 37 of the leaders. I can see the PD56 car in there. I think that's got it says here R. Bartlett, which suggests that it might be Richard Bartlett, maybe, if he's decided to jump in that car. But PD56. I know that's the car with Nick Pebble. Oh no, it is Richard Bartlett in this. He's got more than 4 drivers now. I thought it was just the 2, but he has got Richard Bartlett in there this weekend. Regular Mazda racer is Richard, back out in his MX-5. He had, the last time I saw Richard, his original red MX-5 that he had was in quite a rather unsavoury condition when it had some contact with Luke Souch, who was out racing with BRSCC. Ultimately, I think Luke had a spin up at McLean's, and then it was unfortunately Richard Bartlett that connected him, and the damage to Richard's car unfortunately meant that he was unable to. Essentially, it was his or their last race of the weekend. So the dive up here at the inside for the 450 car on 445. So change possible for position between them. So as the rest of the pack goes through.
Top 2 stop car at the moment, then still Nick Beaumont from Team Trojan, and we've got 3 2-stoppers altogether, which is JW Bird and then the 2 Team Trojan cars, and then a gap back to Jedward's in 10th place. So Jade running 4th in the 2-stopper class at the moment. Again, if we can be forgiven for calling it that one.
Doing a grand job is Jade in P10, so there's good stuff from her at the moment from her team. The Quattro Formaggio car's also risen up quite well in 11th place. They're ahead of the OPC PR car, which is Tom Ingram. One car heading onto the grass for some reason, finding its way back on. Is 445, so that was a bit of a mistake there for the 445 team. And that's Emax Motorsport. Yeah, Emax Motorsport. That was one of the cars lower down the order, I think, which is Emax 445. That's the car which has been driven by Jim Chapman, Bill Chapman and Elliot Hawkins at this point. So that car's got some work to do to get itself back up there. It's not in the top 20. I'll have a quick scan through and see where that is. 445 is in 50th position, so yeah, some work to do on that one. The 462 car that also, no, the 320 car that went off, I mean, AASP are having quite an awful weekend, because the other car, the 220 car that went off here at Brundle and Nelson has carried on, and it's currently sitting in 43rd position. The other car, which is it's in at the moment, but when it's then because of problems with a regular pit stop, is AASP Motorsports 462 at the moment. We've still got 54 of the 55 cars that started. Only car that we have definitively lost, unfortunately, is the Team Golden car 477 after it hung off. Let's see, a couple of notices for penalties coming in. So we've got a stop and go penalty for car 450. That's the Emax car that we'll talk about with Max Finley been driving it. That car's had an unsafe release from pit, so it's got a 3-minute stop and go penalty. Into the pit lane, meanwhile, also coming in for a scheduled stop, is our current race leaders. That is now Wilbur Tilley car 507. It does that right as the Emax Motorsport car was only about 3 seconds behind it. So yeah, back into the lead goes the Littles, and I don't want to say anything too prematurely. However, touch wood, they really do look like they possibly could be on for the 4P, incredibly enough, which is going to be quite incredible, given how they're a bit of an up and down season, but now that they found the groove with this car, it's pretty cool. Now that's quite a novel touch. I'm not sure if you noticed that. The overalls for the marshal, for the pit crew, I've got Peugeot 406 emblazoned over them. So it looks like there's some old school team overalls, possibly, or redone overalls for the refuelers, and I'm sure they were very generously donated, I'm sure, by Mr. Watts, I'm sure, for his team to wear. Orlando Lindsay there, who also has some experience racing in Mazda MX-5s in the last couple of years. There's the man himself, Patrick Watts. Not just looking after his 2 cars, but also looking after the Team Golden car as well in the same garage. I noticed there were some PWR stickers over that as well, so it's obviously the team they're looking after. Through all these pit stops, in terms of where it's moving them, they've currently dropped down now. Well, that's a trick. We should probably look out for P7 on track. That's Fighting Torque 309, Scuderia Polo Rosso 310, and 566 Mac Tools Racing, because they're only around about 1.1 seconds between them or so. So 7th, 8th and 9th is probably a battle worth looking at, because that's all for on-track position. So pit stop is just finishing off for Wilbur Tilley. I think that was Orlando Lindsay that's jumping in to take his run in the car. This car, of course, also still has the name on it, Freddie Hunt, of course, son of a late great world champion James Hunt.
Absolute spit of his dad as well, isn't he?
He is, absolutely. And that was intriguing, because up at the story at Brands Hatch was that it was Freddie Hunt versus Amy Watts, because Freddie Hunt and Amy Watts are romantically together, and so they ended up actually racing each other in the same team as by kind of an intra boyfriend girlfriend bragging rights sort of contest. I forget, I didn't see the result exactly who finished ahead of who, but that was quite an extra sort of sub story to the entire Brands Hatch weekend, which was quite a fun thing. Now, there was another feature. If you go back on the C1 Racing Club Facebook page, there is an interview that Rob Lewis did do with both Freddie and Amy. Sat there as an interview talking about it together, so that was before the race weekend, which was quite a fun interview to watch, to see the two of them talking about the on-track competition. So, as you say, I just looked there, the way these cars lean on the wheels, almost like they're leaning as if the wheel's going to start rubbing into the wheel arch. It's that sort of substantial how much they lean, but of course these cars are relatively mostly standard suspension as far as I understand it. The car there just getting a little bit out of shape a little bit. They got more news from pit lane. Possibly one of our drivers has just finished their stint from a pit stop. So, Rob, down to you. Let's see what you have down in pit road.
I've picked up Amy Watts after speaking to George Clark, who's also racing in the MX-5s and the C1s. It appears you're doing the same thing this weekend, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a bit of a brain teaser, sort of going rear wheel, front wheel, rear wheel again. So it's an experience, but yeah, good fun.
How does it feel being back in the C1s? How's the race gone for you this weekend?
I mean, it's always great being in the C1s, but had a bit of a shocking weekend. We've got a problem with our car, which is really frustrating. It won't come out of a left-hand corner in second. It feels like you've changed into fifth. I kept thinking I've made the mistake, but getting seriously bogged down. So we're not competitive at all. But you know, it's still fun, isn't it? The sun's shining. We're out racing.
Absolutely fantastic. And recently as well, you've been having a bit of a dabble in the historics in the Mini, haven't you? You were actually here a few months ago.
Yeah, actually I adore the historics. That's I think they're kind of the C1s they're kind of like a little step up to that. The historic Mini is a kind of a caricature of a C1. So it was a really good sort of leading up process. But no, they're absolutely amazing. I would absolutely recommend that to anyone. They are so much fun. The Minis, they're as fun to drive as they look. Yeah.
Fantastic. So the plan for you for the rest of the race, obviously you're nursing a bit of a problem. Is it just a case of getting it home?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can't go for anything. It's trying not to get too angry and break a window is our main aim right now, I think. Don't break the steering wheel hitting it. Yeah, just get it home. That's all we can do. We can work as hard as we want, catching people on every other corner, and then you go around one of the hairpins, and suddenly the car just dies, and you have to sort of let everyone go before you can get any speed again. So
that must be really frustrating. But tell us a bit about your plans for 2023. Are you going to be back with the C1s with the PWR?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I will hopefully always do the C1s all the time that I'm racing, even if it's just a 24-hour. But next year I am doing the Mazda MX-5 Championship, so that's the plan.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you here as always, Amy, and a pleasure to talk to you. So there we go. We've got one of our season regulars back out facing a few issues, but as with many up and down this pit lane, looking forward to getting back out and fighting fit next year. Back to you.
Echo what Amy said about the Classic. Have you ever driven a Classic Mini?
I haven't, no.
We need to get you in a... That actually, but I had 3 of them over the years, and first car was a Classic Mini. First crash was a Classic Mini as well. Absolutely brilliant things.
I'm open to offers, so I'm happily open to offers.
I don't have one at the moment, otherwise I'd gladly throw you the keys, but yeah, super little cars, really, really great cars.
Yeah, fantastic. And it's good to see that at least, Amy and the team are keeping their chins up, even though it's been a bit of a tough weekend. The one silver line they can take is that their 506 car has been running quite well. It exited out of its pit stop in 18th place, so it's not too bad at that side. 340 has come to a stop, and the driver's behind the barrier. It doesn't look like it's hit anything. It's just simply pulled up with a mechanical issue. So 340 looks like, I'm afraid, it's going to be out of the race. 340. I am just going down the numbers to try and find 340. Probably being blind, not being able to see it on the timing screen.
Yeah, I've just gone through the entire list and missed it.
So
44th.
44th.
Yeah.
So 44, 340. That's the McLaren at 60 team. That was Jordan Pimley at the time at the wheel. And that's 310's gone off the road now. That's 310. That's going to be a Polo Rosso car.
That's not good.
And that car, I think, it's got a look about it. It's going to pull up alongside the barrier. Now that's interesting.
It's coming home to roost.
In fact, it looks like it's come off at the final corner, because it was going past our camera position. It's just gone past as if it's going into the pit lane. So
that's quite handy, really.
Yeah, it is. It's a silver lining in that it's had an incident of some kind that means it has to come off the road. Whether or not it was pushed off the road by somebody else, or jumped because it had some kind of an issue, or driver error, I'm not sure. But it looks like there is a bit of damage possibly on the right front. There was a bit of a scuffed right front on that car. Watching on camera, I think this is our race leaders. If I double check our timing screen, yes, so still 346 in the lead. The two Patrick Watts racing cars have found themselves on track together now. We've got 507 leading round 506. So Orlando Lindsay is leading down the 506 car, which is the 506 of Robinson, E. Robinson. So 506 on the list here again, trying to find the entry list here for a second. We have to find the driver, see who that was. It's E. Robinson. They wouldn't be able to figure out exactly which Robinson it is. 506, Edward Robinson. So, I think it says also Orlando Lindsay's listed to be able to drive that car as well. So I suspect that Orlando might well do a stint, and then, unless he has already, and then jump into the other one. So he's got plenty of track time, which you've seen before. I've seen the days when they used to do that at the one with the Jaguars, and used to kind of put like Martin Brundle or John Nielsen or somebody who's kind of like the register the driver for 2 cars, or they used to switch it around where if there's a particularly better placed car, they'd put the prior placed driver in some cases, switch them in there. They've done that in some FIA GT races before, back in the day in the mid to late 90s as well. I remember some people used to
John Nielsen's competitor, wasn't he? God, dear, oh dear. It reminded me about John Nielsen.
But it used to get some of them in the Jaguars where they'd run with 3 drivers, but some they would simply just drive with 2.
Yeah.
And this was back even into the late 80s, early 90s, where they'd drive with 2 people, mainly because they were the 2 drivers. They wanted to switch around and put around with different Jaguars. Whereas now these days, I think there's rules put in place that teams can't do that anymore. It's kind of like whoever you've got as a driver, is your driver 3, particularly at Le Mans, you have to go with. So, whereas I think with these guys, if you want to have drivers racing more than one car, you essentially have to register them against that car each time. So, at the moment it seems that Orlando's getting plenty of seat time for his weekend here at Snetterton. There's the OPC PR tuning car, Luke Harberman at the wheel. And there's the BGD car, that's the Barney and George Davis car. BGD, let's see what they've got to in the order. BGD is currently sat in 43rd position, Barney at the wheel at the moment. 43rd, and they're about 29 seconds off the 537 BPC tuning car driven by Nick Adams. So, a little bit of work to do to try and catch up to them if they can. Lead gap at the front is 29.5 seconds between, I think it's James Little now, we should be at the wheel of that car rather than Jake. Some more Dyson here going on the track, 513 and 442. So 513 I think is one of the, yeah, that's the Cunniffs in the CSC FDL packaging car. Having a good scrap. 568 is also in for its pit stop with the Martini striping. Also in the background there is 310, that car because we saw off the road coming into the pit lane. So I'm sure that Rob will be down there if he can to try and figure out what the issue was there for them. Back with the battle here, 442 they're also battling with. It's also sort of posturing around in the corner, trying to lean on its door handles left and right. There's 449, that's the other JW Bird car, and 347, which is, well, we've seen the two PWR cars together, now the two JW Bird cars are nose to tail. 347 chasing 449. And there's the Red Sky car, which is continuing on its merry way. Red Sky currently sat in, at the moment, 35th position, so quite far down the order at this point. Truff Racing are in, that's it, Truff Racing are the ones that are in. That's the guys with the Martini livery. As off the road goes 442, running a bit too deep on the corner. So 442, just trying to reclaim the track a little bit now. 442, Team Insane. That's the another one of the, I think, Team Hard supported cars, or Sam may be one of the Team Hard drivers in that team, with Adrian Langley, David Mears, and Maurice Crockett. Now, whatever's happened to the, you can see there on the front right, that's the damage it's taken from whatever happened before, which I suspect possibly if it just clouted the tyres. Possibly down at Murray's, it's uncertain because we saw the car just as it was rejoining back onto the track or trying to get into the pit lane. So we couldn't quite tell exactly what happened. I'm sure if Rob's down there, he can find out from the team after. Quick word to see if they're cleared to have a chat. Still watching our race leaders make their way around and onto another lap. Oh wow, they're at it again. Another new fastest lap for Emax Motorsport. But let me just double check what the fastest lap was yesterday. So the fastest lap yesterday was a 2 minutes 38.2 set by Emax Motorsport. Emax Motorsport's fastest lap they've just set now for this race so far is a 2:37.797. They've gone half a second better than they did from their best lap time from yesterday. So that is a pretty substantial lap time from Emax Motorsport, and I'm going to think James Little at the wheel. I didn't see the fastest lap graphic get up there. The work continues on the 310 car, and the mechanics kind of have a look about it, is to say that might well end up going in the garage without the mechanics getting in. So I'm afraid that might be a problem for Scuderia Polarossa. That's going to require, I think, some extra work in the pit box, I'm afraid. Oh dear, 310. Whatever problem it was. There's damage to the right. It's obviously gone in, or some contact has happened on the right-hand side of the car, because the indicator part of the rear lights has been punched out, and that's sort of hanging off a little bit. And there was a piece of the front bumper missing, and also there was quite a lot of scuffs and dents on the front right corner of that car as well. So I think that's a story that Mr. Lewis will have to head down to the Polarossa garage and find out what the problem was and what the damage is, which is a real shame.
As ever, loving that shot through bomb hole, absolutely superb. See the little cars dive down there, and speed that they go through, that they carry. You can see why people enjoy this racing so much. Quick recap as we just now dip into the final hour of the second race of the weekend, the final Citroen C1 race of the season. The 346 car still leading, and then they're on one stop, but they're followed by two stoppers. the JW Bird Motorsport car and the first of the Trojan cars. And then we go back to WRC, who are on 1 stop. The second Trojan car, 319, which is on 2 stops. The Oakley Motorsport car has 1, that's in 6th place. 7th, the Mac Tools car, which has done 2. The only other car in the top 10 that's done 2 is the OPC PR. So both of the touring car represented cars in the top 10 with 2 stops under their belt. So they should, if things go to plan, finish well inside the top 10 by the end of the 3 hours.
Fingers crossed. I think we've got possibly more news from pit lane. So Rob, what have you got?
Just down in the pit lane with the Scudero Polo Rosso car, which is unfortunately having a lot of work done to the front end. It's had a bit of an impact with the barriers there on the front right-hand side, which unfortunately means the driver, Frank Clayton, has had to go to the medical centre to get checked over. I've got one of the team members and drivers here with me. What happened?
I think just a racing incident. Robbie just lost control at core and managed to get the car round and hit the barrier side on rather than head on, and he seems okay, but rightly so. Marshall's not taking any chances and want him to go and get checked out, but just one of those things, unfortunately.
Yeah, it can be. Certainly with a side impact like that, it can be a bit of a bell ringer as well. And obviously watching with the scaffolding you've got around you in the racing seat just to make sure everything in the head's okay. But Frank seems okay, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's the main thing at the end of the day, isn't it? And the team will get the car back out and hopefully, and yeah, we'll get on with it. But the main thing is Frank seems okay. He's actually annoyed that he can't carry on, which is a good sign, hopefully.
Absolutely, that's the competitive spirit in him as well, I'm sure. It must be quite upsetting for you guys because yesterday, I mean, we were stood on the front row, myself and Richard, John Neal, and you guys were on the second row, but unfortunately Lady Luck has just not been with you this weekend.
No, at times, but I think this is racing, isn't it, Rob? You know, if you're going to be at the front, you've got to go quick, and if you go quick, these things are going to happen. So, you know, it's just going to... We won't let it affect our spirit. We'll keep being smiling and enjoying it as much as we can.
Absolutely. Well, I'll get you, let you get back to work with the team there. A pleasure to see you and see you on the grid next year. So yeah, unfortunately, one of the favourites for the race here, Scudero Polo Rosso, hitting troubles. The good thing is the driver's okay. He's been checked out by the marshals.
Yeah, real shame to hear about Scudero Polo Rosso. Of course, they've been one of those teams in recent times where they've had such good pace, but unfortunately, just luck wasn't with them on that incident. And hopefully, they'll be able to be back out for next season. Looking for better fortunes and possibly even one of their first, look for their first victory, because they came close a couple of times this year, getting a couple of podiums. So top 2 is pretty much as it was at the start of the race. It's Emax Motorsport still with JW Bird in second. I think it was roles reversed. I think it was JW Bird leading Emax around. So but it was the yes, because it was JW Bird that made that early pit stop after 20 minutes or so. So that's going to be one thing to keep an eye on. JW Bird turned his way out of the hairpin with its teammate in tow. Now they make their way down to the left-hander. And as they make their way down towards the hairpin at the Agostini, it looks as though it's going to be quite a interesting finish to the last 54 minutes or so. Got some pit callers waiting. One I think is going to be the WRC developments with BBC tuning car, also coming in his Fighting Torque. This will be for their second pit stops respectively. So 309 hits the stops, Fighting Torque. Your Chili Stone gets out. And we'll see who takes over that car once they're done. Bit of conversation going on between drivers. Driver getting out, is getting some feedback to the driver who's about to jump in terms of what the car feels like, how are the tyres, how are the brakes, how's the car, how's the circuit feel out there. All key vital information that they need to ensure they can jump in as quickly as possible. So refueling going on down at Fighting Torque. Remember, as a rule, you're not allowed to touch, as with many other sort of endurance racing championships, you're not allowed to touch the car whilst it's being refueled or do any work on the car whilst it's being refueled. Only when it's going to be completed, then can you go for it. I've seen one or two championships where they change the tyre, either it's just by choice or they change the tyres. Sometimes they've changed the tyres first, and then once they've done it, then decide to refuel afterwards, which I've seen either in other areas before, I think. It might be possible Brazilian V8 stock cars, possibly. I've seen that before a couple of times recently. But yeah, usually the rule is that teams in endurance racing like that tend to do the refueling first and then do all the work of getting the driver in and tyres and anything else they need to try and fix. So that's a key thing there. Looking at lap times, last time by the Nick Beaumont JW Bird car was 1.2 seconds slower on that lap than Little in the Emax car. In the pit lane for their final pit stop is one of the Team Trojan cars. That can be pretty key. Was it P3 or P4? I think it's P4. I think 3. No, it's P3.
That's P3. Wow.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 508. So that's Charlie Bingham in for their final stop. So of course this means they will go to the end now. And I think ultimately, in many cases, if there is some kind of a safety car, not to try and tempt fate, but if there's a safety car, they might well be one of the teams in the pound seats, because they might be the ones that are thinking we've done all 3 of our stops now, so they're going to stop. And if that closes everything back up again, that's going to help them immensely in terms of how that's going to work out. So this is key to be able to, and we've seen towards the end of yesterday's race, in the last roughly half an hour, 40 minutes, there 1 or 2 cars were a bit more incident prone in terms of things happening in the couple of incidents that we had in the last stages of the race. Means that it's not a bad idea to get your third pit stop done as early as this, and to get someone who's relatively quick in the car, get them putting some quick laps in, and to be able to be in a position where if there is a safety car, you and the team can take full advantage of that should that come to pass.
Team Trojan certainly know what they're doing, don't they, with strategy, because they, prior to yesterday, the only team to have won at 2 different venues this year, having won at Donington Park and Brands Hatch with the 508 car. So, you know, certainly got that experience, and then third in the second event at Croft. So always up there, always at the sharp end. Good day yesterday for those 3 drivers. 6th position on the grid from qualifying up onto the podium. So another podium for them yesterday, up into 3rd place for Austin Monday, Charlie Bingham and Adam Willis. And as you say, with the 3, nothing to lose now. Just job done, back out in the car, final hour.
Absolutely so. Yeah, definitely. And they come back out now in, we're still in the pit lane, that's to work on that pit stop. We've dropped down to 9th at the moment. The Emax car, which, that's intriguing. So Max Finns is in the Emax Motorsport car now. And they are now essentially on the same, are they on the same lap? Yes, they are, yeah. Because
on the timing tower, you've got Finn, Bin and Lynn all together to get alliterative. Is that alliterative? No, it's rhyming, isn't it?
Possibly. Possibly. It might well be. Yeah, so they've now come back out into 11th place, just as the car that was going to pass them for 11th, which is Auto Park Racing, has just got in for their pit stop as well. So into the race now goes Team Trojan with Austin Monday at the wheel. So that car now will go to the end. No, unless there is any dramas, which we hope there isn't, but, well, they will hope there isn't for half an hour. So with just under 50 minutes to go, first 304 continues to make its pit stop. With 304 in the stops, in terms of our leading gap, leaders, it's still Emax that leads then, because they are lapping at the moment, like properly on fastest lap pace. The last lap for their car was a 2:37.9 compared to the fastest lap they've got, which is a 2:37.7. The only car, I think, all weekend that's hit a 2:37 lap time, which is pretty ridiculous in terms of pace, in a good way, you understand, of course. Yeah. So that's pretty substantial running for the Littles, and they are, without doubt, the class of the field. I'm almost tempted to say in many cases, and I use this, any Fun Cup fans might be watching, but so they'll know what I mean here. They're becoming the Uvio of C1s, where they just jump in, and their strategy is that good that they can move forward. The difference being with Uvio is that typically whenever they win races, they usually have to do it from the. This is ironic. They have to do it from the back of the grid, because there's a rule in Fun Cup where the only set position, because all the positions are drawn by random ballot, so it's always around a grid draw. There's always one grid spot that's always secured, and that's whoever starts last, because it's always, if it's the first race of the season, whoever were the reigning champions, and subsequently throughout the season, it's whoever won the previous race. Right. And usually when Uvio were dominating the season, typically they would always have to start most of the races from the back of the grid, because they won the previous race, so they always have to so they never really start any higher than. It's rare occasion they started higher than last. Most of the time they start from the back and they have to charge their way through. In fact, I think it was at Donington Park just gone when they had their second to last rounds of the championship, and it took them, I think, a new record. I think it took them 18 minutes. There's about 19, 20 cars. It took them from the back, go from where they were at the back of the grid to the front, about 18 minutes.
Wow.
And it beat their season record for so far this year, which is 22 minutes. So they beat it by about 4 minutes, which is pretty substantial. But that's the crazy thing. Teams like that, they don't do any testing. They just jump in the car because the setup is that good and that well put together on the car. And I always see them practicing pit stops all the time. They're going to get them kind of properly slick and regimented how it needs to be. And they're a team that just start, when things go right for them, it just runs like clockwork and they're just unbeatable in many cases. So it feels like to me, to go back full circle, that the littles here are becoming a little bit like them, but in C1's very own version of Uvio. Kind of like, doesn't matter within reason where they start, they can always find a way to make the strategy work. They've got the pace to get out there and be the fastest on track. And as they've done the Class 3 races, they always find a way to get to the front and win. In the last 3 races anyway. We've still got this race, still another 45 minutes or so for this 4th race to go on until it's going to the 4-peat, but we don't know yet.
We don't know whether that strategy's worked here because there's very, very late stoppers. I had a conversation actually with someone about that overtaking from the back, and in the pickup truck racing championship you start at the back if you will. It used to be totally reversed, only partially do it now, but I was watching a video the other day of Lee Caroline, Jamie Caroline's dad, when he was champion, and we'd done a feature on him, done an interview, and he was at I think it might have been here actually, or Thruxton, and he'd come through. You won both races, Lee. How did you do it? He said, "Oh, you know," said, "You do it off the back, don't you?" "Yeah." "How long did it take you to come through?" "About 2 laps, I think I've done it." He said.
And of course, was that before or after you went into Tuscans?
It's before Tuscans.
Because Lee was also one. He was incredibly quick. To always remember because his car used to be sponsored by Chelsea FC.
Oh, was it? I'd forgotten.
If you watch back
if
you watch back some of the older videos of the last couple of seasons,
it was, wasn't it? Yes, I've completely forgotten about that. Yeah.
It's different logo now, but the old school Chelsea with the there's a line or a bird, whatever it is, and there was. The older one with the big letters of C, F, and C on it used to be emblazoned right on his bonnet. His car used to be sponsored by Chelsea FC, I think, on the front of that car. So it's quite interesting. They did it before Sauber did, so that's its mark he's got on them.
Good little peddler was Lee.
Yes, definitely.
People talk about Jamie, and Jamie rightly is a great driver and
he is
super coach as well. A great guy. They're a nice family, but. Lee's sort of been forgotten about a little bit, which is a pity. But he was a terrific driver.
There is also, you're like this. There's also, I think it's you know the Nigel Short is great at the line is, but there's some footage I think from 1992. I think when he was doing is it junior hot rods.
Mini stocks, possibly.
Maybe mini, but it's mini stocks, and it's a young Jamie Caroline sort of like being interviewed, and it's Lee Caroline. It's some footage somewhere of that. I can't remember exactly where it is. It's like maybe Ipswich or something. It's a world final or something. And they interview him. I'm sure it's 92 or 91. I'll have to find it after the broadcast so you can see it. But it's quite fascinating to see how young he was then and how it was then when he sort of grew up and sort of 11, 12 years later he's then gone from mini stocks to a great big TVR Tuscan. It's quite the change, isn't it? From a smaller car with basically one gear in it to a car that can pretty much kill you every time you look at it. So big respect to the Tuscans. And forgive us to go slightly off topic. Of course, it's a long race. We have to find plenty to talk about whilst the race is going on. You can see the pictures here. There's been some pit stops to the BPC tuning car, and here we go. Just one thing we can talk about. Littles are in for their second pit stop. So
absolutely.
Emacs are in for their second stop of the day. So they've got one more to make. It now puts the JW Bird Motorsport car with Nick Bowe onto the wheel into the lead. And this will now, of course, mean the likes of other cars that are on the lead map. So you're going to get the Trojan car. The 319 team Trojan car will go through. So will Jade Edwards. So will Aston May and the Quattro Formaggio car. So also, I'm sure, will the OPCPR car, which is doing a really good job in the hands of Luke Harbour, actually. That early work which Tom Ingram did was sublime to get his car up as high as it did. So currently running in 6th position. One car I think was probably going to tumble down a bit further is probably going to be the Quattro Formaggio car, I think, because the 392 has only made one stop so far. So I anticipate it will make its second stop. I'm going to say imminently, because I'd imagine if everyone else is making their sort of second and third stops now, I'd anticipate Quattro Formaggio will do the same. You've then also got 7th place for Track Toys Racing. They might well go through as well. 8th might go, well, they might not actually, because with Slickers have a pit work and a spin of the front wheels, away goes the 346 car as quickly as it came in. So it's going to come out possibly in 6th or 7th place. It hits the sensor at the end of pit lane. I think it might well come out.
Jade Edwards up to 3rd now.
Yeah, up to 3rd place for her now. And it's going to come out in, incredibly, 6th position. So some mega driving in that stint, coupled with a really slick pit stop. It's slicker than I anticipated. That's not any sort of negative on thinking they weren't quick, but
that's a good stop.
It's a very good stop from EMAX. They've got back out instead in P6. They've only lost 5 places, so that's pretty impressive in my view.
And Jade Edwards' third place is a real third place because that's the work she's put in, and they're all on 2 stops now, the top. So we've got a good picture of where we are literally now, heading into we're well into the last third of the race and heading towards the 3rd stops.
That's a very good point, actually. You're absolutely right. Jade Edwards has done a mega stint in that one. That also complements the work that Sylvain Roubier did as well, because of course they started. Where did they start quickly? Double check. So they started Matt Tools Racing in 8th, so up there in 3rd position. It's a pretty good effort from not just Sylvia in the opening stint, but Jade to carry that on and keep the car travelling up the order. So seems to be properly getting into the groove in that car now. Let's look at what lap times they're doing at the moment. The last lap time for Jade was a 2:41.891. I anticipate that was probably a mix of getting involved in traffic, possibly, because some of those lap times tend to be that way. In terms of the 508 Austin Munn, the Team Trojan car, which is the 508, which is the highest placed car, which has made all 3 pit stops. It's 2.5 minutes off the lead at the moment. I think that's an on-track change. I think it might, because that's WRC Developments battling 318. I think that's the Manpower Racing car going around the outside of them by the looks of it. So that's a change for them, I think. But no, Manpower are quite a few laps, a lap back or so, and they're back down in 18th. So I think that's them possibly gaining a lap back on them rather than a track for position. Yeah, that's Manpower Motorsport, that one. For some reason, I mistook the logo on the side of that car for Ram Racing, because it's not. It's Manpower Motorsport. The only reason because I thought that Ram Racing were doing double duty with British GT and with C1 Racing Club, but it's just the Manpower Motorsport car in terms of their own logo. So coming up to 40 minutes remaining.
Waiting for the gaps to come up and wondering whether Nick Beaumont's stops included fuel or not, and whether they need fuel to get to the end, because that's the only thing that might negate the gap, because they've got 39 seconds or whatever over the 2nd place car. So if they need fuel, that could close things up and the others don't. But I'm not sure, and it's far too much to ask Rob, did they get fuel, because there's no way we would expect him to know who's stopped for driver changes and fuel and when the fuel stop was. So we don't expect that.
I wouldn't put it past him. He knows the C1 paddock pretty well, so he might be keeping tabs on that one. I mean, as an example, that's Track Toys race coming in. I think must be for their final stop. Yes, it is. So that's final stop for Track Toys. I know that whenever Andy McEwen, who's currently doing a stellar job looking after the British GT Championship, Donington decided right now, which has got, I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's currently got 22 minutes left to go, and that will decide who wins the championships there. But again, I shall say nothing. If you want to find out the result, you can go and find it yourself afterwards. He is an all font of knowledge when it comes to all the data, and has a massive spreadsheet for Fun Cup, and every time he does the stints, he always tries to work out, and he's got Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pit lane with him as well. He always tries to kind of make sure he keeps tabs on who's taking fuel and who hasn't on pit stops, so you can see you can kind of anticipate what kind of pit stop, how long the pit stop's going to be before they make it, in terms of seeing where they're going to come out and how much time are they going to lose. So a fuel stop is going to obviously take longer than a regular stop when someone just comes in for a driver change and back out again. So I would anticipate that if any teams have to make some fuel stops in the end, it might well help one or two of them much better. OPCPR have come in as well. So OPCPR, that's the car which Tom Ingram started driving.
Third stop for them, I think.
It is their 3rd stop, you're right. So, and then also, JW Bird are also in as well. So our current race leaders as of right now are in. This will now elevate, so they're going to come in as well.
And they are having some fuel.
Yeah, they are. That's going to be a longer stop. Off the road, it's gone 588. So 588 off the road in that one. They're quite far down, I think, 588. Let's scroll up and see if I can find them. Scooter SC1, so that's Up Richard, who was the man behind the wheel who went off the road there. 588, Owen Fitzgerald, Barry Fitzgerald, and Steve Up Richard. So Steve doing a bit of grass tracking on the exit of Richie's corner there. And as they now make their way into the complex again, the Manpower Racing car just moving around. In fact, oh no, maybe it is the Ram. It has got a Ram Racing logo on it. Maybe it's slightly different. Slightly different logo. No, it's a different logo. I thought it was Ram Racing still, but it's not. So that car holding a station ahead of WRC Developments, who they're doing quite a fine job in the top 10. We've got the PD56 car in there as well. PD56, which is the 556. Just see who's at the wheel of PD56. It is Kay Padmore, so Keith Padmore at the wheel of that one. Thank you. So Keith Padmore then continues on. So either Nick has had his stint or he's still waiting to do so. 40 minutes left in this final race of the season for the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series.
So we need Quattro Formaggio now to make their stop, because they are running in 3rd position, and out of the top 6, the only team that has only done 1 stop. So again, we'll get a slightly more realistic picture of where they are in terms of the overall race once they have stopped. But Nick Beaumont has settled down on his return to the track after the refuelling stop in the 347 car, and is in 6th place. Time to go down to pit lane again with Rob.
Hi guys, I've got Phil House with me with a JW Bird car. Now Phil, we spoke to Nick Beaumont earlier, he's out in the car now. You've just done your final stop, haven't you?
We have, yes. We've had a complete change of tactics. The last 3 meetings we've sort of gone long on the first stint and we finished 2nd every time. So today, last race of the season, we thought we'd do an early stop, which has worked for us. Yesterday we actually only finished with 2 litres of fuel at the end. The light was flashing for 5 laps, so we were really worried we weren't going to finish. So we have maybe overfueled a little bit today, but with the gap that we might have, hopefully it'll pay off.
I've also just noticed as well, before you guys came in, obviously you would have seen on the TV cameras, Tom Ingram has now gone out in the OPC car for his final stop, your garage neighbours. So really, you two are in the box seat, aren't you?
Fingers crossed. I think they came in when they were in 6th or 7th place, so now Tom's got the pace. Now obviously we know that, and hopefully if Nick and Tom can get together and tow each other along, that'll be an ideal situation for us, because the Emax car, they've just been pumping in some amazing lap times, and we really need Nick to get his head down and bring this one home.
Fantastic. Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you guys there. So that's Phil House getting ready to cheer on his teammate Nick Beaumont into the final stint. As we look up and down the pit lane, we've got all of these cars now going into their final stops of the day, and as I stand here, the Quattro Formaggio car have just hooted their horn, so they'll be looking to come in as well, and they're in the hunt for a decent finish as well. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. That's what we were waiting to find out, wasn't it? That only brings them onto 2 stops, Quattro Formaggio. So when they come in, they'll be on the 2s, and the other teams that have on 3, Nick Beaumont down in 6, is only going to make progress from there now. So just having a quick look a little bit further back to see if we've got any. Yeah, Tom Ingram's just done his... well, that car has just done its 3rd stop, with Tom coming back out. They're currently in 12th position, down behind Oakley Motorsport, who are on a 2 stopper at the moment, or stop number 2, and then 3rd on the 3-stop strategy is CSC Racing FDL Packaging, and that's the 2nd of those cars, the 417 car, which has got David Scotting at the wheel at the moment, and they finished 4th yesterday. So again, they're drivers and cars that are well capable of getting podium pace here in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series, so could well be on the podium, repeating a podium from the first race at Croft, very, very possibly. Now the timing stack is showing Nick Beaumont as the race leader, but that's not quite the case. We've got 33 minutes on the clock remaining, and it's Team Trojan leading at the moment, with Johnny Monday leading the chase at the moment. Best lap time, last lap 2:41, his best at 2:39.5. and looking forward to his 3rd stop, and the 2nd stop we're going to get from Quattro Formaggio very shortly. They're running in 3rd place, but it is good pace. Again, we need to see whether they take on fuel or whether they need to do that. I'm guessing they probably will do on their 2nd or 3rd, but it's a question of when they do it. So just coming up towards the half-hour point, half an hour remaining. Just looking through my checks, not quite a lap chart. You'd have to be pretty amazing to do a lap chart on these races, but just keeping a check on the every half an hour, the progress chart, I suppose we called it yesterday, rather than anything else. And the 346 car, the Emax car, has been on top at all of the checkpoints so far. But what we can say now is it won't be for the last half an hour check-in. So that'll be their drop down. And before they had they had stops in hand, they hadn't done them, but now they have done one. Into the pit lane comes the 392 car, Alistair May, possibly about to hand over to Christopher Parks. You can see that we've got the goggles going on. That means that the fuel's going to be going in, isn't it? So Alistair helping out with that one. He's on fire extinguisher duty. Really good shot there. Great work by Jeremy down there in pit lane. Cameraman with Rob Lewis just keeping a really good eye on what's going on. And he's not that close. He's just zooming in, by the way, to have a look. But it really does give you an idea of how the team works here for these cars. Christopher Parks looking to jump in. And as we would have realised and expected, a slightly longer stop from the 392 car. And already down in 5th place at the moment. So I reckon this is the main refuelling stop. So they've got one more to do. They're already behind Nick Beaumont. So we know that Nick Beaumont, having completed his 3rd stop, is ahead of this car at the moment. On goes the cap. Fuel to one side. Fire extinguisher still there. OK, we're all ready. Fuel goes away. And now we can get on with the driver change. So the driver change done very quickly indeed. Bundled into the seat. Again, all hands to the pump in terms of getting our new driver in the car and ready to go. They'll sometimes take a little bit long. They will practice these. And the team now getting ready to push the car back onto the, if we can call it the cold pit lane, the sort of nearest to the inside of the pit lane, where the cars can then go out into the main part and rejoin the track. So the 392 car actually drops down at the moment, showing on 9th position, 392. And Tom Ingram's gone past. So, and that's with, Tom's had an extra stop. So Alistair May, who will be replaced by Christopher Parks, will make the tag at the end of the pit road, which he's already done. So we should see the timing screen catch up very shortly and just show the new driver in the car. But at the moment, down in 11th place. Yep, it has updated, with Christopher Parks now showing us the driver on the TSL timing, but down in 11th place. And that means that Oakley Motorsport have gone up into the top 10. Oakley Motorsport on a 2-stop. So again, we'll go back, we'll check on the 3-stop strategy. Jade Edwards in 2nd place is now the leading 3 pit stop car, according to this. So Jade Edwards has got 3 pit stops and he's leading this one. So very exciting times here with that. Mac Tool's car in, so might drop down. Jade out of the car at the moment. And extremely keen to get back in. So the stop goes on very efficiently. Jade helping with the driver change. Yeah, super job from Jade and the team to get that machine up into 2nd position. So showing us 3 stops on the timing screen. That doesn't always mean it's completed. It just means that they could be in for the latest of the stops. But the one we're looking at, so we're going to look at the Emax Motorsport car is actually is either in. It is in, isn't it? The Emax car. So we've got the little Emax car in pit lane as well. So they are all now as we get into the last half hour of the race. Bearing in mind, this is a good call because when we've had safety cars here, they've been quite lengthy. So because we're in the last half an hour, you don't want to be chancing that last pit stop to be on what might be a safety car window, because you can't do it. You get that penalty if you come in when the safety car's out. And bear in mind, we've had long safety cars. I think everybody is rightly decided to get that 3rd stop out of the way. And for the likes of the Emax car in 2nd position, they've got that 3rd stop done very, very quickly indeed. So we're going to have to wait maybe half a lap for them to get back out on track. The timing screen will sort itself out. Everything will narrow out. I'm just looking now. We've got the Johnny Monday Trojan car on 2 stops. A little bit of a wobble there for the 437 car. I think that might be just warming up as it comes out of the pits. Alistair Camp, George Grant car. So Alistair in the car now, with George no doubt watching, looking forward to his Mazda MX-5 SuperCup race, which will happen after the championship, after this race is finished. Let's go down to pit lane once again. Over to you, Rob.
I'm just down here in the Quattro Formaggio car now. Alistair May we've got here. Chris is out in the car now, but this weekend really has been about redemption for you guys. You've been quick, you've been on the pace, but unfortunately you got caught up in a bit of a nasty shunt yesterday and you've had to fight your way back through. Tell us your story.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't too good, but we woke up this morning with the idea of just, go out and have some fun. And yeah, it's going well. I don't know where we are at the minute, but it's been fun out there. Car's not quite handling the way it should be, but you make the best out of a bad situation. So yeah, it's been good.
I must say you're actually fighting into the better part of the top 10. You're up there certainly, and I think with the way you've gone about your strategy, you'll certainly be up there for a top 5 finish if things settle the right way. But a good way to come back from a bad result yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. All you can do is just keep fingers crossed and hope for the best.
And that Chris Parks isn't a bad peddler, is he?
He's not, no. He's not bad for his age.
No worries, we'll let you get a drink and crack on there. So this is the Quattro Formaggio guys with Alistair May and Chris Parks. Hopefully they can get themselves on for a decent finish. I'm just going to go and try and see if I can speak to Jade Edwards and get an interview with her, but for now, back to you.
Thanks for that, Rob. Yeah, keep us posted. It'd be great if we can grab a word with Jade. The Chris Parks, Alistair May car in 10th position, the Quattro Formaggio car after the 3rd stop. Tom Ingram is in 8th position, and now things are settling down. I said we needed to give it half a lap, maybe a lap to settle down, and while we were listening to Rob and Alistair down there in pit lane, Nick Beaumont has got back into the lead, has passed the 346 Emax Little Motorsport car, and despite that second place car having the fastest lap of the race, is down in P2 with the 508 Team Trojan car in 3rd place. The 319 Team Trojan car is in the pit lane. That's dropping down the order a little bit. Sylvain Rubio goes up into 4th place now, so just shy of the podium. What are the gaps, though, I hear you ask? So we've got between 1st and 2nd, it's 1.945 seconds. There's hardly anything in it. We're edging towards 3 hours of racing with strategy, pit stops, driver changes, refueling, and it's still come out to around about 2 seconds between Nick Beaumont and one of the Jay Littles in 2nd position, 1.945 seconds. It's going to be a fascinating remaining 25 minutes or so of this race as the 556 car now comes in for what will be its last stop. That's the Nick and Keith Padmore, Graham Hill, Richard Bartlett car, qualified 25th yesterday, 556 running at the moment. If I can get my phone to scroll properly and have a quick look down, I think a little way down the order. I've probably gone straight past it. No, I haven't. Here it is, 49th position, believe it or not. So they've had problems in the PD56 car, and I think Keith Padmore possibly about to hand over as we keep an eye on the times of the race leaders and the gap between 1st and 2nd. Absolutely incredible, isn't it? When he started, it was the 347 and 346 cars off the front, and it is still the same with JW Bird Motorsport out front. Here is the race leader coming out of Nelson Corner through Bombhole down towards Coram, very much having to look ahead with the amount of traffic you do. There we go through Bombhole down towards Coram now with the Emax Motorsport 346 car in 2nd position. The gap was 1.945 seconds last time. We'll see whether that has come down or not. I suspect it has, because that 346 car, Paddy's not 1.945 seconds. As we continue the countdown, they go across the line, so we actually now have a proper battle for the lead on, and they've been fighting it out all the way through. They've had a completely different strategy, but at the end of the day, when that works, when both strategies work, you get a super race on. The gap has come down now from 1.9 to 0.372 of a second, so we have got a battle for the lead on, and let's see whether Nick Beaumont is going to be able to hang on to this, or whether we'll see another win for Emax Motorsport. There he is, closing up as they go into Wilson Hairpin. The race is very much on. Lights ablaze on the 347 car, just to warn the traffic that is coming through. I'm sure there'll be blue flags being shown around the track, which is pretty much going to be a constant. It's going to be difficult for the marshals to know that when exactly the lead cars are coming around. And here's this now classic view that we have here at Snetterton, looking from the Agostini corner, out of Palmer, slightly off camber. Here's the challenge for the lead, and he's going for it. The little car's going to go down the inside, the Emax car. This is the move for the lead, and he's done it with 22 minutes remaining. The 346 car, I thought, I didn't get the strategy, to be perfectly honest. They left their stops much later than everybody else, and have gone through. So Nick Beaumont down into second. I wonder if Nick, he must know that that's the lead car now. So a change for the race lead, beautifully caught by our directors. And now we're going to see a battle ensue. Remember, the new lead car is the one with the fastest lap. And we heard Nick's teammate saying that they were acknowledging the speed. Phil House was acknowledging that and how quick that car is. So down the Bentley Straight, traffic to deal with. Traffic on this case just being the single car. Under the bridge and then down into Brundle, the right-hander, first part of the complex. That goes round into left-hander Brundle, then into the right-hander Nelson. And we're back where we saw the 346 car really closing in on the last lap. Now the issue here is whether the JW Bird Motorsport car can just maybe peg the distance for the remaining 21 minutes on the clock. It's showing 28 on the screen, but on my TSL app at the moment I've got 21 minutes showing. It's also showing Nick Beaumont still as the race leader, of course, because on the last lap he was. But having said that, second place should be the 346 car rather than 319. So the timing tower will duly refresh in due course as we head up towards the line again. So we look across. Oh, time once again, I think, to go. It's a shame to lose our lead battle, but let's go down to Rob Lewis.
Sorry guys, we've got lots of interviews queued up down in the pit lane. I've managed to grab Jade Edwards as she jumps out of the McTours racing car, but you guys are in the box seat for a podium. Sylvain Rumio, last time we checked, was about 11 seconds behind third place. It's a bit exciting, this, isn't it?
Yeah, we're hungry for this one. We've had the pace all weekend. We're just trying to learn how the C1 strategy works, so we went a little bit different today, and so far so good. It seems to be paying off. I've just done a long stint to try and jump the other pit stops and get out of sync of everyone a little bit, and like I say, so far so good.
Fantastic. So has it sort of whetted the appetite to come back and do a lot more next year?
Absolutely. You know, the reason we're here doing these shorter races because we want to do the longer ones next year and the years after, but Sylvain's only in his third ever race weekend and he's absolutely bang on the money, so we couldn't be prouder as a team of how well he's done. But yeah, these were just the practice ahead of, you know, a full season hopefully next year.
Fantastic. And I echo your sentiments. I was really impressed by Sylvain when he went out and was bang on the money at Brands Hatch. He's certainly developed, isn't he?
Yeah, you know, he's been around the sport for a long time, but he's never actually driven. And I remember he did a track day with Josh Cook a few months ago, and Josh texted me and said he's good. And the things he's kind of lacking on is just the process of a race weekend. The speed is there, the lap time's there. It's just learning to scan your barcode, to do your belts properly, that sort of stuff. But that'll all come, and that's exactly why we're doing these races.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you rest up and nervously watch the live stream in TSL.
I just want to add, we are missing Josh Cook this weekend. He's not been around. He is part of the team. He runs most of the car, and as a team, we wish he was here. But hopefully, this podium will we can grab that podium and do it for him.
Fantastic. Well, fingers crossed. We'll be chatting later on up at Parc Fermé. Jade, I'll let you get some rest. There we go, guys. So that's Jade Edwards, really hungry for that podium. And yes, hopefully Josh Cook is watching. Keep your fingers crossed, Josh. Back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much for that, Rob. Yeah, Josh, if you are watching, mate, don't think they're missing you at all because they're up near podium pace. Sorry, I'm only joshing, doing good. I'm sure Josh has got other things to do, to be perfectly honest. But as Jade said, Josh very much involved in getting things set up and working, and a lot of the work and the attributes to the success is done before you get to the racetrack, and Josh has been involved in that. So my usual flippant self and backpedaling a little bit as we watch the JW Bird Motorsport car of Nick Beaumont. Let's just do a quick refresh to make sure. Yeah, still in second position at the moment, and the gap still only 6/10. So at the moment, the Emax car, as they went across the line last time, still there. There is the 346 car. I think the gap might have gone out a little. It has gone out from 6/10 to 2.2. So that 346 car has got a really good run and starting to get away. Will look to put a few cars between itself, a few of the back marking cars between itself and the JW Bird Motorsport car. Looks like we might be on for a repeat of yesterday's 1-2 with James and Jake Little taking it. Is it going to be a fourth successive win for them? They're going to mark themselves out as the team to beat for sure for next season. And did the complete opposite of everybody else in terms of the stop strategy here, leaving it to the last minute. And it's almost like they sold everyone else a dummy, because everybody else seemingly got their stops in early, and that's not the way they did it. Absolutely bizarre, incredibly entertaining and fascinating to watch how this is all played out over the last 2.5 hours as we watch the 445 car. That's the Jim Chapman, Bill Chapman and Elliot Hawkins Emax Motorsport car running well. Just a quick check that everybody has had the stops that they should have done. The second JW Bird Motorsport car with the Roaches on board has only done 2 stops. That is running in 6th position, but one would expect that will drop away a little bit. Tom Ingram, therefore, should make up a place on them. Tom is about 11 seconds behind that car at the moment, so he will definitely go ahead of them. And our 2 BTC C-pedalled cars, both not only in the top 10, but I think ultimately we're looking at the end of the day in the top 6. So great that those drivers have joined the series this weekend and proved their worth. There was no doubt of their worth and value to getting them into the cars, but always entertaining, and it just adds that little bit of extra spice if it were needed in terms of the series. Again, the timing tower, just to remind you, it's not Nick Beaumont in the 347 car leading, it's the 346 of James and Jake Little in front, 2 seconds clear. 347 car, the JW Bird Motorsport, the long-term leader, but short-lived leader really, once the stops were sorted out, in 2nd position. Team Trojan in 508 in 3rd position, then Sylvain Rubio in 4th, teammate of Jade Edwards, who we just heard from in pit lane, running in 4th place. I was about to check the gap on that one, but the lead car's gone across the line, so we'll have to wait for the followers to go through. The gap from 1st to 2nd goes out to 3.787 seconds. And Rob, if you are listening, it might be interesting just to get the nod from Emax Motorsport on why they decided to run the late stops. Obviously they felt it was going to work, but everybody else went for the early one, so it'll be fascinating to hear their reasoning on it. It just seems to be whenever they make their stops and whatever strategy they do, they seem to do pretty well. As we watch the Chapman car making its way down the Bentley Straight, having a fairly lonely time of it at the moment. 3rd place car is 21.981 seconds down. 4th place car, another 17 seconds. So Sylvain Rubio not, I don't think, going to be able to get the Mac Tools car up on terms with the Team Trojan car. And we've got 14 minutes now remaining. So, as Scott always says, motor racing is motor racing, and it's not over till the checkered flag goes out, and we could still see incident before the end of this. Remember, we had that yesterday. So we watched the 462 car. That's Mark Barrett, Ian Gorringe and Matthew Mandipira in the 462, the red car. We'll do a quick scan and see where the 462 car is in the mix at the moment. Yep, 462, and it is Mandipira in the car at the moment, and they've done their 3 stops, and that's running in 50th place. So we've got 40, not quite sure how that stacks out. We've got 47 of 55 on track. We've got 1, 2, 3 in the pit lane at the moment. So 13 minutes now remaining on the clock. The race leaders have completed 58 laps of the 300 circuit here at Snetterton as we look at the 556 car, and off goes the car that we were talking about, the down in 45th place. Mandipira having a little bit of a moment in the AASP Motorsport car. Does keep it on, doesn't go in the barrier, so fair play. I think he kept his foot in and managed to get back on the tarmac. So a pretty good recovery there. Gap now out to 3.7 seconds. Race leader across the line again. We'll see whether that gap has gone further over the last 3 miles. Yes, it has. 5.1 seconds now. So James and Jake Little really stamping their authority on this one and ready for that 4th win on the bounce as we see the 462 car again. That's Mark Barron, Ian Gorringe and Matthew Mandapira. On the infield section. Still tend to think of the infield as being relatively new here, but it's been with us a good few seasons now here at Snet. It really was a welcome addition. I, for one, probably found the original, what's now known as the 200 circuit, could be a tad of a yawn, if I'm perfectly honest. I actually remember one day being on a touring car weekend and Ben Edwards commenting on what a boring circuit that configuration was, and there was a live mic in the box, and I don't think it went down too well on social media, but he was right. It really, the redevelopment of the track that Jonathan Palmer and the MSVR team did really brought the place back to life. The only criticism of it, some people say it is too long a lap, so particularly if you're doing post-production TV, it can be quite tricky to edit down, but from a circuit point of view, it's great. We've still got the classic parts of it. We've got Rich's, which is a wonderful corner. Coram was left. Murray's is a great corner. And then you've got that tricky infield section, which has really generated more places to pass. So it is a much, much better venue. The only thing they haven't done yet, which there was talk about, was putting a railway station in. I don't know if anyone remembered the talk of the railway station for big events that they could possibly build, because the track pass is not too far from here. Similar thing done in America. If you've ever been over and watched American football, you'll know that you can get an Amtrak service to most of the stadiums, even if they're in the middle of nowhere. And that would be nice if we could get perhaps bigger international events here. But I suspect with the way the economy is at the moment, that's probably one for another day. Back to our leaders, back to our race. We've got that 5-second gap still there with 10 minutes on the clock, so very much into the later stages of this race. Again, the car off. Oh, thank you, Scott, for having a look at that. Is that 477? That's not the Godden car, is it? It might be getting me cars modelled up there, so we'll come back to that. Is that going to be a safety car or not? So if so, we're in similar territory to where we were yesterday, and that we might get maybe moving the car to safety as best as possible, or potentially an early red flag, because we've got to be mindful of other racing which needs to be done as well. I think it'll probably carry on for now, because they probably would have thrown a safety car flag out fairly quickly. So wait and see whether that was the Team Godden car that had parked up. Lead gap still with 5.28 seconds with Emax Motorsport. Even at this stage, you'll see that you'll pick someone up here, and a little bit of drafting going on down the straight as they head down under the bridge once again. I think we're going to get a pass executed here. So it's Emax Motorsport leading from JW Bird. Team Trojan in 3rd place. Sylvain Rubio's dropped back a little bit, actually. He's 20 seconds down now on the 508 Team Trojan car. So I think our podium has got a more settled look than it did when the cars came out of the pit lane for the last time. 392 car leading that little gaggle there. That's the Christopher Parks car, Quattro Formaggio, in 392. Quick check on where 392 is at the moment. Let's have a look down. 7th position. So Chris has actually made pretty good progress with that car, because I think on the pit stops came out in 10th place. So has done pretty well. 444, 445 and 506. 445 is the Chapman car once again. The 506 car, the PWR machine, which is, I think, one of the lower runners of the PWRs. So let's again have a quick look down and see where 506 is. The answer is 37th place, with Patrick Watts at the controls at the moment of that one. So great to see Patrick still very much enjoying his racing as we now dip down into the final 8 minutes of our final race of the season for the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series. Let's again have a look at the gap. Seems to have evened out a little bit now. So the Emax Motorsport car 5 seconds clear on the last lap, and it's pretty much the same again, maybe a tenth or so over the last tour. The lead car doing a 240.1, so it was a tenth over Nick Beaumont in that one. So the JW Bird Motorsport car throwing everything they can at it. The strategy wasn't a wrong one, but it's ultimately going to wind up with the same result that they had in yesterday's race, with a first as it stands at the moment for Emax and a second for JW Bird Motorsport. JW Bird Motorsport having, of course, qualified on pole position. Six minutes remaining here at Snetterton. Stay with us because we've still got plenty of racing action to come this afternoon. This is the first race of the afternoon. We've got the conclusion of the Mazda MX-5 Championship and the SuperCup, then another race from the Classic Modern Motorsport Club, and then our special end of season Mazda Endurance to look forward to. So if this is hopefully whetted your appetite for a little bit of sports car endurance action at the end of the day. A lovely way to wrap up our racing season here. The Barron car going through. There is the 566 car on the inside. So Padmore car makes up a position, passing the Fitzgerald Uprichard car, which started 43rd and is still running well. I don't think we'd likely see. We did see at this stage of the race yesterday fastest lap from the eventual race winner, but I'm not sure we're going to see that now because they are around about, well, 3 seconds away from the best lap times on the last tour. The race leaders. 467 car, Mark Hode and Phil Marsh, 8th in qualifying, so I had the pace at the start of the weekend. In the 467 car, just having a quick look down, they are currently actually a fair way off the race leaders at the moment. There is the 449 car of Sam and Joe Roach. Now, have they had their third stop now? Are they really leaving it right the way to the end? Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, they have done all 3 of their stops. Ahead of Orlando Lindsay at the moment in 9th position, and chasing down Track Toys Racing in 8th, but I haven't got a handle on the gap there. The gap first to second is now 4.7 seconds. So half a second gained by Nick Beaumont on the last lap. So Nick Beaumont closing in the JW Bird Motorsport car over the Emax Motorsport machine with 4:25 on the clock. So we're only looking at a couple of laps remaining here for this race. I'm not sure if we're going to get any last words from down in pit lane with Rob in terms of strategies or nail biting, which is probably going on down there in pit lane with the various teams as well. So out of Williams corner and onto the Bentley straight once again. This great big long straight. You can see we've got one of the cars parked up there. Now you could say that that's safe. That car parked up on the inside along the Bentley straight, but I can tell you that I watched a piece of footage on Friday with another championship where 2 cars came out of Williams corner, grabbed a curb, collided, and both of them rolled over and parked in about the same place. So if one car can do it, I'm sure 2 can. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not being a prophet of doom, but it is possible. I think the marshals have tried to keep that car as safe as possible. There is the 431 car, which is parked up. And so my prediction about the BTCC car, both of them being in the top 6, has gone. That was the curse of the commentator, Scott.
Oh dear. oh dear indeed.
As soon as I said they were both going to be in the top 6, that car sadly gets parked up.
So is that the... I think I wasn't looking at the screen when that was happening. I was otherwise occupied with something. Was that the Luke Hartman car?
Yes.
Oh, that's a shame, because that car was, that car was running 5th. So
yeah,
unfortunately that car's come to a halt, which is a shame. I know that particularly when Tom Ingram had done such a great stint in the first part of the race.
Yeah, good effort from all the team. Ron Johnson, of course, played his part as well. What that does mean is we've got the WRC Developments car up into 6th position now. 3 minutes 21 remaining on the clock. So very much getting into almost celebration time for Emacs. How proud and pleased are they going to be with a 4th consecutive win in this series? Absolutely incredible for them to do that. JW Bird Motorsport still in P2, although the gap has come down a little bit on that previous lap, as we said. We've still got Team Trojan in 3rd place on the lead lap. They're 22 seconds adrift of the race leaders. The Mac Tools racing car is actually coming under a bit of pressure from 319. So if we get a chance to look at the 566 and 319 cars, they are relatively close on track at the moment, and so a potential battle on for 4th place. We might see the Mac Tools car challenged by Team Trojan as we get into the last couple of minutes of this race. 2:24 on the clock remaining. I think that's the 320 car at the back of this trio. It is the 320 car, which we've seen a little bit of over the course of the race. They'll pass Tom Ingram's car. Tom probably looking at the screen saying, oh, that's a little bit of a shame. Here's the 2nd position car, though, the JW Bird Motorsport machine in P2. 4.7 seconds drift of the race leader, which is the 346 car. So Nick Beaumont and Phil House have chased as hard as they can over the course of this one, and down onto the straight now. So TSL app tells us 1 minute 24 remaining, so I reckon that we should be able to squeeze this lap. The race leader, the Emacs Motorsport 346 car, should get around, and here it is. This is the race leader, should get around before the clock expires. So this is the penultimate lap of the race by my reckoning. So it's Emacs Motorsport, fairly clear track at the moment, negotiates bomb hole fairly well. Again, we'll keep a look on the gap. 4.7 seconds on the penultimate lap.
Might have been the last lap, in fact, actually, because the time has hit 0 on my timing screen. So
I've just refreshed mine. Mine could be behind. Sometimes a little bit. Oh, yeah, mine's come down to.
Yeah. So it looks as though then you're absolutely right that it is going to be quite unthinkable. 1 win in C1s is good enough. 2 is phenomenal. 3 is out of this world. What do you call 4? But we're going to find out in a second, I'm sure, because incredibly they've done 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 C1 races on the bounce for Emacs Motorsport. That is a superb achievement. Incredible stuff from James and Jake Little. They take victory in the final race of the season for the C1 Racing Club, sponsored by Silver Lake. It will be 2nd place, only 5.7 seconds back for Emacs for JW Bird Motorsport. An excellent drive from them so far. They once again have to come up 2nd best, which is going to be aching for them. Here comes 3rd place for Team Trojan. They finished very strong with another podium finish for them. Austin Monday across the line. And then on the same lead lap, it's going to be 4th place for Mac Tools Racing. Agonisingly off the podium for Sylvain Rubio and for Jed Edwards, but they drove superbly all day today. They deserve that result no end. They're going to come across the line very shortly. Not just yet. There goes the Red Sky Racing car making it through, thankfully this time without too many dramas. As the rest of the pack goes through, I think somewhere in there, I think there it is the 4th place car, Sylvain Rubio picking up P4. What an excellent driver it is. His 30th ever race weekend to partner up with Jed Edwards, both doing an excellent job of getting P4 overall in that 3-hour race. That's an excellent effort from both of them so far. That's 319 for Team Trojan. Austin Monday the other Monday picks up 5th position for them. 6th goes to WRC Developments, with David Drinkwater at the wheel of that car coming across the line. He'll come through very shortly. And not too far behind them is going to be Quattro Formaggio in 7th, Parks in 8th, Roach in 9th. So sorry, JW Bird in 8th. It'll be Track Toys Racing in 9th place. 10th for Oakley Motorsport as well, to round off the top 10. And it's PWR Limited for Orlando Lindsay will come in 11th place. A few more cars have already crossed the line from 12th place downwards. But as I mentioned, so winning one C1 race is tough enough to know you've got to have some skill about you to make that strategy work. To win 4 on the bounce at 2 different circuits.
And the change of strategy in that one, because they left the stops to everyone else. It was like they were sold a dummy, as I was saying in the race commentary. Everyone else went out and did theirs early. They didn't. They left theirs to last knockings, half an hour to go, just in case there was a safety car. It didn't, to me, look like they were good, but they knew what they were doing.
It's incredible because at the pace they were setting in before that, in between, they were trying to set the pace to try and give them as much of a gap as possible, much of an advantage as possible. They were the only team, literally, out of anyone, the closest time that they got to anyone in terms of lap time was JW Bird's 2:38 and Team Trojan's 2:38. Their fastest lap time was a 2:37.7. Their pace was on a different level. It was just that little bit extra than anyone else's, and it was incredible to see them battle as hard as they did. I'm sure that Rob will pick up with our top 3 very shortly once we get to have a chat to them. I know that you'll go across because we've still got a couple of championships to settle here this afternoon. Of course, it seems crazy that we've had a 3-hour race and we've still got to think about some sprint racing, and I'm almost exhausted looking at the 3-hour race.
And another endurance race at the end of that.
Yes, the Mazda endurance, of course.
Thanks, Scott. I'll see you over from over the other side.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we have to remember, of course, there's the mini endurance race that we've got, the Mazda endurance race, which is going to be the end of season sort of. Let the hair down type race for drivers. 40 minutes is sort of club sport trophy stylish in that sense between the drivers now, and it should be pretty intriguing. So cars are being brought into Parc Fermé, and of course Rob will be down there to have a chat with the top three teams. And once again, I think it'll be the same 3 characters as before. It's going to be the Emax Motorsport with the win, JW Bird second, Team Trojan third. It's a carbon copy of yesterday, which is going to be interesting. I don't think there's going to be too many cars to clear out, which will give us a little bit of a respite in terms of being able to figure out who is where heading to the final race of the season. Well, here's a rundown of the results then, so we can run down from the teams. So Emax Motorsport then, incredibly, do the 4-peat, 4 races in a row for the team. They win ahead of Nick Beaumont and Philip House for JW Bird Motorsport. Team Trojan a third, have Mac Tools Racing a fourth. A great effort from Sylvain Rubio and Jade Edwards. 5th for Jonathan Monday, 6th for WRC Developments David Drinkwater, 7th for Quattro Formaggio, 8th for JW Bird Motorsport, 9th for Track Toys Racing and Oakley Motorsport round out the top 10. It's PWR Patrick Watts Racing 11th, Manpower Motorsport 12th, MLP Developments 13th, CSC Racing 14th. Fighting Talk is in 15th position. 16th is TOF. 17th place goes the way of Alta Park Racing. So the results continue to scroll through. There's Silver Lake Racing, Emax Motorsport, MH Racing, and Emax Motorsport again as we go to the top 30. And I was about to give the screenshot of the result, but it's been wiped off the screen because we're already getting set to bring in our final race of the season for the 2022 BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship, which is coming up very shortly. But here's the results scrolling through on the screen. And it's been an amazing season for everyone involved, I guess. For a big thank you to everyone involved in the team, to Robin, to Tom, to Charlotte, to everyone that's been involved in the C1s this year, and all the teams and drivers. For the last time this season, though, we're going to hand over to Rob Lewis in Parc Fermé. We'll have our final race winners of the season. But what an achievement. You think 3 race wins is good in a row? Try 4.
I reckon you had enough. I was up on that lap. Well, certainly. It's been a fantastic race, and I'm getting a bit of deja vu. That was absolutely awesome. How on earth did you make it 4? Because when I spoke to you earlier in the race, you thought the safety car had ruined it for you, didn't you? I did. I don't know. It's the pit crew. Those boys did a wonderful job getting us in and out of the car, getting the fuel in. They deserve their applause for that as well. It's not just the driver, and then the car ran beautifully. Bit of a worry about running out of fuel at the end and a wheel bearing on the way out, but the car was good. Good birthday present for Glenn, really? Absolutely, absolutely. And listen, the car that was in P2 drove beautifully. We've had a fantastic weekend and not a mark on either car. It's been a great pair of weekends, especially Croft when you guys were battling out for the win, and now here at Snetterton. Onwards to 2023, will you be back? Absolutely. Fantastic. We'll let you celebrate with your team there. Senior and junior getting that 4th win in a row there. Let's just see. Actually, we'll grab 3rd place. We've got Austin with us. Not quite. No, it's Charlie Bingham, isn't it?
No.
Oh no. Austin Mundy. I have got the right person. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting you mixed up with Adam for some reason. 3rd place. Are you happy with that?
Yeah. Just can't beat them, can we? it's been the same result for the last 3 races.
I mean, overall this year, it's not as if you haven't had the pace. Is it just little tweaks you need to do here and there on the pit start? What is it you feel you need to do to get back on that top step?
I think it's just raw pace. We're just not close enough to them, especially in the early stages of the race. And yeah, I don't know.
Tell you what, I'll let you have a think about that and just have a chat with your team there at BPC. Oh, you've run out of fuel coming in as well. Oh, right, that's why we tried to get the car to come in next to us, but they've run out of fuel all the way up there, so it's a bit unfortunate. Let's see if we can grab a chat with Nick Beaumont. Nick, I'm really sorry to have to chat to you in these circumstances. Another second place, your car's on the podium. Let's look at the positive side of things. How do you feel after that? That was an epic battle to the end.
It was. They won fair and square. They had the pace on us all weekend again, and we need to have a go again next year now and see if we can come back and win a couple.
Fantastic. So it's good to hear. At least you'll be back next year. Will you be making any tweaks to the car or the team, or just keep with the same fun attitude?
It's just a bit of fun. Me and my mate Phil do it for a bit of fun. You know, that's all we're here for. We're busy doing other stuff, so this was just these 2 weekends fitted in perfectly for what we were able to do. So we'll have to hope next year. Hopefully we can find a couple of gaps and come out again.
Well, fantastic. I'll shake your hand there. Congratulations on another podium, and what a race again from the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series. From a personal point of view, it's been an absolute pleasure to cover the racing series this year, and I really look forward to coming back in 2022 to show off just what this series and these brilliant little cars do for the BRSCC. But for the final time in 2022, it's time to hand back to our commentator, Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, indeed, it is now a very important moment in the championship, because we're about to, in the season, we're about to basically crown the first of our, provisionally, crown the first of our 2 Mazda MX-5 champions for today, because it's going to happen. Now, I'm doing some slightly rudimentary maths here on this point spreadsheet as the cars come out onto the grid. So, in terms of the points coming into this one, I make it on the main championship battle we're looking at. Essentially, is going to be the fight between Steve Foden and Fraser Fenwick. Now, the gap between them, if I can find the spreadsheet I was on, and actually be able to give you the right numbers as possible. So, in terms of the battle at the top, which is one of the main one we're focusing on, it looks as though it's a gap of 26 points between Steve Foden and Fraser Fenwick. If Fraser Fenwick does exactly what he did in race 2 or in race 1 and simply just keeps in as close as he can behind Steve Foden, that's it. Provisionally, he is champion. Essentially what he needs to do is he needs to make sure that Steve Foden doesn't outscore him by more than 26 points, because of course if they tie on points, Fraser Fenwick will win it on countback, because he's had 9 race victories so far throughout this season, compared to essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, it's close actually, isn't it? Very, very close in terms of the points. So, because there was a victory at Alton Park for Steve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so even if Foden was to get the points for this for this race again and finish in second place, get the points for the equivalent of the win, it would still be classed as 8 compared to 9. So even if he was to do that and he ended up outscoring Fraser Fenwick by 26 points, it would still be Fraser's on countback on that one. Of course, all the results are subject to official confirmation being provisional. We'll crunch the numbers after the event and after the next sort of day or two to make sure that they're all as they should be. But the main focus we're putting on is the main battle at the top of the championship, and it is 26 points between Fraser Fenwick and Steve Foden. So the grid is here is set, of course, by the results of race number 2, and that puts Ben Short on pole position again. Remember, of course, I remind you that Ben Short is a guest driver. He is invisible for points, so even though he might won both races, he scores nothing, and it's the driver immediately behind, which in both cases has been Steve Foden. He picks up the points, the equivalent points for the win. Steve also got the fastest lap in race number 2, so he got the fastest lap point as well. And of course, the fastest lap also goes to the fastest race lap from a non-guest driver. So the cars that head off onto the grid for race number 3. Here's how it lines up for the final race of the season. Ben Short on pole position, the courtesy of his 2 race wins, alongside him Steve Foden on the front row. But it's Sebastian Fisher in what will be his last MX-5 race for a while, so fond farewell to him. Callum Greatrex alongside. Then, possible champion-elect Fraser Fenwick starts 5th, alongside Brad Jones in P6. It's then Michael Nibbs and Adam Craig on the 4th row of the grid, and then the 5th row is rounded off by Michael Green and Jason Greatrex. then Jason Greaves also looks as though he's possibly in line to pick up the Masters Trophy. He had that DNF in race 1, but he came back pretty strongly to take a very consistent result in race number 2. 6th row of the grid is Ollie Graham and Adam Sparrow. Watch for Adam again. He wants to try and get higher up from 12th. He didn't quite make the progress I thought he would in race number 2. In race 2, so he'll have to go from 12th on the grid. Thomas Langford and Jack Noller then come next, and that's then followed by. We've got results again on the grid because I've missed it on looking at trying to look through all these different results here as we scroll through. So I got to Richard Woodson, Kevin Dengate, Darryl Radwell and Tim Dorr then come next on the 9th row. Then it's Levi Aisbeth and Tom Mallet to round out the top 20. Graham Rumsey and Bryn Griffiths are next on row 11, followed by row 12, which is going to be Ben Manchett and Chris Abbott. And then the 13th row of the grid is going to be Jonathan Fieldsend and Amy Watts on her 3rd MX5 start back in 26th on the grid as a guest. Row 14 is Simon Privet and Keith Dalton, followed by Richard Bartlett and Bo Parry, and then Luke Pullen. I hope he's on the back of the grid because he's had a really awful bit of luck this weekend, and I hope that if he can start back in 29th, he'll be 31st position. He'll be able to make his way through it. If his car is in working order, then fingers crossed he can pick his way through the pack, because that really has hurt him in terms of the championship. Remember, you can't drop rounds from can't drop any of the results from these three races, or count them as part if you drop scores. You can only use the rounds up to the end of Donington Park. Snetterton's races have to count towards whatever your result, they have to count towards your final total, and that's been a bit heart-wrenching for Luke Pullen. That's really hurt him in the top 10 results by getting 2 DNFs, so he'll want to try and at least salvage something to try and get a decent result to round things off. We should say, of course, a big thank you to all the drivers, all the teams that have been involved as well. It's been another energetic and enjoyable, exciting and frantic year of Mazda racing. We should say a big thank you as well to the championship sponsor, LMA Motorsport. They came on board at the start of the season. They've been fantastic all year, and we really hope that they've enjoyed seeing their logos on the number plates at the back of the cars and also across the windscreen strips as well. Do be sure to go and check them out on their website and on social media. They are wonderful guys, and hopefully we'll be seeing them again next year. So, many drivers either out with a point to prove to get their best possible result, just to go and have some fun. In the case, of course, of Fraser Fenwick and Steve Foden, there's a title on the line, and there is all to play for here. This is what makes it so exciting, because, of course, with no drop scores, every single result in this final round has to count, and that means stay out of trouble, stay out of drama, and you might well just get a shot at glory. So the front row is assembled. Ben Shaw on the left in white and red. The white and gold car alongside him is Steve Foden. Just behind them, you'll see the purple and blue striped car of Seb Fisher. The Callum Greatrex is in the predominantly red and white car with the red front. And the Fraser Fenwick's car is the grey car with the black front and rear bumpers. That is the car to watch out for. The 2 key cars are Steve Foden in car 77 and 263 Fraser Fenwick. Also watch out for Jason Greatrex. He will be looking to try and see if he can wrap up provisionally the Masters title as well. Last couple of cars are in position at the back, waiting for the 5-second board to go up. Then the lights will come on for the final time for the 2022 Mazda MX-5 Championship. Red lights are on. This is it. One more time around the Snetterton circuit. For the last time in 2022, we are Mazda MX-5 racing in the MX-5 Championship. It's a decent start from the front row again. It's an okay start from Fraser Fenwick, but it is Ben Short who will hold them down towards turn 1 in the lead. Down towards the first corner they go. And a very leisurely start, I think, for Fraser Fenwick, but he's managed to get through, all piling in 2-3 abreast. Jack Noller's out wide and over the grass, but he manages to carry on, but has lost several positions as a result of that. Now they come down towards the hairpin for the first time. Big dive up the inside for Callum Greatrex past Steve Foden. That's a big move. So Callum Greatrex not only getting past Steve Foden, he's challenging Ben Short on the exit. So a great start for Callum Greatrex to get himself in the mix. Side by side, down the back straight. Or through Palmer. And up towards Agostini for the first time. So here they come. It is Ben Short that leads then. It's Callum Greatrex into second. And for third place, it's Steve Foden. Fourth is going to be Brad Jones. Fifth is Seb Fisher. And Fraser Fenwick is in 6th position. So he's got some work to do here. But of course, he's only going to lose at the moment 8 points, which means that if he stays where he is, it'll be an 18-point gap at the top, and of course, whatever happens, if they stay as they are for the rest of the race, it would provisionally give the title to Fenwick by 18 points, because it would be 100 points. Oh no, it'd be more than that, as you can see Foden's there. Ooh, Fraser Fenwick, he was very close to the back of Steve Foden, who locked up, but I think Fenwick tried to avoid going to the back of him. And this is that scenario where you're so tentative and you're so have to be so on your toes in this final race of the season when you've got a championship on the line. Every single corner, every single gear change, every single press of the accelerator and the brake pedal has to be absolutely spot on. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot slip up, because if one thing goes wrong, it can send you into a bit of a spiral and it can all go crashing down. Now, what's going to definitely benefit Fraser is that he's only one place behind Steve Foden at this point, because if they come down the short straight out of Brundle and Nelson, as it stands right now, they're currently sat in 5th and 6th position. Now, that would mean if you take Ben Short out of the equation when it comes to point scoring, it means that technically they'll get the points for 4th and 5th. So it'll mean that Steve Foden will get 94 points, 92 points for Fraser Fenwick. That's before we take a fastest lap into account, which means that the gap will only come down again by 2 points. And it would give provisionally Fenwick the title by 24 points. So that's a key thing. Now, Fenwick is trying to pull himself alongside here, but does he dare go for an attack here? Or does he sit back and just let Steve Foden run his own race and just let him pull him round? End of the first lap, Short leads. Callum Greatrex taking the race to Ben Short here. Really good start for Callum. And keeping him on his toes here. This is really good stuff from Callum on this final race of the season. He's come alive here. The Greatrex is bringing really great form at the first round of the season. That's Jason Greatrex getting involved in something. Doesn't want to do that because that might hurt his chances for the Masters title. I think he might well just be okay. There's Ollie Graham in 11th place. Of course, he'll be without his teammate next year. I presume he'll carry on in the championship, and it will be Ollie possibly with somebody else alongside him in the team. But top two getting away here. And Steve Foden on his toes now, trying to get himself past Seb Fisher. And there you can see lurking around his Fraser Fenwick. He's got to be careful darting to the inside line, because Foden will always throw the block on the inside. And Michael Green's getting involved here too. This is one of his best runs of the season. 7th place at the moment. Thomas Langford in 8th. Adam Sparrow 9th, and Michael Nibbs in the top 10. Jason Greatrex, we should mention, is running as top Masters driver, so he would get the maximum of 100 points, plus potentially a point for the fastest Masters lap as well. I do believe he did also win the Masters race as well, so that's certainly given him 100 points back that he didn't score in the first race, after the suspension problem to the left front, which put him out of the race early on. So I think Nibbs going around the outside and holding the position on Ollie Graham. I just double check, did Luke Pullen take the start of the race? Unfortunately he didn't, so that's a real shame for Luke Pullen. He didn't make the start, so his season hardly even put a racing lap in, which is really awful for him. Side by side for Steve Foden, trying to go around the outside of Brad Jones here. Brad Jones is one of his best starts of the season so far. He's now up there in what's currently 4th position now, because he's now just been shuffled backwards by Steve Foden. Seth Fisher's also been put backwards a little bit too. They'll pile in through the bomb hole. It's a great shot. You see them they rock on the suspension as they hit the compression right at the apex through the right-hander, over the curb. So Steve Foden now up into 3rd, Brad Jones 4th, Seb Fisher 5th, and Fraser Fenwick is in the 6th position. So the equivalent of this now is it's 94 points, as we see Adam Sparrow getting all out of shape. So this now puts Foden up into 3rd position. It gives him 98 points. And Ben Short sets the fastest lap of the race. I think Callum Greatrex has just taken it for the point scoring cars. So it's 98 points compared to 92. So it's a 6-point swing in Foden's favour. But I don't think that's obviously not going to be enough. And there's all sorts going on, thankfully, behind Fraser Fenwick at the moment. So he's thankfully just keeping himself out of trouble. But putting the results in from the first 2 races for this so far. So at the moment, it is Fenwick's championship provisionally by 20 points on the calculation I currently have. But again, everything is subject to official confirmation, but that's the current tally that we have at the moment. So Short still leads. Callum Greatrex in 2nd, keeping him honest. And it's 3rd place for Foden, 4th for Fisher in his last MX5 place race for the time being. Brad Jones in 5th, and in 6th place there is Fraser Fenwick. He has currently got one hand on the championship trophy, but he's still got 14 minutes to go in order to get this job done. There's Jack Noller. He's had a great rookie season so far this year. He's currently sat at the moment in, not as high as he'd like to be, in 17th place. He did run out wide at the start at Ritchie, so he's dropped a few positions. He's on the comeback trail to try and see if he can work his way back to the front. He's going to make his way up towards the end of the Bentley straight, and it's still short from Greatrex. And I thought for a second we'd lost. I thought for a second, I don't want to give anyone a heart attack. I thought for a second we'd lost Fraser Fenwick, but no, I found him because he's just there in ahead of Seb Fisher now. So he's gained another place. That's going to put him ahead of Fisher. That now, is he ahead of Brad Jones as well? He might well be. I'll need to look at them in the next shot to see where they are relative to each other now. There's been at least one position change. I know that Fisher, so Fisher's now behind. Yeah, there he is. He's ahead of Brad Jones as well. Something's happened between Fisher and Jones, which has let Fenwick get up to 4th. So that's really going to help him no end. So that will give him an extra 4 points in for his final championship. Although it puts him to 4th, it puts him 3rd of the point scoring cars now, immediately behind, for the time being anyway, behind Steve Foden. But now Seb Fisher drafts past him, and 3 goes again. So it changes once more for Fenwick. He now goes on to 94 points for this last race. And this now gives him an advantage of 22 points on this one. So it's ever changing, but I think that this is a battle which Fenwick, he's not getting himself he's not getting too involved in it by throwing himself up the inside at every corner. He doesn't need to. He's driving a smart, calm, collected, calculated race. He knows exactly what he needs to do. All Foden can do here is drive as hard as he can, try and catch the top 2, and try and get as many points as possible. He's currently going to score 98, being the second non-invitation car home, because of course Ben Short, we should remind you again, is a guest driver, so he will not score points. He's invisible for those. He'll still win the race, he'll still get a trophy and be recognised as the winner, but he won't score anything towards anything on the championship table. So the points then get moved down a position to everyone. So, for example, Callum Greatrex would get the points for the win with 100 points. Steve Foden would get 98 at this point. Seb Fisher would get 96, and Fraser Fenwick gets 94. So it's only 4 points that Steve Foden is taking out of Fraser Fenwick on this point at this stage. So that's obviously not enough for the championship. So is that change of fastest lap? It is. It's gone to Steve Foden. So Steve now gets also an extra bonus point for the fastest lap, which means he scores 99 from this race, which means it reduces the gap by another point down to 21 points at this point. But there's still 11 minutes to go to try and figure out who wins this one. It's good work so far. Ben Short certainly treating this as if he's part of the championship, just pushing on and trying to pull a gap from Greatrex. Gap is still only at 7/10 of a second. He's not being allowed to run away with this in the same fashion that he was to a certain extent in the first 2. He's certainly been kept honest, but he's been kept honest arguably by technically 3 different drivers, because he's had a few different drivers up there trying to give him a good race, and he seems to have appreciated the battles. And who knows, maybe Ben might come back and do a couple more races next year, or sporadically drop in whilst amongst his other MX-5 commitments. So he's also quite a keen historic racer as well. In the past, he's raced things as a beautiful Jaguar type in the past with a good friend of his, Nick Riley, who very sadly passed away in the last couple of years. Sebastian Fisher takes the fastest lap point, so he now steals it away from Steve Foden, so that means he goes back down to 98. So that means now as we come out of the first couple of corners, back onto another lap, someone's kicked a load of dust and grass and dirt onto the apex of Ritchie's, or just after the apex, so that's going to reduce grip levels a bit. Adam Sparrow's a bit further back at the moment. He's, again, not as high up as I anticipated he might be, but he's still trying to press on in 12th place. Let's look at the gap now. It's just over a second, or just under a second, because about 2/10 quicker on that last lap was Ben Short. Here's the next group, headed by Brad Jones. This is over 6th position downwards. He's got Michael Green in here, Ollie Graham, Adam Craig. We've got Jason Greatrex in there as well, Thomas Langford, Adam Sparrow, and Michael Nibbs. So this will be certainly beneficial for those battling for the likes of 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the championship. Okay, almost got into the back of Ollie Graham there, but Ollie's got more pressing matters to deal with. That's trying to get up the inside of his teammate Michael Green as he goes out and out of Oggies and then through Williams. Just side by side on the exit, over the curb, and back through the gears again. Very, very close indeed, and now darting out to the left-hand side comes Jason Greatrex. They're going to go 3 abreast. Why not? It's the final race of the season. Greatrex might get 2 in 1 here. You might go for both Adam Craig and Michael Green. If he's on the inside line, you might try it, but they're all going to keep going around the outside. It's almost side by side between Michael Green, and they're just up the inside. Jason Graytrek gets mugged by 3 cars in one move. He gets passed by Thomas Langford, who just arrived on the inside at the apex into Nelson. And through went also Adam Sparrow and Michael Nibbs, so that's really crucial for them. So they turn in through the right-hander. And to now make their way up towards the end of another lap. Fastest lap of the race has now gone to Fisher again, 2:20.294, so he's lowered it another time. And Fenwick is just about holding on now. It's 1.1 seconds. He's, how far back is he? 1 second. So, and he's got 4 seconds over Brad Jones. And Brad Jones are obviously they're in the same team. So essentially, Brad Jones is kind of playing rear gunner here. He's kind of letting the rest of the pack just. This is actually whether he's purposely doing it or not, it's actually quite a smart piece of driving from Brad Jones here, because he essentially is keeping the pack behind from 7th place downwards away from Fraser. He's keeping with the leaders, as there's been a change for 2nd here because Steve Foden has got himself in front, but Callum Graytrex is fighting back up the inside into Agostini. Under brakes, here comes Fisher to try and get through. Fisher locks up, almost gets into the side of Foden, will run him out wide on the exit, which he does, and look at that, he puts him straight into the firing line of one Fraser Fenwick. Now, obviously Fenwick doesn't want to get involved in this too much, but if there's a chance to get through, if Foden makes a mistake, I'm sure that Fenwick will take it every day of the week, provided it's a calculated risk he can afford to take. All this is helping Ben Short, who is now 2 seconds up the road and looking to try and make it 3 from 3. Certainly is the man in form this weekend. So as it sits right now then, it puts, changes it back around again of course, it now puts I think Foden onto 96 points for this race. So it means that he's down to 3rd now in terms of the points that he would score. And now side by side with Fisher, getting himself stuck in on the inside through Brundle. He'll be on the outside for Nelson. Greg takes the curb. They're almost 3 abreast on the exit of Nelson. All over the grass goes Fisher. Now he's got Foden to his inside line, in through the bomb hole. Up the apex, up the inside goes Foden. 3 goes into 2nd place. And Fresnick just sits out there thinking, I'm just going to sit back and watch this for the next 6 minutes. I ain't getting involved in any of this. He won't get involved in the battle unless he really needs to, but he's just sitting back, watching and just not taking the risk whatsoever. He knows exactly what he needs to do here. Out of the right-hander at Murray's, over the curb. The next group, of course, being held up by Brad Jones. Oh, that's a shame, 65 off the road. No, that's 165, isn't it? Is that Tim Dorr off the road? It's 165. Yeah, Tim Dorr off the road, I'm afraid. So that's not a great end to his season. Had an accident in his original car. As now we go 3 abreast down towards Ritchie's for 2nd place. Back up the inside goes Graytrex, and he stays there this time. Foden going through. Look at Fisher up the inside, trying to make it for 3rd place. This is not going to help Foden one bit, but Fisher doesn't care. He's in his last MX5 race. He wants to go out with a bang. Not literally, of course, but in terms of a podium finish. He wants a good result. He wants a last piece of silverware to remember his time at his last few years in the MX5 Championship. I'm sure he'll be back at some point in the future, but for the time being, he, of course, is going to sit on the sidelines for a while whilst he attends to, you know, family life and personal life and just enjoy himself a bit more away from the racetrack. He enjoys himself here, of course, but just wanted to get back to his family and want to spend more time with them and give the racetrack a bit of a break. Well, I'm sure he'll be very sorely missed because he's a very competitive driver. Now, we should say, again, whether it's purposeful or not, look at the stack up behind Brad Jones here. You've got Adam Craig in one of, again, an excellent drive for him up in 8th position. You've got Thomas Langford, Adam Sparrow, Jason Graytrex in there, Michael Nibbs and Richard Woodson. They're all battling. This is 6th down to 13th. There's all sorts going on. I think there's also been a change. I think that we've got Nola off the road. Off the road has gone Callum Graytrex. Up the inside again goes Steve Foden. He's backing out to 2nd place. Graytrex runs out wide over the curb. Fisher's got the better momentum and the track position on the inside line. So now they're side by side. Fisher now gets the toe from Foden down the straight. Graytrex is hung out to dry. And again, Fenwick just sits back and thinks, right, I've got the best seat in the house here. I'm watching you 3 go at it. One of you makes a mistake, provided it doesn't tag me into it, I'm going to get straight into this. Here they come. 4 minutes to go. The last 4 minutes of the MX5 Championship. Big bounce over the curve from Callum Graytrex. He is getting very aggressive here to try and hold on to his position. Side by side into the bomb hole. Fisher up the inside in for 4th place. 3rd place. And he's through. This will give him the points, of course, 98 for second. 98 for 2nd. because it now puts Steve Foden on 100. Now he's in second place because he gets the win he gets the points for the win. So Foden then up to 100 again. Still Fenwick on 94, but it still doesn't change things. Now, as for the second group, Adam Craig has broken free. He's got past Brad Jones. Unless the 3 cars in front really hold each other up, I can't see him catching these 4 cars ahead. So Foden, Fisher, Greatrex, then Fenwick, then the next group now headed by Adam Craig, who has Brad Jones behind him. Then it's Langford. There's Jason Greatrex. Looks like he's on course for the Masters title, it seems. Of course, we'll do all the points totting up and calculations afterwards. There you go, the leaders through. Someone locked up into the hairpin in the group ahead. Not sure who it was. But the second group just arrived with a huge puff of smoke hanging in the air. And here is that quartet behind Ben Short, who was just romped away by 6.7 seconds. There he is in the foreground already exiting Agostini. So he's so far ahead, he's got such an advantage, he hasn't got a care in the world. He might be a bit disappointed he hasn't got anyone else to play with out on track, but I think at the same time he's a racer and he wants to take a win, be it dominant by a tenth of a second or by 20 seconds. It's a win is a win, and he'll take it any way he can, whether it's point scoring or not. So back with our battle for 6th, and Adam Craig, now he's got past Brad Jones, hasn't really pulled away too much from Brad Jones. Thomas Langford's also in there as well, of course, in the title-winning car from last year, which was in the hands of Ollie Allwood, and that was his title after some 7 or 8 seasons worth of trying in MX-5s. Finally managed to get it done in 2021. But it'll be a different champion for 2022, and it looks like the championship title will stay with AB Motorsport, but this time it's going to be Fraser Fenwick. He's got one more lap to see if he can get it done. Another big bounce over the curb for Callum Greatrex. He knows again he's under pressure, using all the track and a bit more, but there goes Fenwick in 5th position. Rest of the second group comes through. It's Craig, then Jones, Langford, Greatrex, Green, and then Adam Sparrow. 11th place for him. Through the bomb hole. He's having a little look around. Foden trying to break away from this battle for 3rd place now. Greatrex wants a podium to round off the season. He finished on the podium, I think it was at the start of the season, at the first meeting at Silverstone. He wants a bit of silverware to bookend the year. So that's had some ups and downs for the Greatrexes. They've had 1 or 2 race weekends where they have been right up at the front and shown their pace, both Jason and Callum. But ultimately, that's it. So, last lap of the season then. This is it. Either bragging rights are at stake, trophies are at stake, championships are at stake. Greatrex gets back through to 3rd place, immediately goes defensive, holds the inside line. Foden seems about away and dry here. Yes, he'll get the 100 points for the win, but again, he's only going to chip away at that lead by 6. And so at the moment, it means that it will be Fenwick's title provisionally by 20 points. That's what we have it on our initial calculations. But of course, again, everything is provisional, subject to official confirmation. But the most important numbers that we need are the ones of Fenwick and Foden. That's the ones we're calculating, and it's currently, we show it as 20 points. Into the head, Agostini for the last time of the season. Greatrex holding on. They've got some back markers to deal with. I think that's either Richard or Stephen Bartlett. That's Stephen Bartlett's car, so it might be Richard driving it, because Richard had an accident in his car at Donington Park when he came together with Luke Souch in the last race of the weekend. Is that Richard? Yes, it is. That is Richard Bartlett. So he's in Stephen's car, so he's managed to pick that up for the season. But he will let the leaders through, and he also very calmly lets Fraser Fenwick through. That was a nice calculated move for him. Out of the Williams right-hander for the last time. This will fill up the longest final few corners for Fraser Fenwick and co, because it has been a long season, lots of battles going on. They're still going on here because we've still got side-by-side action between Fisher and Greatrex. Fisher here with a performance that almost says, "You'll miss me when I'm gone." He's trying to get up to the inside line, but here comes Greatrex to try and push Fenwick off Fisher off the podium. He goes round the outside of Greatrex if he can hold on. There goes Richard Bartlett, who's the laps car. We're going to have to look at Ben Short, who's been dominant all day. This has been his most strongest drive of the day. who knows, if he turns up next year, he might well do this all season, but we'll have to wait and see. Through the final few corners come the leaders. It's going to be Fisher, who has kept himself back ahead of Callum Greatrex onto the checkered flag. But up to the checkered flag to win his third race of the weekend is Ben Short. He takes victory. Second for Steve Foden, third for Fisher, fourth for Greatrex, and we believe fifth is going to be enough for Fraser Fenwick to be provisionally crowned 2022 Mazda MX-5 Championship champion. Fantastic. Well done to Fraser Fenwick provisionally for what we believe is the title win by 20 points from Steve Foden. Congratulations. He's off the podium, but we'll certainly get a word with him in Parc Fermé to see how he feels about that. Of course, I know Richard will find that a bit emotional, seeing that he knew him from the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, from the scholarship, from the Ginetta Juniors, and he has known him ever since. So I'm sure he'll be very delighted at that. Rest of the order, 6th place goes to Adam Craig, 7th to Brad Jones, 8th to Thomas Langford, 9th to Jason Greatrex. And I think that should be enough for him at the very least to pick up the Masters title, which if that's the case will be fantastic for him. And then P10 is going to be Michael Green, we think, as well. That's just to him. But what a way to end it. It was a tiny bit anticlimactic, but I guess in some cases, if you're battling for the championship, you don't want drama on the final day. You just want to get the job done. You want to, arguably, you want the most boring races possible. You want to make sure that you can win the championship with no dramas, no incidents, nothing. You just want to get yourself over the line, get the race finish done, and you want to get the championship wrapped up. And provisionally, it looks as though it is Fraser Fenwick who has won the title. So, a big congratulations and well done to all of our drivers who've raced in the championship this year. It's been another mega year for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. More of the same lies ahead in 2023. And a big thank you, of course, as well, not just to LMA Motorsport for all their support, but also to Avon Tyres and to Gaz Shocks and to everyone that's been involved in the paddock, all the teams, all the drivers, all the officials, to Emma Palmer, who's the championship coordinator, taking over from Mandy Andrew this year. Magnificent job from everyone involved, and it's been an amazing championship so far for them. So congratulations to those who have succeeded. I'm sure that those who have come runner-up will come back next year and try and do it all over again. Some might move on to Mark 3s, some might stick around because they've got a point to prove in Mark 1s. So the last couple of cars coming through to finish off from this afternoon's final races. One more car to come through, which is Simon Privet. He will be officially the last finisher across the line in an MX-5 Championship race in 2022. Up to the checkered flag, and he picks up 26th position. And that is the last finisher across the line of the Mazda MX-5 Championship season. So there it is then. Ben Short provisionally the race winner, from Steve Foden in second place, Sebastian Fisher third, Callum Greatrex fourth, and we believe fifth place is enough by 20 points to give Fraser Fenwick provisionally the 2022 Mazda MX-5 title. Congratulations to him. Adam Craig 6th, Brad Jones 7th, Thomas Langford 8th, Jason Greatrex 9th, and Michael Green 10th, and Adam Sparrow, Michael Nibbs, Jack Noller, Richard Wood and Levi Aisbert, followed by Darryl Radwell, Tom Mallet, Kevin Denge, Bo Parry and Bryn Griffiths, rounding up the top 20. And then it'll be from 21st downwards, Ben Manchik, Keith Dalton, Graham Rumsey, Jonathan Fieldsend, Amy Watt, Simon Privet and Richard Bartlett, with Christopher Abbott, Ollie Graham, who we lost in that race at some point, so we see him drop out a little bit, and then Tim Dorr we lost also too on that race. So for the final time in the championship, let's also have a chat to our top 3 in Parc Fermé, and hopefully our new provisional champion Fraser Fenwick. They'll all be down there with Richard John Neal down in Parc Fermé.
Well, fingers crossed we can round them all up. Ben Short's the man we need to talk to first of all as our race winner. Here is Ben. Many congratulations. A superb hat-trick this weekend. You must be well pleased with that.
Yeah, completely unexpected. Yeah, actually, yeah, really over the moon. So for me, that's like really good end to the MX-5 season. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So and got to have a little race with Callum, who I've known for ages. And I think I was at one of the BRSCC meetings when he got his first win. So that was quite cool to have a couple of little tussles with Callum in the first few laps.
Excuse my stupid question. You must be pleased. Of course you're pleased. You got a hat-trick. But what's the secret of your success this weekend?
I don't know, just being chilled out about it all, I think. Because we haven't been running any cars this weekend, it's actually just been really relaxed and chilled out. So
does that make a difference? You find you can find that little bit of performance if you're switched off, not switched off, but
yeah, absolutely. I mean, like when you're sat in the collecting ring with a load of customer cars, you instead of focusing on the race that's about to happen, you're in your mirrors checking that they're all right and that there's no dramas going on. And then the worst thing when you're driving is seeing a red flag and you think, oh no, it might be one of my cars or something like that. And then obviously you start thinking, whoever it is, I hope they're all right. But yeah, those things are always going through your mind when you got other things going on in the background. So yeah, it definitely helps without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, brilliant. It's been great to watch you get that hat-trick. Hopefully we'll see you do another one real soon. Ben Short there in P2. Let's grab a quick word with Steve Foden, who takes second position over by the fence. Steve, lovely to meet again. Top championship points there, but not quite the championship. But you're still smiling, which is fantastic. What more could you have done this season, do you think?
Not written off the black car, so we had obviously, this is our backup car, and before in January we went into the first corner Armco at about 80 mile an hour at Alton Park, so we're just kind of on the back foot from the start really. So we're going to give the car to Rob over the off season and then come back fighting with a good car from the first round rather than the third round when it ended up getting sorted. So, you know, fantastic drives by Fraser all year. He thoroughly deserves the championship this year. He's been an absolutely outstanding driver, absolutely outstanding competitor, so congratulations to him and AB Motorsport for the second consecutive championship for their team as well. So yeah, it's been an emotional weekend, but I feel like we did all we could, and fate was in Fraser's hands today, so he deserves it.
Steve, great comments. You're a gentleman and a sportsman. It's been a pleasure interviewing you this year. Thank you very much indeed for that. Let's grab a quick word with Sebastian. We'll get to our champion eventually. Sebastian, a little bit, it's a sign off, isn't it? It's a little bit sad moment here, because hopefully not for too long, but other things come into life, don't you? Life in general.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there are other things in life. We will be back at some point. We're keeping hold of the car, but I just want to say thanks to my dad, really. We've done this for 10 years. We're now sort of consistent front runners, and I couldn't have done it without him. So thank you. It's been a fantastic journey. Absolutely loved every minute of it, and a race like that was epic. So I was a bit emotional to put on the slowing down lap, but yeah, thanks to him, thanks to the rest of the TSW team, Leona for putting up with me doing it, and yeah, it's the best thing in the world, really. So hopefully I'll be back. The old car's still got the pace, so we'll bring it back at some point.
That'd be mega. Sebastian, well done. P3 today. Excellent, great chatting to you. And we need to catch up with our champion. So let's have a look. Where's Fraser? Is he over here? He's over here by the car. So come this way. Hopefully not too much in the shadow of the building. Fraser. Eventually we get to you, mate. Well done. This guy, I met this guy at as you know from the first round when we spoke at the Janetta Scholarship, which I'm doing again in a couple of weeks' time. I won't win it, but I'm judging on it. Fraser, we met there, and you were down here, and now you're taller than me, which is very annoying. But first of all, congratulations on the championship. Steve Foden's words were very generous, and what a sportsman he is. But when was it you realised that the championship was a possibility?
Today.
Really, that
you can never rule it out. Not in a field like this. I mean, Steve's driven amazing all year. He didn't have the best of the start to the season, but ever since then, he's just been a really, really hard battle and a really good opponent. But no, the only reason I'm the champion today is everybody that's helped out, all friends and family, all sat at home watching. Massive thank you to AB and all of my sponsors. They are the only reasons why this is possible.
How difficult is it sitting back? Because I know you're the type of driver who likes to get stuck in. We saw that at Cadwell Park, but you know, to get the championship, it looks like you had to just temper things a little bit, sit back, keep your eye on Steve, keep your eye on the battles up front, and not get involved. How difficult is that for you against racing instincts?
Very, very. No, there was many times I had to drop off, and it was really hard mentally to be able to drop back, because you know you just want to get stuck in and get involved, but it's a risk I wasn't willing to take, so I just got to keep dropping back and just giving myself a bit of space. I had a lot of space behind me, so it's just all keeping with the right mentality to keep consistent, that's all.
Many congratulations on the championship. Thanks for talking. It's Fraser Fenwick there, our second Mazda champion of the weekend. We're about to provisionally crown a third because the SuperCup cars are on track. Here with the grid and the rundown and all the points, which I know Scott's been working out, is your commentator Scott Woodward. Over to you, Scott.
So, seconds out, round 3. We've crowned 2 provisional MX5 champions. Time to crown at least one more. We've got 2 classes to crown, of course, Pro and Club, and also Masters champion. Here's the final grid of the pasture reverse top 10. Will Morris starts from pole alongside Michael Nibbs on the front row. Jack Brewer starts from third. Can he get on the podium in his final race of the season? Tom Griffiths alongside him. Then Nick Grindrod, and crucially, Will Blackwell Chambers starts 6th, ahead of Colin Bysouth. He needs to try and stay ahead of him as much as possible if he can. Colin Bysouth and Simon Baldwin on the 4th row of the grid together. Alongside, ahead of them is Lee Britton and Ali Bray from 10th. Can he be a factor in 10th after he charged through for the back of the grid in race 2 and won yesterday's race on the road before he got disqualified? It's then row 6 for John Langridge and Alex Stott on the 6th row of the grid. John Langridge looking to try and end his season on a high. Chris Richardson and Alex Miller then come next on the 7th row of the grid. Still they go backwards. Nick Rutter and Tom Selden on the 8th row. 9th row for James Cousins. He's got to really have his work cut out from 17th on the grid. Try and pick his way up through the order if he can. And it's going to be a run. He'll be alongside Scott Wright, who looks to have possibly one hand on the club class trophy. But we'll see if he can keep himself ahead of the likes of Stephen New and co. Dylan Stepney, one of our guest club drivers, comes next on the 10th row of the grid alongside Martin Tolley as well to round out the top 20. Still they filter through. Simon Fleet 21st on the grid. Stephen New knows what he has to try and do. All he could try and do is race and do the best result he can. It looks like it's Scott Wright's club title to lose, but we'll wait and see how the next 20 minutes unfolds. Christopher Ginn and Adrian Burge are on row 12, ahead of James Dixon and Clive Chisnell on the 13th row of the grid in car 67. Row 14 sees Lees Walton and Alex Jones ahead of George Grant of Clapham North fame. And then it's Xavier Brook on the 15th row of the grid. And the last 3 cars of the grid should be Martin Canning. Will Powell, who's had a very tough weekend back in the championship as a guest, the man behind Motors 1, or the team boss of Motors 1. And then Brad Diaz, who had some problems in the first couple of races. Hopefully he can get out for the 3rd race and give himself a strong finish towards the end. What's been a very long, tough, and I think arguably one of the most competitive seasons that we've ever seen in MX5 Super Cup. I started the season saying that there were at least 12 to 15 drivers that had the potential of winning a race, just at least getting a podium, let alone winning a race, even going for the championship. It has really been a sensational year, and some people might laugh when I say this, but this championship right now, for me, is the equivalent of what was, not the same cars obviously, but this equivalent of what was the TVR Tuscan Challenge. Yes, they're nowhere near the same car, they're not near as powerful, but the quality of the drivers, the level of the racing, the intensity, the competitiveness with so many top drivers in the mix, they are all incredible here. It's a championship which, even like Nick Grinder and others have said, you've got to be on your A game. It's a tough, tricky, testing, demanding club level championship. It's probably one of the toughest out there, if not the toughest in British club motorsport. To win it, you've got to be insanely talented, but insanely consistent at the same time. It all boils down to this. Will Blackwell Chambers has a 9-point lead over Colin Bysouth in the Pro Class Championship. He essentially needs to make sure that if he finishes ahead of Colin Bysouth, that's it. He is provisionally the champion in Pro Class. If Bysouth finishes ahead of him, he needs to make sure that he doesn't outscore him by 10 points, essentially. I think possibly on countback, it might well be Colin Bysouth with more race wins, because Colin has had, very quickly, he's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, essentially, whereas 1, 2, 3, 4 for Will Blackwell Chambers. So if they tie on points, on countback it goes to Will Blackwell Chambers. He needs to make sure he doesn't outscore him more than 8 points. This is it then. Fasten your seatbelts. The last race of the season to decide who wins. The 2022 MX5 Super Cup Championship is underway. It's a strong start from the front row of the grid from the Michael Nibbs. He gets himself into the lead. Will Morris will try and hold on for 2nd place. They all fan out down towards turn 1. Here's the pressure point. This is going to be tough. Down towards. Let's try and keep out of trouble. That's going to be tricky. Oh, and Colin Bysouth's off the road. Colin Bysouth sideways. He's off the road. One of the championship contenders is out onto the grass. That is disaster for Colin Bysouth for the championship. He's almost down to the back of the field and last. This is going to be a real monumental challenge, but it is advantage Blackwell Chambers from turn 1. And what did I say? You need to be on your A game, because one small slip up, one mistake, and it can send your championship chances tumbling down a ravine. Colin Bysouth now has it all to do from practically the back of the grid. Unbelievable. So this is going to be a really dramatic 20 minutes. His tail will be up. Meanwhile, Will Morris leads the way down towards the hairpin for the first time. Morris leads. 2nd place now for Tom Griffiths round the outside. He get his first MX5 Super Cup win. 3rd for Michael Nibbs, and 4th place for Will Blackwell Chambers. Considering where Colin Bysouth is, as long as he finishes ahead of Colin, that will be enough. If he finishes ahead, that's it. Provisionally, he will be the champion. It is advantage WBC on the opening lap of the race. Here comes Ali Bray up the inside making a dive. That will be on, I can't quite tell who it is there, but he's making a dive for 6th position. Jack Brewer staying close in there, but Will Morris with a really strong start. And I can see the safety car is being prepped with lights on. Is that safety car deployed? Are we going to get a safety car here in a second? Because I can see the safety car with its lights on in the pit lane, possibly being prepped and ready to go. Have we lost the car around on the opening lap, possibly, I wonder? They're still racing, 3 abreast. Nibbs takes the lead down the back straight. Round the outside looks Tom Griffiths for 2nd place on Will Morris. Morris has to go deep round the outside. Will Blackwell Chambers has to try and be careful. He was right in the mix here. Ali Bray runs wide. This is going to be such a tense 18 minutes to watch how this plays out. Safety car lights now off in the pit lane, so I think they've managed to avoid a safety car, thankfully, which is what we want. We want this race to go the full 20 minutes without any interruption. Any safety cars will only heighten the tension as they make their way through. Look at the leading pack. You can see there Simon Baldwin wiggling around in car number 9 trying to get it stopped. He's got Nick Grindrod, he's ahead of him. Ali Bray, meanwhile, is on the charge. And where is Colin Bicester? Big dive up the inside there. There's Colin Bicester, car 88. He's behind these 3 cars right here. So let's see where he is in the field. Nibs leads, Griffiths second, Blackwell Chambers third, Morris, Brewer, Bray, Baldwin, Grindrod, Britton and Selden. As for Colin Bicester, he comes across the line. Where's he come across? In 21st position. So he's really got to try and pick up. He's 14 spots off where he started. So Colin Bicester will have to drive the race of his life and hope that the championship posse works out in his favour by sheer luck in some cases. Meanwhile, poor Blackwell Chambers can't afford to back off really because he's right in the thick of the battle. This might be one of the most nervous races he's ever had because he's going to be so in amongst the leading group. He knows how fast some of these drivers are. All of them are going to be gunning for glory. They aren't going to care too much about championship connotations or where they are on the points, etc. If they're going for a win, they're going to go for it. Here comes Blackwell Chambers. He's taking the risk. He's going up the inside of Tom Griffiths for second place. Doesn't do anything by halves, does he? He was going to sit back, and his plan at the beginning of the weekend was if Ali Bray was going to sit in front of him, just do that 2 more times, sit behind the race winner, and just get the title. Now, he's in a proper fight for the race victory. He wants to try and get the championship in the best possible fashion with a race win if he can. If he could do it cleanly without drama, then all the power to him. But he's going to have to try and get around Michael Nibs, who's looking particularly racy in this final race of the season. Through Williams. Nibs, Blackwell Chambers, Griffiths, then Jack Brewer up in 4th. Really good run from him so far. Ali Bray's on his tail in 5th position, so he's up from 10th on the grid. And there's Colin Bice out there, getting past the 83 car. That's Dylan Stepney. He's up into, I think, 18th position. So already he's picked up 3 more places. His next target is the man containing for the club class, a side-by-side for the lead. Oh, Blackwell Chambers doesn't want to do that. That's not where you want to pass the lead into Brunton Nelson. But Blackwell Chambers cannot afford to get himself involved in fights he doesn't need to be involved in, because that will ultimately give him the same fate potentially as what Colin Bicester just had at turn 1 on lap 1. He cannot afford to get involved in anything that's too much of a risk. If he could sit in second place, he hasn't got much of a choice of the pressure because he's got Tom Griffiths behind him. Ali Bray's in there in 4th. He's past Jack Brewer. 6th is Nick Grindrod. 7th is Will Morris from pole. 8th is Simon Baldwin. Then the 2 Luke Herbert cars of Britton and Selden. Also in there is James Cousins. Good start from him also. He's up now to 11th place with John Langridge on his tail. As they head down the pit straight, Will Blackwell Chambers tucked in the slipstream, heading up towards the right-hander. Ali Bray with the fastest lap of the race, the first proper flying lap around. There goes Jack Brewer. Colin Bice, as you can tell, he's pushing 2 minute 15.165. That's the fastest lap of the race. That is, goodness me, that is the fastest lap of the race by 8 tenths per second better than what, 2 tenths quicker than what Ali Bray managed. Bray, meanwhile, has gone up the inside for 3rd place on Tom Griffiths. Oh, I feel tense watching this because this is a dramatic result. He's got past Nick Rutter. He's up now to 17th, so there's still 14 minutes to go. Colin Bicester is driving the race. Both of them are driving the race of their life. Blackwell Chambers will try and win it if he can to get the title, and I think become the only person other than James Blake Baldwin to win a Mark 1 and a Mark 3 title. Because I know the likes of Tom Roach and co came very close, and that never happened. Tom Roach was always Mark 1 champion, never managed it in a Mark 3. And again, look at that. Colin Bicester have another place picked up. He's now got past Martin Tolley up to 16th. So while he wasn't 21st, he's carving his way back through the pack. But he needs to hope that the cars in front start battling more. Otherwise, his progress might be halted. Now then, change for second, because far past him has got Will Blackwell Chambers, has gone Ali Bray. I can barely speak. I'm that excited to watching this. So Nibs leads now. Ali Bray up into 2nd place. He will be fired up after getting disqualified yesterday, after winning the race with Blackwell Chambers on his tail. And then that gave Blackwell Chambers the victory. But now he's locked in underneath Michael Nibs. Here he goes, looking to the inside line. And Nibs is all over the rear bumper of Nibs already. But Will Blackwell Chambers knows if he can go with Ali Bray and possibly go with him out in front, he knows it will be enough. Through the right-hander. There goes Griffiths, followed by Jack Brewer holding station in P5. He really has got into the groove for this MX-5 Super Cup now, as has also Nick Grindrod, of course, now with 2 podiums this season, this weekend. Nose to tail, up into the Murray's, and some just very posturing all around the rear bumper of Michael Nibs. He really is keen to get himself back into the lead here. He wants this to end this weekend with a race win after the first one was taken away from him. Disqualified on a technicality. Here he goes. Nose to tail. Blackwall Chambers. He's now got Tom Griffiths looking to his outside line. James Cousins sets the fastest lap of the race, 2:14.9. Diving up the inside for the lead. Into Richie's corner goes Ali Bray. We don't see the outcome just yet. What happened? It hasn't happened because it looks like Nibs has stayed in front. Nibs is still ahead. Bray in second place. For third, it's side by side with Griffiths down the outside of Blackwall Chambers. Also side by side against the side of Jack Brewer there was Nick Grindrod. And also fighting back is Will Morris, I think is that. Is that Will Morris getting back up the order? It is. He's up into 7th place. So the top 10 as it sits right now as they came across the line was Nibs, Bray, Blackwall Chambers, Griffiths, Brewer, Grindrod, Morris, Baldwin, Britton and Cousins rounding out the top 10. Still 12.5 minutes to go. Side by side for the lead. Under brakes. Nibs holds the inside line. Bray looks round to his right-hand side. He'll get forced out wide on the exit. That might well give Blackwall Chambers the chance to get through. But this is the problem with Blackwall Chambers. Bicef is the one doing the chasing. He's now up to, where's he up to now? 16th place. He hasn't got any further than Chris Richardson yet. He's right in the middle of this leading group. He cannot afford to back off otherwise, because that loses him 4 or 5 positions. And knowing that he will know in his mind, if he knows that Bicef has dropped back, he will know that Bicef will be charging his way through. He cannot afford to drop. This is the paradox he has. This is the decision he has to make to balance out staying with the leading group and not taking risks, but also not backing off and allowing Bicef to catch him up if he starts carving his way through the field as he has done after his mishap off the road. Leading group back underneath the bridge. Still Michael Nibs here. How desperately he would love to get a race victory in the MX-5 SuperCup. Bray wants one. Bray gets sideways. He's up over the grass. He got too much of a twitch on through the braking zone for Nelson, and he's dropped back down to 5th position because he's now down behind Jack Brewer now again. And now Ali Bray's got to do it all over again. I suspect there is a hint of frustration or a hint of just adrenaline pumping for him, trying to get himself back in front because he knows what happened yesterday. He's down to about 6th, in fact, actually, because there goes Nibs in the lead. Blackwall Chambers back up to 2nd. Then it's Griffiths, followed by Nick Grindrod, and then it comes to Jack Brewer and then Ali Bray. So he's back down to 6th place after that mistake. And this lead group starts getting longer and longer. Michael Nibs extends his lead a bit more. I don't know about anyone else, but I've not known tension in a SuperCup race like it. And Ali Bray's dropped a couple more spots. He's dropped down behind Will Morris now. He's under threat from Lee Britton. So, dare I say, is that a problem developing for Ali? And also, Colin Bicef, he's 13th, and he's not that far away from the leading group. Grindrod gets sideways. So too does Jack... I can't hardly speak. Jack Brewer in 5th position. But Colin Bicef, he's 13th. I think he's got past Tom Selden. Colin Bicef is charging along here. He's practically almost in the lead group again. There he is at the back of the shot, the silver zebra car with the pink headlights. He's there. This is why Blackwall Chambers needs to carry on pushing. If he can get into the lead and pull away, he needs to get away as fast as he can. Because look, in the mix here, there's 5 of them all for the same corner. There's contact between Baldwin and Britton. This is going to help Colin Bicef getting past all of them. There's more contact. That was Cousins and Lee Britton off the road. Both to get back on. But that's given about 3 or 4 free passes to Colin Bicef, who's now got past... But who's he got past? He's got past Selden, Langridge, Cousins, Britton, and Baldwin. He's got past 5 cars in the space of 1 few corners. He's now up from 13th up to 8th, and Blackwall Chambers is in P2. Now, of course, if Colin Bicef gets into the lead, he needs to hope that Blackwall Chambers falls back, because if he does, then obviously it comes with the calculations of how it works out for the points. But there, you can see just there in the background, just coming towards the end of the Bentley Straight there with Colin Bicef, the leaders already exiting out of Brunton Nelson. There's the leading 7. There is Colin Bicef. This is how tense it is. 9 minutes to save Colin Bicef's championship if he can possibly take it away. But he needs to not only get in front of Blackwall Chambers, he needs to then hope that Blackwall Chambers drops back and loses more than 8 points. Because even if it goes on countback, if it goes on countback, Jack Brewer was very sideways. If he goes back on countback, Bicef would get it on more wins, to my calculations. I've known tense MX-5 SuperCup finales. I have never known it as tense as this. I hate to think what's going through Rob Boston Racing and Rob Boston and Aidan Hills' minds on the pit wall, because they must be having kittens. Side by side, Ali Bray up the inside into past Tom Griffiths, and Bicef is into 8th position, and he's also trying to chase after Will Morris here. Is he going to find the opponents here a bit tougher? Will Blackwell Chambers then, still second place. He's still ahead of Colin Bysouth. He extends the point lead. If it stays as it is, although how Bysouth's charging, that might not stay anything like it. Stays as it is Blackwell Chambers, his pro class points to lose. We should, of course, check into the club class as well. Scott Wright is leading that from guest driver Dylan Stepney. So the next guest driver behind him is Adrian Burge, and then Stephen New. So as it stands right now, it looks like Scott Wright is on course to provisionally win the club class title. So that's looking good for him so far. Scott Wright is down in the 19th position. But it's this man, Colin Bysouth, and the man in second place we need to keep our focus on. The car left of screen, Will Blackwell Chambers, car number 18, current championship leader. He's got Colin Bysouth back in 8th, 6th cars back. If he stays ahead of him for the next 7.5 minutes, and if is the biggest word in that sentence, because of course, given how Colin has charged his way back through, anything could happen in these next 7.25 minutes. It will be provisionally the pro class title. There is Colin pushing as hard as he dares sideways through Williams. He is desperate to get back towards the front. He knows he has to be desperate to get towards the front and pick his way through these next few cars one by one as fast as possible. Side by side for the lead though. Here comes Will Blackwell Chambers side by side with Michael Nibs. Oh, he doesn't want to do that. There's contact. Careful, Will. That's got to be really careful. He doesn't want to get involved in incidents. That's going to be really, really testy. So, Will Blackwell Chambers takes the lead then. Michael Nibs in second place. It's then Nick Grindrod up to third. Oh, I'm getting tense watching this. I'm actually not sure what's going to happen next few laps. Oh, is that Ali Bray either dropping back or with a problem or just running wide? Problem for Ali Bray possibly, if not just running wide off the course. But Blackwell Chambers then in the lead. This is exactly where he wants to be. Now he has to go. He has to escape. He has to get up the road now because he knows that Colin Bysouth, he's possibly being told on the pit wall, Colin Bysouth is 8th. He needs to run now for the next 6.5 minutes. Down the pit straight. Blackwell Chambers sets a new personal best. Colin Bysouth, fastest lap of the race. He is 9/10 of a second quicker on that lap than Will Blackwell Chambers. 2:14.0. Colin Bysouth is absolutely charging. He's up to 7th now, past John Langridge. Into the hairpin. Blackwell Chambers with Nibs all over his rear bumper. And now, Colin Bysouth looking for 6th. He's looking for P6 on Will Morris. I've seen some good drives in the MX-5 Super Cup. This is genuinely one of the best I've seen on a recovery drive from Colin Bysouth. And my heart is in my mouth watching this. 5.75 minutes. I have no idea what it's like for you guys at home watching this. It's so tense. Side by side again. Down the outside looks Michael Nibs. Defensive this time from Blackwell Chambers. Grindrod's in the mix now in 3rd place. He wants a 3rd podium to round off the season. How much good form will he be in next year? As also will be the likes of Tom Griffiths and also Jack Brewer. They'll be in fantastic form next year if they carry on for another season. He goes Nibs wide on the exit of Hamilton. Back under brakes for Oggies. Will you look for the undercut on Blackwell Chambers exiting the right-hander? I know that not just the team, but Will's girlfriend Tyler is going to be having palpitations on the pit wall watching this one. Everyone involved, both with Colin and with Will, will be absolutely on the edge of their seats watching this one. Looking further back, that's one of the Hills Motorsports cars, for 15, Alex Stott. Quick update again on clubs. It's 3 wide for leading towards the complex. That's not going to work out well because Grindrod has now got up into 3rd place. I think Blackwell Chambers let him through. He didn't want to get too involved in the battle. He's got to be careful though because only 3 cars back now is Colin Bysouth. 4.5 minutes to go. And the tension is ramping up here at Snetterton. 4.5 minutes to decide who provisionally wins the Pro Class title in Super Cup. It is either going to be Blackwell Chambers or Colin Bysouth, one of the two. Bysouth is there in P6 in the silver car with the pink headlights. It's the white and red car of Blackwell Chambers in 3rd. Those two battling for the championship. 9 points between them going into this last race. Nose to tail, side by side. Here comes Nick Grindrod. Great momentum down the straight. Here comes Blackwell Chambers looking around the outside. Is he going to make it stick? He can't take too many risks. And here comes Colin Bysouth up the inside of Tom Griffiths for 5th. Round the outside looks for Blackwell Chambers. Does he get edged out wide? He's got to be careful. Here comes Jack Brewer on the inside line. This is very, very tense. And now up the inside looks Jack Brewer. And he runs out a little bit wide as well. Here comes Tom Griffiths. He's got to be very, very careful. He can't drop back too many times. This is going to be very close. I guess the comfort is, even if Blackwell Chambers is passed by Colin Bysouth, as long as he doesn't drop back so he loses more than 8 points, it will still be his title, but only by a couple. Oh, less than 3.5. I make it 2 laps to go here. 2 laps to decide about that. Who wins, provisionally, the MX-5 Super Cup title? Side by side. Here comes Bysouth up the inside of Tom Griffiths. Edges him out wide. Will he be side by side on the exit? There's a bit of smoke or steam somewhere. Still side by side. In towards the left-hander at Hamilton. And does Bysouth get through? The answer is yes or no. No, he doesn't. And here comes Langridge up the inside. That won't help Bysouth's cause, but Langridge won't care. He's in his own race. I'm almost out of breath watching this. Grindrod now leads the race. Nick Grindrod, through all of that, now leads the final race of the season. Can he get a victory? His first MX-5 Super Cup victory in the final race of the season amongst one of the most dramatic title finales I think I've seen for a long, long time in MX-5 Super Cup. I thought Abby Eaton's title decider in 2014 was tense. Goodness me. So, first to fourth altogether. Grindrod, Nibs, Brewer, then Blackwell Chambers, and into 5th position has now gone Colin Bysouth. There is no car separating Royal Blackwell Chambers and Colin Bysouth. Colin has the incentive. He can see the white and red car in front of him. He knows what could happen in the next couple of minutes if he can get past, and if maybe Blackwell Chambers has a problem. But touch wood, it's staying as it is. This will be the last lap of the season. Into the final corner, Grindrod, then it's Nibs, then goodness me, Jack Brewer, then Will Blackwell Chambers, and then Colin Bysouth in P5. Whatever happens, it's been a storming recovery drive from Colin Bysouth. Last lap of the season, here we go, 1:45 left on the clock. It's either going to be Grindrod, will it be Nibs, will it be Brewer, will it somehow be Blackwell Chambers? Can he win to top the season off with a win in style? But as it stands right now, in terms of points, I'm going to try and work this out on my spreadsheet if I can, but I daren't look away from the screen because there's so much going on. It is that tense. Bysouth is closing up. He's pulled away a little bit from Langridge. He's got around Tom Griffiths. Also sticking with him is Will Morris. That's a good run from them so far. So as it stands right now then, Will Blackwell Chambers would score from 4th place, 94 points. But it's 93 points scored by Colin Bysouth. So the gap would go out by 1 point to... No, it wouldn't. Actually, no, it wouldn't. It would be... I've got to finish putting that in, actually. No, 10 points. So it would be 10 points if it stays as it is. Less than a minute to go. Bit of steam or something on the exit at the final corner. Probably just some cement dust or something, I think. But now into the final few corners. Grindrod leads the way, but this is the tense moment. Look, Colin Bysouth is right there. He's almost on the rear bumper of Will Blackwell Chambers. This could be very, very close. Oh, half a lap to go in it, and I daren't look away from the screen, and neither should you. Through Williams, down the back straight, the 2 championship contenders now are practically nose to tail almost, and here comes Colin Bysouth. He's got the toe on all 4 cars in front of him. Is there going to be a last lap challenge? Will there be a last lap change here? Blackwell Chambers moving around because he knows who's in his mirrors right now. There's about 10 seconds left to go. Last lap of the season. Here comes Michael Nibs. Can't make it stick on the inside line. Just literally corners left to go, and here comes Blackwell Chambers. He knows that Bysouth's right behind him. But if he can stay there, it will be his title by 10 points provisionally through the bomb hole. 2 corners left in the season. Who's it going to be? Through the right-hander, through the last couple of corners. Nibs looking, trying to look round the outside here, but Grindrod stays firm on the inside. Here comes Bysouth round the outside. Is there going to be a chase? Nibs up the inside. There's contact between Nibs and Grindrod, but Grindrod stays ahead. There was no move for 4th place either, so Nick Grindrod in the final race of the season will win his first MX-5 Super Cup race. 2nd goes to Nibs, 3rd goes to Brewer, and 4th place will give him enough points for Will Blackwell Chambers to be the 2022 Pro Class Mazda MX-5 Super Cup champion provisionally. What a finale. P5 for Colin Bysouth. He takes the fastest lap of the race. P6 for John Langridge, 7th for Tom Griffiths, 8th for Will Morris, 9th for Lee Britton, and 10th for Simon Baldwin. Oh, what a spin for Simon Fleet right in front of a few of his club class drivers. That's not the way he wants to end his season. As for Scott Wright, he has come through in 17th. That should be enough for him to wrap up the pro class, the club class title as well provisionally. So congratulations to him. But I'm almost certain as well that that win should also give Nick Grindrod the Masters title provisionally as well. So congratulations to him too. He was quite, look at where he was. Who was the 2nd best Master home? It was Nick Rutter and then Martin Tolley. So yeah, he outscored Martin Tolley. So that should be provisionally 3 titles crowned, I think. But what a season it's been for MX-5 Super Cup all the way through. But that's it. The result provisionally in front of Colin Biasat. I'm almost emotional. Will Blackwell Chambers, his 4th place ahead of Colin Biasat, but you have to say, what a heroic drive from Colin Biasat to come back from being on the grass at the first corner of the first lap, to come through and get 5th place, to be on Will Blackwell Chambers, his bumper, right at the checkered flag. There was nothing more he could have done, nothing more. Simon Fleet has come to a stop on the exit of the corner. He couldn't actually get going anymore. Whether the spin was anything to do with a mechanical problem, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm almost practically out of breath. Well, here's the final result of the season. Nick Grindrod picks up his first MX-5 SuperCup win ahead of Michael Nibson. Jack Brewer, third, his first MX-5 podium too. He'll be ecstatic. We've got probably 5 interviews to do here, I think. Jack Brewer is third, then Will Blackwell Chambers 4th, ahead of Colin Biasat. So provisionally, that gives him the Pro Class title MX-5 SuperCup. But it's 5th for Colin Biasat. What a heroic drive back to 5th. That was a champion's drive alone. What an amazing job that was. P6 for John Langridge, 7th for Bryn Griffiths, 8th for Will Morris, 9th for Lee Britton, and 10th for Simon Baldwin. And Selden, Cousins, Miller, Stott, Richardson, Nick Russell, and Scott Wright 17th. That should be enough for him to pick up the club class title as well. That's followed by Martin Tolley, Martin Canning, Stephen New, and Adrian Burge. Then it's George Grant, Christopher Ginn, Dylan Stepney, Will Powell, and the rest of the field coming through as well. From Will Powell downwards, it's then Dixon, Jones, Chisnell, Walton, Diaz, Fleet, and Ali Bray, who stopped midway through the race. I need a break after that because that was so intense. But let's head down towards the park family, who will have a chat to our top 3 and our brand new provisionally crowned MX-5 SuperCup champions. What a season. What a finale.
Scott, I think you deserve a sit down and a cool down, a glass of water at the very least, and maybe a beer when you get home. First time win for Nick Grindrod is the first story, so let's go up there. Nick is with his team. Sorry to turn my back on the camera. We're going to grab Nick. There we go again. So it's not the curse of me, is it? Because a lot of people say when you're here, Richard, we never get wins, but you've
I like
got
you,
first.
I've always liked you.
First win. Many congratulations. Tell us about the journey in the Super Cup this year.
It's been a long road this year. It's not an easy championship to come in, and we thought we'd do well. We thought we'd be higher up than we was, and it's just we've had to chip away every little bit at it, so it is mega competitive.
Scott Wilbush made a comparison. I think it's a valid one. He said this is like the modern day TVR Tuscan Challenge. I know they're not TVR Tuscans, but I get what he's saying.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, from when I was a kid watching the Tuscans on the TV and stuff. Yeah, it is mega competitive, and yeah, you've got to be a bit sweaty and a few more grey hairs, but yeah, we did it. We finally got one before the end of the year.
Oh, nice to see Dad out and about as well, Carl. Nice to see him well. I know he was poorly on the run up to Cadwell. Nick, congratulations. We'll hopefully do some more of these next year. So many congratulations on that. We need to talk to Michael Nibbs in second position.
Thanks.
Well done. Led for a long time, and you know those reverse grid races, they do what they're designed to do. I mean, not necessarily ramp up the tension for the guys in the championship, but it just shakes things up a bit from what we've seen, and that did, and it gave you a good run at the front.
It did, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. I cracked under the pressure, I think, but you know, I tried my best, and yeah, that's where, and yeah, put it on the podium, which is good.
I was sort of, you might blame me for that because I was doing the count and I had the line ready. I was going to say second win of the season after winning one at Alton.
I think I've won a couple. Yeah, Alton and yeah, then Cadwell. Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was there. I should remember that. Memory's not what it was. But a good end to the season.
Yeah, really good end. Great to end on the podium, and a big thanks to Hills Motorsport for preparing a fantastic car.
Are you in the endurance?
I am. Yeah. So I better go.
All right, we'll catch you there. We'll let you go. Yeah, Michael, great to see you. Well done. And Jack Brewer. Jack's come over and had a chat with us as well. Congratulations, Jack. Nice to see you up on the podium.
Oh, I'm over the moon. It's been such a hard year. Obviously, making the step up from Mark 1s was never going to be easy. We've had a lot of troubles at the start of the year with the car, a lot of learning. Tucker Motorsport have just been so supportive all year. Even when I've stopped believing in myself, they've believed in me. And my mum and dad are here as well. I'm in bits, I love it. I'm over the moon. Yeah, but thank you to all my sponsors, and I'm so happy. What a great car, what a great end to the year. Let's go and see if we can do something in 2023. But
are you coming back?
I hope so. It's obviously a little bit budget dependent, but I want to because I love this series. It's fantastic. You can't beat it. It's the best racing in the country. It's so much fun.
Fingers crossed, Jack. Yeah, all the best. Well done. Many congratulations. Right, okay, we've got a championship one to do as well. We need to have a chat with Scott as well. First of our championship was actually. Well, congratulations. I think I didn't know if it was sewn up before or not. We've been looking at points everywhere, but it has now. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a little bit emotional, to be honest. It's been tough, so I'm really chuffed. Martin, I played professional rugby, and Martin encouraged me to start racing 2 years ago. So through his tutelage and the help of Richard Amos, Sam Smith, Braden Fletcher, you know, it's when my girl's here up there watching. So yeah, I'm over the moon. I ain't got much more to say, to be honest.
Beer tonight, surely a nice celebration with the family tonight.
She's giving me the pass, so it don't happen often, so I'm going to have a few. But if you wouldn't mind me thanking Mark and Anita Plowman for making this possible, as well as Martin and my teammates and my mechanics throughout the year. So it's been one hell of a journey, and one that I'll never forget. So I'll be with the pros next year, so I might not get a trophy for a while, so I'm going to enjoy these, and they're going to stay on the mantelpiece for some time, but we'll go again.
Look forward to watching your progress. Well, many congratulations. Brilliant stuff. We need to get Will Blackwell Chambers. So Will's over here. So I don't know, Jeremy, if you can follow me. I'm going to doorstep him now. Here we go. Will.
Hello.
Congratulations. Many congratulations. And well, you know, if there was a script. That was high drama from us watching, nail biting all the way through. And congratulations on you've got none left. Congratulations on being the first man to win both Mazda titles. You were twice champion in the Mark 1s and now this as well. First person to do that, and none of them are easy.
No, that's for sure. Mazda's absolutely best place you can be racing. Incredibly hard year. Massive thank you to all the help I've had. Competition Supplies, Rob Boston Racing, my dad, Charlie, my partner, for, well, keeping everything in order for me. Hydro Race for, again, amazing drinks bottles, and yeah, I'm sure there's loads of others to thank as well, but yeah, it's been an awesome year. Blooming hard work, but really good year.
Were you aware that, I know you only had to finish sort of within sight of Colin. Here's George, well done. Thanks for that, George. Were you aware of what happened to Colin in the early stages?
No, I've just been told that he had a nudge. I did wonder why I couldn't see him for a while. I saw him climbing back through, got a bit nervous, but managed to keep him behind to the end, which was all we needed to do.
We saw you defend the Mark 1 Championship. Will you defend the Super Cup?
Unless a magical sponsor comes in to spirit me off to another series, I believe so.
Well, it'd be great to see you back, and you know, there's a huge reputation to go on the line, and you know, if you don't successfully defend, it doesn't matter, because you've done what nobody else has already done in Mazdas. So, Will Blackwell Chambers, many congratulations on being the champion.
Cheers.
Congratulations. Will Blackwell Chambers, our two champions we had a word with. Obviously disappointment for Colin Bysouth in that one. He needed to finish considerably further ahead of our champion there to take the title, but high drama. We've got more Mazda action coming up later on, of course, with the endurance race, which I'm looking forward to, and I'll be on pit lane for that one. In the meantime, our visiting Formula is with us, so let's go over to Scott Woodward, who's got the grid.
I do indeed. I've just about calmed down after that. That was quite a finale for the MX-5 Super Cup. And yeah, I would say congratulations to all the teams, all the drivers, to everyone that's been involved. Thank you to Clapham North. Thank you to Gaz Shocks and Avon Tyres and everyone involved. And congratulations to our 3 provisional champions, to the Pro Class champion, Blackwell Chambers, to the Club Class provisional champion, Scott Wright, and to Nick Ranger from Masters. So the second TMMC Super Snooze and Tin Top race comes up here. Race 1 winner Alex Sidwell. It starts on pole in Holden Commodore V8 Supercar, alongside Adrian Bradley in his BMW M3. Then Ronan Bradley in his E36 M3, and Nick Sutton's Evo 10 come next. Then Martin Reynolds in a Ford Anglia, not an Escort, Ford Anglia, alongside Peter Selden's BMW E36. A similar E36 is next for Paul Watson. He's alongside Martin Scott, who's traded his BMW M3 for a VW Golf. Then rounding up the top 10, it's Matt Rowling in the Civic Type R and Paul Restle in the Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. Row 6 is Jack Whitehead in the BMW M3 and Neil Gardner in the Honda Civic. And then row 7, we see backwards Dave Charlton in the Seat Leon and Jeremy Sutton in the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500. Row 8 is where we find Graham Richardson in the Honda Civic and Ken Angel in the number 37 BMW E36 328i Coupe. Next comes Dominic Bryan and Liam Pauling in the 8th row of the grid in the Fiesta and Saxo respectively. A pair of Honda Civic Type Rs then come next, and that is Alex Baldwin and Gideon September, followed by James Seal and Richard Skelsey in a Fiesta and a BMW Compact, and Angelo Massinetto in the Saxo, Ian Seal in the Fiesta, and then we should have our 3 non-finishers at the back of the grid, which is Adrian Matthews in the Volvo C30, Steve Dan in the VW Scirocco, and hopefully if his car is there, fingers crossed, Rob Burley, who started on the front row in the Ford Escort WRC. Hopefully his car is good to go again, and if he is, we'll see him charge through in no time at all in that Ford Escort WRC. Also, if we have got him here, fingers crossed, is Mark Diath in the Super Impreza. He didn't take the start in race 1, but hopefully he's there for race number 2. Look at the back of the field. He is there, so Mark Diath is there. Sadly, it looks like no Rob Burley, I'm afraid. But when we lose Rob Burley, we gain Mark Diath, so he might be all we want to watch for. He was the car that took pole position in qualifying in his Super Impreza. He will be one to fly through the field for sure. So the cars he has to catch, of course, is these 2 or 3 at the front. Of course, the fantastic bona fide Holden Commodore V8 supercar of Alex Sidwell. It's one of about 5 or 6 he's got in his regiment. And then the 2 brothers, Adrian and Ronan Bradley. Adrian's in the green E46 M3, Ronan in the white E36 M3. Watch for also their Martin Reynolds in the Anglia, 2 M3s and everyone else in front. I think we're also missing Peter Selden. I think he's not on the grid here. Sadly, he's not going to take the start. But it's quite a spread out start for this one. Not really 2x2 formation, but they'll get to the line anyway. Lights go out and the second CMMC Super Salute and Tin Tops race is underway. And immediately it is the big booming Holden V8 that heads down towards Richie's for the first time, but he knows that both of the BMWs behind are much better on the brakes and through the corners. Whoops, there's that Paul Restall going off the road. It is. He did that at the complex in race number 1, but off the road has gone Paul Restall. He's going a bit too over-eager into Richie's corner there. Couldn't quite get the car stopped. He might need some new brake pads for that, or just new brakes in general. Either way, the 2 BMWs are already starting to try and gang up on the Holden Commodore through the corners, but they both know that once Sidwell puts his foot down on the straights, that thing will just fly away from them until the next braking zone. Oh, the 2 BMWs actually get into combat, actually. That was Adrian and Ronan. I think it was a slight wiggle from Adrian, and was getting to the side of Ronan there, side by side. So under brakes, the 2 brothers battling away in the BMWs, and up the inside goes the E36 of Ronan, past Adrian in the E46. So a move made there. Now we turn in through the left-hander. That's now Martin Scott's VW Golf. Also in there, Jacques Whitehead in the number 3 car. Dave Charlton in there too. A few more Honda Civics making their way through. And there's Mark Diath, who's come from the back of the grid. He's also already passed Jeremy Sutton. If that's right, he must be somewhere around 12th position, which is quite the start for the back of the grid, which is pretty extraordinary. That'll be 27th, I think. Well, like, it's so loud as that Holden V8 supercar, I can hear it down the back straight from inside the commentary box. That's how loud it is, but it's a wonderful car. As they make their way down to the back straight for the first time. He's got past Ken Angel, so he's now up into, what's that now, I think it's about 11th or 12th position he's got up to now, so a few more position changes coming through. And look at how much power the Subaru has. It's right there lurking around the back of this group here of cars. We've got a BMW, the Golf of Martin Scott. You've got also in there too, there's a couple of Honda Civics and the Seat Leon. And there, look, you can see lurking around, there's the Subaru of Mark Diath. So he's going to charge his way past a few more cars here. Try to squeeze past Dave Charlton around the outside. Thank you. And through he goes. So the end of lap number 1. So I can also hear the fantastic sounding Holden coming down the pit straight in the background. He ends the first lap, but we're watching this battle going on between the 4 cars scrapping here. Mark Diath, that Super Impreza, carving his way past. I know it's a thoroughbred rally car in any case, Super Impreza. But that's not quite what they mean by using all the road and a bit more for Mark Diath. You might get a bit of a warning for that for the steward for track limits. And Alex Sidwell, we should mention, off the grid, off from the rolling start, gets the first flying lap of the race. That's a 2 minutes 11.070 for Mark Diath, who, that's his he in fact, he's not showing up on the timing screen, which is odd. He should be. He's behind one of the Honda Civics, he's behind Martin Scott. I think he's about 6th or 7th now. So yeah, Mark Diath is not. He's probably possibly a problem with his transponder, I think, because he's not come through yet. Now, meanwhile, what's going on here? Right, there's been a change for 2nd and 3rd then, because not only has Ronan Bradley got through, so too has Martin Reynolds in the Ford Anglia, so he's got through into 3rd place. I think they're going to possibly, hopefully, insert Mark Diath manually into the points, into the timings sheet, because he's not showing has not come through. He's definitely in the race. Either his transponder's not working properly, or it's just a glitch in the system. But he's already got past the Civic of Matt Rowling. So now you see on the outside line Jacques Whitehead, who holds on to the position. Here, in fact, is the battle that's going on once again for 3rd place. So Ronan Bradley has repassed Martin Reynolds, so back through on the Ford Anglia has got the E36 M3. Through they go. And take comes Alex Sibbel in that Holden Common. Wonderful looking car as it turns its way in through the corner. That's wonderful. In the background, even though you can't hear it, but in the background I can hear it as it just heads out of Murray's and accelerates up the straight. And then thunders past me, past the commentary box, and already he's on the brakes down towards Ritchie's. That is another new fastest lap for him, 2 minutes 8.117. Side by side for second now between Reynolds and Bradley. And the BMW coming back at the Ford Anglia down towards Ritchie's. Can he get the undercut on the exit? He might well be able to. He'll certainly try. Can't quite make it stick there, so he might be a little bit better under brakes as the BMW. But that lightweight little Ford Anglia is going to really take the fight to him. Adrian Bradley's dropped back a little bit. He started the race without a rear bumper because he lost it in the first race on that sense. But for all you Aussie touring car fans, here's something that I'm sure you're enjoying right now, seeing a proper bona fide Holden V8 supercar racing in the UK. It's not often it happens, but we're very grateful for Alex Sidwell for bringing it along and having a fleet of them here in the UK. He's got five. He's got 5 in the country. I think he's got one. I think one of which of those 5 is back in Australia being refurbished. There was an accident he had. I think at Silverstone in the wet. I think last year or the year before. And he's also got another car which is coming, I believe, on order as well, I've been told this morning. So he's got, that'll be a fleet of 6 Holden V8 supercars. He's got quite a lot of original spares he gets through from Australia as well. Lots of front bumpers and wheels and windscreens and everything else. He gets all sorts of different parts come through. There's no wonder why his team is called Holden Racing UK, because he's obviously got lots of connections with the different Holden teams that have been running for supercars. And of course, he can get plenty nowadays because Holden, of course, this is their final season as the manufacturer sadly has ceased to exist now. And Holden, in fact, of course, bow out of the Supercars Championship in Australia at the end of this season when the new Gen 3 cars come through. There'll be Ford versus Chevrolet again. So I'm sure if anyone wants to pick up any more Holden V8 Supercars, I'm sure they're more than obliged to pick them up. Those cars will go out of service. Back to the race here. Got to roughly about 8.5 minutes left to go. Side by side, Sidwell comes back across and sets another lap time in the books. And we've got the Cold Sport car of Neil Gardner. There's the Amuse Time liveried car of Dev Charlton. There goes Ken Angel in the BMW, and also there behind him is the Richardson Honda Civic. There's Steve Dan. Good to see his car back up and running after that car had some mechanical, well, it looked like it had mechanical issues in that one. Now Mark Diath is now showing again as having a fastest lap of the race, but he still hasn't been properly put into the results. He's showing as being a lap down, but that can't be right because he hasn't come into the pits. I don't think his car stopped either. So Mark Diath should still be around, I think, roughly 4th or 5th position. We haven't seen him yet, so since the pack he was battling amongst. And fast lap of the race has gone again to Alex. This is quite confusing because Mark Diaz now, that last lap for him apparently was a 4 minutes 5. I think there's a bit of a glitch in the timing because he needs to be inserted. He should be much higher than where he is at the moment. It's showing a lap down because he's not a lap down unless something has happened to him and had a problem. The Paul Restall Sierra sort of thing had possibly an issue because it's showing as being only completed 1 lap so far. Right, now Mark Diaz has been inserted properly into the result. He's now in P6, so he's up into 6th place now, is the Subaru. His next target is going to be to try and catch Paul Watson's BMW in 5th position ahead of him. And the gap across the line was only 1/10 of a second, so I'd imagine he's probably caught him by now and passed him. And there's Jack Whitehead in his BMW M3. You usually see him in more of a regular E46 3 Series, but hasn't managed it this time. Now, Mark Diath, I'm sure, quite soon will be up on the tail of these two here, battling over 3rd and 4th. In fact, there he is in the background, so not too far away. He's got past Paul Watson, and now he's got the top 4 in his sights. Using all the curb and a bit more. Again, living up to the Subaru's reputation is something that a car that can tackle every terrain, being a world-renowned rally car special. There goes Ronan Bradley, Adrian Bradley. There goes the Martin Reynolds car. And then as we come down the pit straight here, just watch the power of the Subaru. The angle is quick, but just watch the Subaru. It just comes charging down the straight and up the inside and already passed. And that is another new fastest lap for him as well. 2 minutes 6.495. He's got 6 minutes to dispatch both of the BMWs. But then even then, 13 seconds is a big ask to try and catch up to Alex Sibble. There's only going to be about roughly this and 2 more laps to go, I think. So he won't even get the chance to do that. He would need to be lapping some, 5 or 6 seconds a lap quicker than Alex Sibble. And I don't think Alex is going to back off that much to try and preserve a lead. He wants to try and get back off a little bit so he can just save the car and bring it home in one piece rather than push it too hard. Looks like Mark Diath has found his first proper challenge here, because now he's got the 2 Bradleys here in front of him. It's Adrian Bradley in front of the E46 M3. And they were jokingly saying at the end with Richard and Park Firm at the end of the first race that Adrian Bradley was the fastest. He said, "I'm the fastest of the 2 brothers," but I think Rowan either took that to heart or simply just how the race has played out. Either way, he's got the measure on him. Further back, some of our tin tops having a scrap here. This is Skelsey in the Richard Skelsey in the E46 BMW Compact. He's battling with James Seal in the ST150. And Angelo Massinetto in the little Citroen Saxo is not too far away either. He's actually lapping on, they're all lapping on very similar pace. They're very evenly matched hot hatches here at the moment, which is good to see. About 4 3/4 minutes to go. And they go into the hairpin. This is on lap 5 here in this CMMC Southern Super Saloons and Tin Top Series. A great mixture of cars here. As now we see Adrian Bradley still being put under pressure now from Mark Diath. The Holden Commodore again blasts past the pits and starts another lap. And now here comes the 2 BMWs chased down by the Subaru. And it seems as though, yes, the Subaru's got quite a bit of poke in it, but the BMWs have got plenty of horsepower too. And across the line, last lap for Mark Diath was actually only just about the same lap time as Adrian. In fact, actually, Ronan Bradley's really backed off. His last lap was 2 minute 9.3. Well, I say backed off, it was his personal best, but even so, Adrian Bradley's turned the wick up. I probably suspect because he's looked in his mirrors and thought, oh Christ, not the Mark Diath Super Impreza. And decided he needs to put his foot down. I think that's a signal also for his brother Ronan to do the same as well. There goes Alex Sidwell in the Holden as it heads out of Agostini for the 6th time. And now under the brakes for the hairpin, the 3 cars battling over 2nd place overall. The 2 BMW M3s, different generations. Ronan Bradley's is the E36, Adrian Bradley's is the E46, and Mark Diath in the Super Impreza is currently in P4 at the moment. Now turn the way out of the hairpin. 3 minutes to go, just under that now. We're going to get possibly, depends, if Sidwell's quick enough, we might be able to get one more lap on top of the one they're about to start. So here comes Mark Diath then to turn the wick up on the turbo, and past him on the straight goes Mark. And oops, that's Jack Whitehead going for a spin down at the Agostini hairpin. Meanwhile, here goes Mark Diath, and actually Adrian Bradley had quite a good run on him down towards Brundle Nelson, but then back under brakes. Those BMWs are a little bit better under brakes, it seems, and Mark Diath thought about a move up the inside into Coram. That wasn't quite going to work, so he's going to sit back now and hold on. As for Adrian Bradley, he's got more pressing matters here, trying to get past his brother Ronan. So inter-family combat here between the 2 Bradleys. With Mark Diath's Subaru, we're certainly going to turn the wick up a bit more here. Could get quite the battle. Across the line they go. I think this is probably going to be the last lap of the race, I think, and they go 3 wide. And past both the BMWs goes Mark Diath, charging up the inside, and here comes Adrian up the inside of Ronan. Great little battle at the end of the race here. So Ronan Bradley goes from 2nd to 4th in one move. Mark Diath goes into P2. And Adrian Bradley stays where he was in 3rd. Now he gets back under brakes. He's really good under brakes for that BMW. That E46 with brilliant brakes. He's able to really stand on the anchors and get it stopped for the corner. Excellent stuff. Here's a little more going on for the further back. Now that's one of the cars I'm glad to see on the grid. That's racing here. That's the Volvo C30, which is, I think, got a 2-litre engine because it doesn't sound like a 5-cylinder. And the Volvo currently sat in 15th overall, 3rd in class. So it's actually battling away with the T1 3rd place car, which is Graham Richardson in the Honda. And on the last lap of the race now, more cars battling. Steve Dan's Scirocco against Dave Charlton in the Seat Leon. The rest of the pack makes its way through the remainder of this lap. We're waiting for more cars to come through as they come past the pits. There goes Richardson, there goes the Volvo. But here comes the Holden Commodore down the back straight and into the complex the final time. Yes, Marc Diath has cleared both the BMWs, but that 12-second gap I don't think is going to come down anytime soon. And so as they come back around to the complex, there is second and third. Where is Ronan Bradley? Has he disappeared? Because there goes Marc Diath, there goes Adrian Bradley. Where is Ronan? Ronan's disappeared. The BMW is missing. Oh, and somebody's kicked up the dust in the front of Alex Sidwell there just as he's coming into the complex for the final time. So he will come to the checkered flag as the time is about to hit 0 any second now. Despite the best efforts of Marc Diath to try and close in. Good effort for the back of the grid though after he missed race 1. But today in Norfolk, it's been a perfect day in the Norfolk countryside for Alex Sidwell, who takes a victory for the second time today in the Holden V8 Supercar. He takes a victory in the Super Saloon. Second for Marc Diath for the back of the grid. He's got to be pleased with that after his problems in race 1. To not even start race 1, I should say. Third place goes to Adrian Bradley. Marc Diath sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. And then fourth, there's Ronan Bradley, who dropped right back on the last lap of the race. So it's either a spin or a problem for him that's saw him off the road briefly. Fifth for Martin Reynolds in the Anglia. Sixth for Paul Watson, the BMW. Seventh place will go the way of Matt Rowling in the Honda Civic Type R. And then 8th place should go to Martin Scott in the VW Golf. We should mention classes because, of course, there are quite a few of them. So in terms of class wins, it's Class S victory for Alex Sidwell, at a canter anyway. The first 3 cars are all class winners. Class A victory was Marc Diath in the Subaru. Adrian Bradley was the Class B winner. Class C winner was Martin Reynolds in the Ford Anglia. The tin top winner coming across the line now is Matt Rowling. So good job from Matt to take a victory in the tin top segment of the race. He wins Class T2. Class D1 winner was Martin Scott in 8th overall. T1 victor is going to be Ken Angel. There he is there, just heading out of Murray's now for the final time in the green and yellow BMW. And the other class winners is going to be T3 for Liam Pauling in the Citroen Saxo. And also a class win is going to be for Alex Baldwin in the T production class. And he will finish in 18th overall and first in his class in the number 223 Honda Civic Type R. So an excellent day's racing all round for the ultra eclectic CMMC Super Saloons and Southern Tin Top Series. They'll be back next year for more action, I'm sure, not just at Brands Hatch, but around other relatively close circuits as well. And of course, for the CMMC Southern Division, they've also got their Intermark silhouettes out in force next weekend at Brands Hatch as part of the support timetable for the Formula Ford Festival. So not going to miss, of course. That will be live streamed, of course, as it has been the last couple of years, so be sure to tune in for that. And if you are a CMMC Southern fan, be sure to tune in to watch the Intermarks in action. It should be quite a fun support to the racing that's going to be at hand in the festival. Across the line go our last few finishes. We've got the Massinetto Saxo ahead of number 7 of Ian Seal. And those are the last couple of cars to take the checkered flag. So big thank you to CMMC Southern and to all of their competitors for turning out today. And certainly that will be one that I'm sure everyone will be very, very happy about. Great day's racing for them all round. One more race to go, but we'll come on to that in a second. So Alex Sidwell then does 2 from 2 with the Holden Commodore V8 Supercar. He wins by 7 seconds from Marc Diath, who takes the fastest lap of the race. Adrian Bradley third. All the top 3 are class winners. Then Ronan Bradley, Martin Reynolds, Paul Watson, Matt Rowling, Martin Scott, Neil Gardner, and Jacques Whitehead round out the top 10. That's then followed by Steve Dan, then Ken Angel, Dave Charlton, Graham Richardson, Adrian Matthews, Gideon September, Liam Pauling, Alex Baldwin, Dominic Ryan and Richard Skelsey round out the top 20. And then the last few cars coming through to finish off the weekend. And then we've got James Seal, Angelo Massinetto and Ian Seal with Sutton and Restall rounding out the 23 cars that took the finish. So one more race left to go, and it is our special non-championship Mazda Mini Endurance Invitational. And they'll be lining up on the grid very shortly until we get our top 3, which I'm sure will be down in part very shortly. And this will be a great chance for some of the drivers to let their hair down a bit and simply just enjoy themselves as a last little sort of fun race. Or the race is just bragging rights in that sense. So Wait and see how that works out. I think we might get the drivers possibly going into the paddock again like they did in race 1. So I think that Richard and our cameraman will have to hunt through to try and find our top 3 overall drivers in that race if they can make a stop. So I think Richard and Co are going to have a wander down there and pick them up, so we can have a chat. I think there might be 1 or 2 cars. No, we haven't got any cars to pick up, I don't think. So they'll be bringing the Mazda endurance cars out very shortly, and we'll be able to then give you through the grid. So just whilst we're waiting for that, I'll start going through possibly how this is going to work. So just waiting now for the cars to come out for our last race of the weekend and of the day, which of course is our Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational. So just to also wait to see if we are going to get podium interviews. The cars are just heading out of the assembly area now. So quickly explain how this is going to work. So this is essentially a non-championship race. It is along the same lines as what you'd find in Club Sport Trophy. It is a 40-minute mini endurance race. You can have solo or 2 driver entries, and you can also you have to make a mandatory pit stop, and you have to, and I think it has to be possibly a minimum of 2 minutes or so. You've got a mix here of Mark 1s, Mark 3s, and also you'll notice a couple of Mark 4 MX-5s. You'll see them a couple of times throughout the season, particularly in the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. Also, there have been a couple of appearances this year in the SuperSport Endurance Cup and a couple of other series as well across the UK. With a couple of Mark 4s in the field, about 3 in fact in the grid. And this is very much a race where quite a few of the team bosses have decided to jump in for this one alongside some of their drivers. The likes of Brian Chalner for BC Cars, Aidan Hills for Hills Motorsport is on this grid. We've also got in there too Rob Boston. He shares a car with Steve Foden. Paul Sheard in the Mark IV as well. There's a few team bosses here to give a bit of bragging rights at the end of the season. As the cars then line up, the first few cars coming out, we'll be able to see how they work out. Of course, the majority of the cars at the front of the field are all Mark IIIs with a couple of Mark IVs scattered in for good measure. Unfortunately, we won't be able to give you any interviews, I think, because they've gone through straight to the paddock. Not any fault of their own, of course. The CMMC guys, unfortunately, weren't able to bring interviews for them for their race, so unfortunately. But thank you to them, of course, for all taking part. We now move into our final race, of course, which is the Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational. It's a 24-car grid for this, and great little extra, end-of-season race for these guys to just have one last blast out to remember the season by and to have some fun now that all the championship festivities are provisionally over. And we'll see a great mix of cars on the grid here as well. There might be 1 or 2 possible late entries that came into it, maybe, because of course he wouldn't want to join. In fact, Michael Nibbs is taking part in this. He's right at the back of the grid. So here's the grid then. We'll try and talk you through some of the co-drivers. So Brian Chandler then starts on pole position in the Mark IV. It's the Mark III of Tom Selden and some chap called Luke Herbert, who is in the Mark III, 3-time champion in the MXI Super Cup. Tom Griffiths in the Mark III. Aidan Hills back out in a Mark III as well. Good to see him. It is then the Morrises in their Mark III alongside Alex Miller in his Mark III. He's quite used to endurance racing. He'll be one to watch from 6th. Chris Richardson in 7th place. At 8th place should be Simon Fleet and Mike Comber, and they are in the number 55 Mazda MX-5. Ben Taylor in the Mark IV. Nick Rutter in the Mark III for Rob Boston Racing. Neil and Clive Chisnell share the Mark III. They're starting car 67. And George Grant, racing in everything this weekend, is P12 in his own Mark III. Alex Jones is in number 33 in his Mark III. Steve Foden, vice champion provisionally for the MX-5 Championship, is alongside his team boss Rob Boston in the Mark I. Sebastian Fisher in what will be for a while his last MX-5 race in P15. Alongside him is going to be, I think that's Brad Jones and Ali Bray in the Mazda MX-5 Mark I. So Ali Bray, another team boss out there today. Paul Sheard is in the Mark IV, in his own Mark IV, in P17. Alongside him is Tim Dorr and Luke Pullen. Hopefully he can get to the end of this one. That's not a jibe at all. He's had a really bad day today, so hopefully he can get to the end and get a good result in this race. Next is then Kevin Dengate and Will Hayden, I think that is, in the 178 car. Darryl Redwell's alongside them in P20. Oliver Graham in car number 2 starts in 21st position alongside Chris Thelwell and Jack Noller in their Mark I. And then more Mark 1s to the 4. We've got Keith Dalton and I think Bo Parry, and I can't quite tell who that is in terms of Smith, but it's Parry and Smith on the 24 for a spot on the grid. And then at the back of the grid, I suspect, probably not qualifying, but a late entrant is the Mark III. Expect him to come through of Michael Nibbs. Again, he's raced practically everything this weekend, Mark Is and Mark IIIs, and see how that one plays out. So, as you mentioned, 40-minute race. There is a mandatory pit stop. You have both solo and 2 driver entries here as well. And this is really a nice little fun way for the MX-5 drivers to just round off the season in great style. All the championship battles have all gone, all the tension's gone away. Now it's time just to have some fun, so that and have a bit of an end of season sort of get together in terms of many cases. Think of it as like an end, not a graduation sort of speak. I'm talking that's more like the Caterham Academy, but like an end of season party, so to speak, on track. And so you've got quite a few different cars out here who just want a final race and want to share the car with somebody else and see what they can do. There'll be some bragging rights here, I'm sure, between the team bosses, as I mentioned, because looking through all of them, we've got Brian Charlton for BC Cars, Luke Herbert for Luke Herbert Racing, Aidan Hills for Hills Motorsport is on the grid here as well, Mike Comber for MCR. Who else is on here too? We've got as well Rob Boston for Rob Boston Racing, AB Motorsport, Ali Bray is on the grid as well, and so is Paul Sheard. So they've all turned out for this final race, which should be pretty entertaining, I'm sure. So we haven't really run. There was before, quite a while back, a 1,000-kilometre endurance race for Mazda MX-5s. I think that was either at Donington or Snetterton, one of the two races. That was a few years back. This is not quite as long as 1,000 kilometres, but it's certainly something a little bit different and a bit unique, as we've never run a Mazda MX-5 mini enduro like this. But there was thanks to some spare track time at the end of the timetable, a bit of a chance to let these guys have just one extra little race for fun. The BRSCC decided to put this one on, and it was originally going to be Mark 1s and Mark 3s, but they've managed to allow some of the Mark 4s in as well as a chance for them to get some extra track time. And of course, there'll be some plans for the Mark 4s coming to the fore in due course, I'm sure, because those cars have been around for the past couple of seasons now, and they're steadily building up in stature. But good to see a nice mixture of Mark 1s and Mark 3s. Typically, as they are generally that fast, the Mark 3s are mostly towards the front. Paul Sheard's a little bit further back in amongst some of the front-running Mark 1s, but he should be able to pick his way through pretty quickly. So, 3 Mark 4s. I'm going to count there's about roughly, I'd say, about 10 Mark 3s and about 11 Mark 1s. There's about 11 Mark 1s and about 10 Mark 3s in here. I'll get this right now. About 11 Mark 3s and about 10 Mark 1s. That'll be about right. So, cars head up towards the grid now to form up in 2x2 formation. So Brian Chalmer then is in the chrome and purple Mark IV with the headlights on the left-hand side. The Selden and Herbert MX-5, which has also been a regular with the MX-5 SuperCup on more than once at one occasion, is going to be on the front row. Usually Tom does that solo, but he's chosen to have Luke Herbert partnered up alongside him. Good to see Luke back out in a Mark III when he jumps in. I'm not sure if it's Tom or Luke driving, but we'll wait and see. So I think we're all set for the last couple of cars to get into position. And then, for the first time, the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational is all set to get underway then. 40-minute pit stop race, a mixture of Mark 1s, Mark 3s and Mark 4s, all set to get underway here then at Snetterton for the final race of the season for the Mazda paddock. Let's have some fun, Mazda Enduro style. Wait for the red lights to come on. They're on now. Revs are rising. It's Chandler and Selden on the front row of the grid. Decent start from the front. It's a better start for the Mark 3. Not a good start for Chandler from the front row of the grid. Heading down towards Turn 1 for the first time. And Brian Chandler's bad starts. He's been swamped by the SuperCup cars. Down towards Turn 1 for the first time. Aidan Hills looks to the outside to try and make the move into Turn 1. He's side by side with Tom Selden into the right-hander. Trying to get through the right-hander. They go through. Have they got through safely? Yes, they have, I think. Yeah, just about. And all through, all okay. Tom Selden is up the inside, holding on to the inside line. And he leads the way from Aidan Hills in second. The recovering Brian Chandler back into third. Here comes Will Morris on the outside for fourth. He's side by side with Chris Richardson. I think that's Chris Richardson of a 96 car. And they're coming through. Also watch for the other Mark IVs. Ben Taylor in his black Mark IV with the sort of yellow, green and red graphics on there. Watch for that car towards the top 10. Look at this, a mix of Mark 3s, Mark 4s and Mark 1s. And this is Aidan Hills then darting around looking for the move on the outside line. Side by side under brakes. And Tom Sheldon sows him the edge of the road. And why not? Because he's holding on for position. For the Mark 1s, it looks like, I think that's... It might be Steve Foden, I think he's held on to the lead there. One of the Mark 1s edges the Mark 3. I think that's possibly Michael Nibbs charging through. Edged out wide onto the grass. A big wiggle there for Tom Selden. Sorry, for Will Morris. Tom Griffiths also got sideways over the grass. But a great start for Tom Selden then. He leads the way then, heading up through the right-hander of Oggies into Williams for the first time. It's Selden who leads, Hill second, Chandler third. Then it's Will Morris in fourth position. Down the back straight. Good start also for George Grant. He's up in the top 10 already. He's into ninth position ahead of Nick Rutter and also Michael Nibbs. Michael Nibbs has got from the back of the grid, who's 25th, up to about 11th. So he's made it half the field already. And Aidan Hill's throwing that car, and you can tell that's James Cousins' car, by the way. But I think that started out being his original MX-5 SuperCup car. So he's been reunited with it for this one race as a one-off here. Slightly patched up George Grant's car, but he's holding station in 9th here as he comes up through the right-hander of the bomb hole. And look at the way that Michael Nibbs is charging his way through too. He's going to steal up the inside of Nick Rutter. Has a little look. He forces Rutter to give him room. But look at the way that car is set up for oversteer, because Aidan Hills' car is moving around no end here to try and hold on here. But of course, it's nice to get him back into his old race car and back into a competitive battle here. There's that bit of a misshift there from Tom Selden. Here comes Aidan Hills. Look at the Mark IV here of Brad Chandler. Look at this, 2x2 down the straight. This is only lap 1. Brilliant stuff between the 4 cars at the front. It's side by side also between there's Alex Miller and Chris Richardson. Look at this, brilliant stuff. And Hills goes up the inside, no, down the outside into the lead. Chandler tried to attack him into the right-hander, but couldn't quite make that one stick. And down towards the hairpin they go for the second time. So Hills then takes the lead in the Mark III. There's Chandler with the Mark IV. Good to see Brian Chandler out as well, of course. He's been a former Mark I champion in BRSCC circles, but since he did that, he did a couple of seasons dabbling to Mark IIIs, but since then he's been championing and pioneering this Mark IV, which he's been helping to develop, and he's been driving at all sorts of places, such as the Club Sport Trophy, Super Sport Endurance Cup, and many other places. And here he comes to the inside line. Look at this, the two team bosses at play here. Chandler on the inside, Hills on the outside. It's Mark IV versus Mark III. And the Mark IV, the more contemporary MX-5, is into the lead in the Xfinity hairpin. This is brilliant stuff so far. There's Ben Taylor and his MX-5. He's on the back of Alex Miller. And also past George Grant now has gone Michael Nibbs. So at the end of that first lap, it was Hills in the lead, the Selden and Herbert car in second place. Chandler was third, but of course he's now into the lead now. So it's Chandler from Hills from Selden. Then the Morris is in 4th. Richardson into P5. Miller 6th. And it's Griffiths, Taylor, Grant, and then Michael Nibbs. Although Nibbs has gone through. And Nibbs is actually sharing his car with James Cousins. So just popped up on the screen. So the car James Cousins has been driving all season is now in the hands of his team boss, which was his old car. And now James Cousins has jumped in for this race with Michael Nibbs into that car too. So good to see the mixture there. Was that Brian Chandler flicking the brake lights on a bit there down the middle of the straight? That was a bit cheeky if it was. Not quite sure that was appropriate if it was, but it looked like his brake lights came on before the braking zone, but we'll give the benefit of the doubt to Tom Selden. Just arrives in the shot sideways. Whether he was helped there or not, I'm not sure. Now, for the Mark 1s, we should probably focus on them a little bit too. The Foden and Boston car leads that one. The second place car is going to be, that's Brad Jones and Ali Bray. Then the third place of the Mark 1s in their cars, because of course, technically, all three of them of the different generations of MX-5 have their own class, so to speak. So these are the Mark 3s. The Mark 1s is led, of course, by Foden and Boston, so they're going to be holding on to the lead at the moment. And again, second in that class, as we say, is Jones and Bray. Brad Jones and Ali Bray, and then it's Sebastian Fischer, hoping to get a podium in his final race. Brian Chandler sets the fastest lap of the race, the first proper flying lap, 2:15.959. Here comes Ben Taylor to the inside in the Mark IV, looking to try and get a bit move on Alex Miller. And also trying to make his way through also is Paul Sheard there in car number 18, the red Mark IV coming through, the sole Mazda red car. Here's a move. That's also Alex Jones battling away with Alex Jones battling with Clive Chisnell. He's solo in this race. Again, it's very much like the Club Sport Trophy where you can run solo if you want to, but you can also share the driving with one person also. So it's kind of like a 20-minute Mazda race for some of these guys before they hand over. So it's not too dissimilar in terms of race length. Back with our leaders. Headlights ablaze for the Mark IV. Of course, the Mark IV is any car that has a headlights because, of course, while it runs in things like Club Sport Trophy and Super Sport Endurance Cup, so it needs the headlights, but also as well, the majority, pretty much all the other cars in the field don't have headlights. They have headlight covers or have the headlights removed for aerodynamics or for weight saving purposes. And most of the Mark IIIs have these either headlight covers or headlight stickers on the front to kind of denote them. Someone's gone wide on the exit out of Palmer's in the background, one of the Mark 1s no doubt. I think, if I'm correct, I think the pit window will probably open after 10 minutes or something, I thought, or around that sort of time I would have thought. I'm sure we're going to, I'll look for a message on the race control messages on TSL to see what happens there. So Chandler then trying to extend his lead. He's doing that now. Meanwhile, we've got Will Morris putting Aidan Hills under threat, or the Morris is. Oh, a big thump of the curve from Brian Chandler. He's definitely not pushing, is he? He's definitely going for it. Oh, there was a bit of that steam or smoke coming out the back of Aidan Hills' car, possibly like a tyre rub or something. Either that, I hope it's just a tyre rub. Even if it is, it might prove to be a bit tricky. Seb Fisher's got past the Bray and Jones Mark 1, so in the Mark 1s it's still Foden and Boston who leads the way in that class. Seb Fisher up to second now, so he's going to try and hold on. There's another battle going on. That's the 165 car of Tim Dorr. Good to see him back in the mix. He's sharing that car with Luke Pullen. And then we've got Ollie Graham on his own as well in that race. Also, we've got Kevin Lengate and Will Hayden. And the Morris and Morris car set the fastest lap of the race now, 2:15.7. So that's intriguing. That Hills and Morris are not allowing Chandler to get away with this too much. He's only 0.7 up the road. So lap time wise, both Chandler and Hills matched each other pretty much. There was only a couple of hundredths in it in Chandler's favour. It was 0.2 better, was the number 17 car of the Morrises. Just a bit further back here. That's the Bo Parry and Smith car, that one. So I didn't quite catch the first name of the driver named Smith, but good to see that we've got another Mark. It's Bo Parry's car out there, of course. Battle with the Mark III lead continues on. This big scrap here also going on behind them. It's almost like another SuperCup race in many cases. We just had 3 intense 20-minute encounters. Then we've got another one here with a pit stop in between. And perfectly timed. The sun is starting to set here and the sky becoming a bit orange here as the sun sets on the Mazda MX-5 season. As Tom Griffiths has a look up the inside, Chris Richardson throws the block and holds on. He's going to try and get it back on the outside. He might have a look. Turned in with the right-hander. See the numbers been thoroughly changed on the on Tom Griffith's car from what he was in I think he was 76, I think, in the SuperCup to 61 to fit the numbers, because of course Brian Chandler's got number 76. That's been his typical number in racing circles, particularly in Mazdas. And I think we could possibly throw down to Richard in the pit lane. He might have a story down there. Richard, what have you got?
Got Steve Foden with us. Steve, the hectic part of the season's over and now a fun race, and it is a great idea.
Yeah, absolutely mint idea by Luke Souch. I think he's come up with the idea. It's got 32 cars on the grid or whatever it is. It's a fantastic way to end the season, and it's a bit of fun. You know, we're doing it with Rob to thank him for the work that he's done this season to get us to where we've been. So yeah, so go out and enjoy it really, and go in with a smile on our faces.
I think we're nearly 10 minutes in. Do you know when the change is?
I don't know. I think we've got between 15 minutes and half an hour to pit when the pit window's open. So at some point during then, when Rob feels like coming in, he'll come in.
So meticulously planned.
Yeah. No, I think we're the team. Obviously, Will's won the championship. We're P2 in the championship in the Mark 1. So it's been a very hectic weekend. So we've not really it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? And I think the fact that we get a free entry as well is kind of like, oh, we need to plan it, but we've not. So we're just going to go out and see what happens, really.
How closely will you pour over the lap time comparisons with Rob?
Well, no, I think these days, 5 years ago, we used to pour over the data between who was faster, but now it's, I think I'm on a par with him now, which is nice to know, really.
Oh, excellent. Well, enjoy the race, Steve. Thanks for chatting to us. Is Luke still there? Luke's disappeared. Luke Souch was here. Oh, he's over there. I can't go over there because he's on the pit wall, but we was going to grab a quick word with Luke Souch, but he's wandered off. So we'll go back to Scott in the commentary box.
Thank you, Richard. Well, this answers the question, who's driving the 77 car out there. It is indeed Rob Boston, so good to see him out there. I've not really ever seen Rob Boston in a Mark 1, so it's good to see he's trying his hand there and showing how good he is. Oops, that's Alex Miller off the road. I thought for a second he had some damage on the right front, but thankfully just the angle of the steering wheel, he's all arms and elbows trying to get on the road. Whilst we're having that interview, I saw that Brian Chandler set a new fastest lap of the race. He dipped to the 2:14, so he's at a 2:14.948. And I think that Hills and Morris are so far busy battling with each other, they've dropped about a second or so to him. So that's really the consequence of battling too hard. Here's a battle a bit further back. This is the Nibs and Cousins car, 83. This is the fifth car on the right, going down the back straight. And he's got Ben Taylor, who's second in the Mark 4 class as they turn in. So this is now fourth, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th battling over this one. So turn out for the right-hander. It's now Griffiths from Richardson. Then it's Selden and Herbert in their number 13 car. Nibs and Cousins, and then of course Alex Miller, who was in that scrap, but he's now dropped back. So this now of course means that the Mark 4 gets a chance, but sideways a little bit twitch from Brian Chandler. But this is a great showcase for the Mark 4s though, because of course the Mark 4s who had the Mazda MX-5 Mark 4 trophy, which is mainly sort of seen itself utilised amongst the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. These Mark 4s have raced quite a lot, but the Mark 4 is quite, of course, the latest generation of MX-5, of course, the ND generation car, or is it more commonly known as the Mark 4. And good to see 3 of them on the grid. Of course, Brian Chandler Ben Taylor and Paul Sheard all sporting one, and I'm sure that if you like the look of the Mark IVs, there's more plans in place to kind of continue the Mark IV trophies development into next season. So if you're interested and want to see what the Mark IV trophy is all about, the next sort of generation of Mazda MX-5 racing with the BRSCC, that we something that you want to get involved in. Ben Taylor trying to get involved with the Nibson Cousins car there. He was getting properly stuck in on the inside through Wilson. Couldn't quite make that one stick. But Brian Chandler doing everything he needs to do in this race to win. As you can see, the sky is starting to darken. Shadows start to lengthen a bit more, and the sky becoming a bit more orange as the sun starts to set in the background. And I think it's this race where they probably wish they had headlights in the Mark 1s and Mark 3s, but and it wouldn't be such a bad thing, because I have to admit, with the Mark 1 MX-5s, I am a sucker for the pop-up headlights. I do quite like them. It's, I think if I had a Mark 1 race car, if it was allowed, I'd probably keep the headlights on, because they just look cool. Through Oggies, now towards Williams once again. Back with our Mark 1s. Just going through the shop there, flashing through was the Rob Boston and Steve Foden car. Boston at the wheel of that, of course, team boss was Steve. And under brakes here, this is Ollie Graham, being chased down by the Parry and Smith car. Out of the Agostini hairpin they go. And back with our scrap that's going on for, effectively, third in the Mark III class. Whilst that goes on, back down to Richard with more interviews down the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Scott, with Ali Bray. Ali, it's been an interesting weekend. This is a great fun way, isn't it, to wrap things up?
Yeah, it's really good from the BRSCC to put something like this on. Everyone's just having a jolly, seeing the season out. It's been one hell of a weekend for the AB and MCR team, so it's nice for all of us to be here in the pit lane together just to end the weekend off.
I think with the intensity of the three races you've had in the other championship, in the main championship, nobody seems to have a definite plan for this race about what time people are coming in. Have you got a definite changeover, or you just got to wait?
Nah, just do half and half each. Because I was out in the SuperCup race, I haven't actually spoken to Brad, so I hope he doesn't come in this lap because I'm not ready. But
I was going to say, you're not quite ready for it. You'll be pushing us to one side, and but now we've got a long lead into next season. This is where the work starts for next year.
Yeah, indeed, the work on all of our Mark 1s. You know, we don't know what Fraser's plan is next year, but the kid's just amazing. He's been standout in the championship this year, and for me, he's the rightful winner. So yeah, just go to work in the workshop. Obviously, I've got my Mark III as well to get ready, and we'll start putting effort into the Mark 1s and try and win a third championship on the road.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing you next year. Enjoy your race. Enjoy your last race. That's Ali Bray there. We'll hand you back now to Scott in the commentary box.
Thanks, Richard. Good to see Ali Bray in good spirits after what's been an up and down weekend for him. Of course, he ends it on a high, of course, with a strong. He didn't have the best of finishes after he sort of had an issue in the final SuperCup race, but at least he can leave with a provisional championship and a provisional champion on his team again in the form of Fraser Fenix. So that's been good for him. So, and good to see that all the drivers and team bosses quite, enjoying this last race and watching it, even if they're not taking part. Right, pit window is now open, so it looks like it's going to be open for the next 10-15 minutes or so. We'll keep an eye on when it closes. So if it runs in the same way that the Club Sport Trophy does, I imagine it will be a 15-minute pit window, and you have to make a minimum pit stop of 2 minutes, I'd imagine, because that's what they do in the Club Sport Trophy. So if it's run to similar regular, I think it was the regs for this were inspired by the Club Sport, so I think it will probably be roughly the same. There is Paul Sheard's Mark IV MX-5. Good to see that out in force again. And there's the Chisnells in their car. That's Clive's car, which he's sharing with son Neil, who races his old Mark I in the MX-5 Clubman Championship. There is the almighty George Grant in Clapham North. Again, probably the busiest man of all weekend. He's done a 3-hour endurance race, 2 3-hour endurance races in the C1s. He's done 3 SuperCup races, and now he's doing a 40-minute Mazda Enduro here as well. So this is quite different. Quite the weekend. It's almost shades of what happened at Silverstone when he was able to do the entire 24-hour race, did the 24-hour race, did both of the Clubman races, both of the MX-5 SuperCup races, and then also did the Club Sport Trophy on the Saturday afternoon as well. So he was the busiest man all weekend. But kudos to George for enjoying his Mazda racing. There's the Mark I leader. There is Rob Boston at the wheel of the number 77 car, the car that's taken now vice champion for the year, Steve Foden, to second in points. And so Rob Boston Seeing what he can do with this car. In the pits has come our first pit caller, and that I think is Michael Nibbs getting out to give James Cousins the car. It's Darren Hills, Aiden Hills' father, just helping with the timing of the stopwatch. We've got somebody else in pit lane also, I think I heard the buzzer. It is Sebastian Fischer, so in the pits he comes from what was at that time I think second in the Mark 1s. Also in is his teammate Ollie Graham, so both of the auto test team cars are in for their manual start. Who else is in for this one? It's also, we've got Dengate and Hayden in as well, so that's Kevin Dengate's car in. I think Will Hayden will take over for that one. Let's see if we've got any more. So it's many drivers that have been, not many of the front runners have pitted, it's many of the cars that are sort of towards the second half of the field that are choosing to make their pit stops. So there is the Boston Foden car. And to the right hander here. Meanwhile, this is our scrap going on for the Mark III lead. This is still between Hills and the Morrises in their car. There goes Chandler into the shot. And there goes the inside wheel spinning up because Hills is trying to hold on here. But Hills is driving this as hard as he would Mark III, although that to me looks like a bit of steam or smoke out the back of that car. That doesn't look healthy to me. Chandler's enjoying himself in the lead here in the Mark IV. That car just sits up and squirms around. But there's definitely a little bit of smoke or steam, whether it's on the down change or something, that's coming out the back of that number 24 car. There goes Tom Griffiths almost sideways in his Mark III. Any of the front runners coming in for a pit stop. Let's have a look. No, Chandler's gone through. So are Hills and Morris. They're side by side down the straight. They're going to battle for second. They're going to come out just as James Cousins comes out in front of them. So that's probably the one thing that he didn't want to see. So James Cousins comes out right in front of his team boss. Oh dear, no, that's brakes lights on for Aiden Hills. I thought there was smoke out the back of the car, but I think possibly that might be Aiden Hills' race over, I'm afraid. Oh dear, he's coming up to a stop, I think, so I think possibly saw something on the temperature gauge. Yeah, he's dropped right back. He's behind Richardson and Taylor now. He's down to about 7th place, but I think that car might be pulling up, I'm afraid. That car hit the brake lights just as it was coming out of Ritchie, so I think something has gone on the 24 car, and unfortunately, Aiden Hills' race ends before he even gets to the pit stop, which is a real shame. I anticipate he will pull up very shortly because that's not great. Yeah, he hasn't come through the shot just yet, so I think that's because his race over. Meanwhile, Ben Taylor set the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 2:14.691. That betters Chandler's 2:14.7, so that's a pretty impressive run for Ben so far. Good lap time from him at that point. Paul Sheard's also been steadily moving up. He's up to 9th in the 3rd of the Mark IVs. There is Paul Sheard, car number 18. He's just ahead of the Chisnells in the number 67 Mark III. Oops. Steady on, Paul. Get it gathered back together. And he has done just about, but he's also going to lose a position, I think, to the Chisnells in the Mark III, which he does. So a little bit over-exuberant on the throttle there for Paul Sheard on the exit. Keep it on the straight and narrow, Sheardy. Meanwhile, this is the Morrises who are now in the Mark III lead now that the Aiden Hills car has dropped back. That's a real shame they have. Now, of course, the Nibbs car is a little bit further back, but of course it's technically a lap behind, but of course it's because we've had pit stops going on. So that should mean that when these cars start to come in, he'll have a full lap to try and pull that gap back together again. Well, James Cousins is not in his regular car because, of course, unfortunately, he's probably just seen that car pull off to the side of the road with a mechanical issue. Out of the pits comes the Selden Herbert car. That's coming from its pit stops. It comes out in 18th position, of course. It comes out just as the Mark IV Brian Chandler goes through, and I think that is now out in that car. I think that's now Luke Herbert out there now, so he'll want to try and put in some quick laps here for the remaining 20 minutes or so. Right, a few more pit stops happening here. Alex Jones has completed his pit stop by the look of it, I think. Whereas Tom Griffiths is also coming in for his. He's a bit sort of unsure where to stop. There he goes. He's to the stop now. Alex Jones has made his stop, so he's now making his way out onto the track. Also in for their pit stops, we've got Tom Griffiths is in. Chris Richardson is in, Ben Taylor is in, so is Alex Miller, and so is Paul Sheard. So the cars that are currently showing, as cars go past, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, and George Grant is in as well. So 6 cars in for their pit stops. A bit of a tweak of the tyre pressures there on the back of Tom Griffith's car. Also, we've got the Foden and Boston car. There's Ian Foden, Steve Foden's dad. Ready to signalling to Rob to head down to their pit stall. And of course it'll be Steve Foden who will jump into his car that he's just completed the season's worth of racing in. Of course, it wasn't originally that car that he was meant to be driving this season. It was meant to be his black and gold MX-5, but he crashed it in testing at Alton Park pre-season, so they had to salvage parts that they could salvage from the black and gold MX-5, transfer it to his white and gold MX-5, which wasn't meant to be his main race car, but also did a couple of engine changes throughout that season as well. Let's see if we can have a chat to one of our drivers in pit lane, down to Richard, who possibly has someone else who's just completed their stint.
How did the first stint go, George?
Well, it's really fantastic, really. I mean, there's not much I can say. It's just I've had a hell of a day, and this is my last 40 minutes. I've probably raced everything today, so I think the pressure is on now.
Well, enjoy the rest of it. I know you've only got a 2-minute stop, so we'll let you concentrate again. Thanks, George.
Thanks, mate. All the best.
George Grant there, just having his stop. So we've seen some of the changeovers that Jeremy's got, and George just taking a moment, has to pit for 2 minutes. We're going to try and grab Rob Boston after he's come in. He's swapping over, obviously Steve Foden's taking over. So for now, from the pit lane, we'll hand you back to Scott.
Thank you, Richard. I can see that you can see Rob was ready with his crash helmet off and overseeing the pit stoppers. Now Steve is having their 2-minute pit stop there. The pit stops will start to shake themselves out. The second place car, the leading Mark III, is in for its first stop, so which one only stop, which is the Morris's. And going through now, of course, has got Michael Nibbs, well, James Cousins now at the wheel of Michael Nibbs' car. Steve Foden now back at the wheel of his Mark I. He now heads back out again. And also following him out is going to be George Grant, so out they both go. That's a bit of camera time there for LMA and Clapham North on the red number plates. Thank you again to them for all their support in the Mazdas this year. So out goes Steve Foden and George Grant. Bit of a race out of pit lane, but they both head out together. So also into the Chisnells and their Mark III. And the car that hasn't pitted yet, but now currently leads the Mark IIIs, is Nick Rutter, who's also in a Rob Boston car as well. So we'll keep an eye on when he pits. Of course, we're still going to wait for the likes of Brian Charlton to make his pit stop, but he's used to these kind of pit stops anyway. I think he'll have to make his pit stop this time by, because if he doesn't, he's going to miss the pit window. So I think that the pit window is probably going to close. And no, maybe it won't. No, sorry, it might not. So I'm probably being stupid. No. I think we've only had 10 minutes. Only had 10 minutes to pit window. It's probably 15, but we'll wait and see if it. We'll see if it closes this time by. If there's an extra 5 minutes, so I would have to imagine that it probably would close. All but 3 cars have made their pit stops, and that's the. Parry and Smith have just come in, so they're going to make their pit stop now. They're coming in time. So the only 2 cars have got to stop now are Brian Charlton's Mark IV and Nick Rutter's Mark III. Whereabouts they are on track, have to wait and see if they both make it into pit lane in time. If the pit lane window closes now, they've got 30 seconds to get in. If it doesn't, then they've got an extra 5 minutes. But I think possibly, given the fact that everyone's pitted in quite quickly, in quick succession, it might well be this time by. If you can get into pit lane before the time hits 15 minutes, that will certainly be beneficial. So let's see if he does pit this time. If he does, he's cutting it fine. Richardson goes through in 3rd place. 2 minutes and 8 seconds behind, so he must be coming to pit lane shortly. 2 minutes 1. And Chandler goes through. And okay, right, pit window hasn't closed, right, so that's fine. So there's still another 5 minutes to go on that one, so it is a 15-minute pit window. I think with Rob Boston possibly, or somebody else, it's Richard down in pit lane. So Richard, who have you got?
Thanks very much, Scott. None other than Rob Boston just finished your stint. First of all, Rob, congratulations on your team taking the Super Cup. We obviously wanted to have a word with Will first, but well done. That must mean a lot to you.
It means a lot. Yeah, we've we've been around the Mazda paddock a lot of years. We've been away and done some really exciting touring car support package stuff. Won some titles there, and to be honest, this is where it's at, isn't it? Let's be honest. So yeah, great to win a title first competitively, first proper year back at it with a pro driver, and yeah, with the MX-5 Championship as well. Not just the Super Cup, we're challenged for the title today with the MX-5 Championship. So yeah, well done Steve Foden. He did a great drive this year. I've just handed over to him now in this endurance race. So yeah, it's going well, and yeah, congratulations to Will Blackwell Chambers in the Super Cup. You know, it's exceeded expectations this year, and it's great to be around the Mazdas.
And what a sport Steve Foden was in the interviews afterwards, congratulating Fraser on taking the championship. Really great. So you're really looking after the guys well. What was the car like that you've given him for this, and are you going to be looking at comparative lap times?
Well, it was good when I got in it. I've probably beat it up a little bit, so it's probably not so good now I've handed it over. But yeah, the car, it's a great car. It's been a good car to us this year. You know, we can still make some improvements over the winter, and Steve can come back and really challenge for that title again next year. But Yeah, as you can tell, I'm buzzing. Really happy to be around the Mazdas again. It's great fun.
Brilliant. Always great to chat to you. Rob Boston, thanks so much. Well done. Many congratulations. Rob Boston down here just handed the car over to Steve Foden. That's probably going to be the last chat we get as we get into the last part of the race. I'll hand you back to Scott.
Yeah, I think unfortunately so, Richard, because the last two cars left to pit are solo drivers, so unless they're going to doorstop Nick Rutter or Brian Chandler. He did do it with George Grant, so you might want to have a chat with maybe Brian Chandler possibly, but the next time you might get to speak to Brian is probably at the end of the race. Here is Brian, still throwing that Mark IV around. He's got a friend now in the form of Ben Taylor, although not for much longer, because in the pit lane does indeed come Brian Chandler. So right towards the end of the pit window, Brian makes his mandatory stop, because he's done this before in Club Sport Trophy, but also in SuperSport Endurance Cup when he's driven that car on occasion, so he knows the drill. Just 5 minutes less racing in this one compared to the Club Sport. So 2-minute pit stop begins. A bit of tweaking of the tyre pressures. As we tend to do. Tightening of the nuts and bolts, I think, as well on top of that, just to make sure that everything is tip-top when he gets back out again. So Nick Rutter, I'm sure, will probably be pitting in this time by also. He starts his pit, the Chandler's pit stop has begun, so Nick Rutter will come through. Does he pit in yet or not? There goes Paul Shear past the pit. Yes, Nick Rutter does indeed pit. His icon has changed to a cog on the left of the timing stream, which means that he is in. So this means that every single car has made its pit stop within the window. I think we can throw it back down towards Richard, who might well have one of our pit callers in pit lane.
Well, I said we weren't going to do any more interviews, but I lied. We've got Aidan Hills with. Sadly, we were going to do a happy interview with Aidan when he had his break, but instead, sadly, Aidan retirement. What happened?
I think you've given me the curse again, Richard.
Oh,
to be honest.
thank you.
Yeah, to be fair, from the first lap, I saw some smoke, but I thought it was a tyre rub. Obviously, it wasn't. It was an oil. Was burning a lot of oil the engine, and then it was getting slower and slower. I probably should have come in, but I was having so much fun that I decided to stay out. But yeah, the engine blew up as I came past the pits, unfortunately.
Better in an end-of-season fun race than in a championship race, presumably.
Yeah, of course. You know, it was only meant to be a bit of fun for me to go out because I haven't really done a lot of racing this year, so I quite fancy having a go. But it doesn't matter, does it? The engine needed rebuilding anyway.
So are you coming back then?
I'll be back full time next year. Yeah.
Because you mopped up in round 1 at Silverstone when I was poorly.
Yeah. We had done 6 races this year and won 4 of them, so not a bad stat to take into next season. Obviously, we tried to go and do the Ginetta stuff, but the budget was just a little bit too much for us. So I think I'll be back full-time MX-5s next year and I'll have a crack at it.
It sounds better and better for me next year. This year's been great, but we look forward to seeing you. And sorry about the retirement, but thanks for talking to us.
That's all right, mate. Anytime. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to next season. I think it's going to be a good one. There's a few old names coming back, old faces coming back, and obviously the new ones as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Aidan Hills, thanks very much. Have a good winter. Cheers, mate. Aidan Hills there, sadly retiring from this one. We're going to head up towards Parc Ferme and just get a handle on the results. So for the last time, I promise you, hand you back to Scott.
Well, isn't that something? Aidan Hills looking like he's possibly coming back for SuperCup full time. I think I'm very much looking forward to that one. That should be quite a spectacle. Aidan's quick enough as it was, and as he says, he did 6 races this year and won 4 of them as a guest driver. So he will definitely be one to watch out for on that one. Quite perfectly timed. Nick Rutter exits the pits just a few seconds before the pit window closes. So perfectly timed late pit stop for him. So this is how it's shaken out in this race so far. We've now got Brian Chandler, who leads the way at the moment in the Mark IVs. Second place now is Chris Richardson. He's had a great run in this endurance run. He's got the next Mark IV is 8 seconds behind him, and that is Luke Herbert. So if Luke can start taking a lot more time out of it, he might well do it. He was a second faster on the last lap. He's the 2:15.6. There is Brian Chandler making his way out of Williams Corner onto the Bentley Straight for another time. It's lap 13 of this Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational. And then as they head down towards the end of the bridge, you can see it's almost like a proper little endurance field here with the orange sky in the background, this late autumnal sunset, headlights ablaze. Practically anyone with headlights really, because there's another car with headlights. That's the Ben Taylor Mark IV. He's running 3rd overall. Good run from Ben actually with that pit stop sequence. The reason why the I see this in the Fiestas as well, but the reason why the hazard lights come on is because he tends to hit the brakes quite hard. So when you do that, you tend to kind of almost in a normal road car, when you hit the brakes really, really hard, it practically puts the hazard lights on to kind of warn cars behind that you're having to brake for an emergency. But some of the teams either don't disconnect it properly or just don't disconnect it at all. So when you hit the brakes, essentially brings the hazard lights on, makes it look like you're having to press the button. They're pressing the button all the time, but it's not. They're not taking their hands off the wheel. It's simply because they're braking quite hard. That's getting the ABS system to pretty much kick in with the hazard lights. So in terms of lap time, last lap was a 2:17.5 for Rich. So there he is. Then it's Ben Taylor, and then we've now got this battle going on here for second and third. This is between Luke Herbert and Tom Griffiths here. So Luke Herbert is in that back. Well, he's back behind the wheel of his old race car, because this is the car he won 3 titles in, and his quest for a 4th didn't quite work out all too well last in 2020, because unfortunately he had an accident at the last round of the season at the Formula Ford Festival, where he sort of lost the back end of the car, got sideways, but went for a spin exiting Paddock Hill Bend, and then the approaching Richard Amos had nowhere to go and clattered into the side of his car, and that unfortunately was the end of his championship. And it was the end of. He chose to then sit on the sidelines racing and instead run his own team. But occasionally he's jumped out with Tom Selden, who has that old car. He's jumped back in to help him out as a co-driver in a club sport race. I've had one car in the pit lane just come back up. Was that Will? Was that the Morrises? Who's that coming? Yes, it was Will. It's the Morrises in their car. Dropped back a little bit, so they've not really had a good second half of this race here, unfortunately. But it's looked pretty. They had some decent pace early on, so we'll wait and see how that plays out. So last time by, I should mention, Luke Herbert was 2 seconds quicker than Chris Richardson. So he might get pretty close in the end. The gap between them now is, what's that? It's just over 6 seconds. So if he keeps pushing, he might well do. He's got the incentive behind him of Tom Griffiths. There is Chris Richardson here. He's on course at the moment. If he can hold on, to potentially win the Mark III class. But he's got a very hard charging Luke Herbert behind him. He's got Ben Taylor as the incentive behind him for third overall. That's a battle for second overall. So there's a battle going on. Chandler's some 10 seconds up the road. Richardson and Taylor are second and third. That's for position, but not for class. And then you've got the 4th and 5th position on track together. That's Selden and Griffiths, and also Michael Nibbs not too far away behind. He's about 8 seconds back. But here is Ben Taylor on the back of Chris Richardson. This could be a change on for second overall. Trophies for class wins, but not necessarily for the overall victory. Down the pit straight, Taylor in the slipstream. And last lap was a 2:17.0. What about the 2 cars behind? Herbert does a 2:15.7, 2:15.7. So that's another 1.3 seconds or so taken out of him. That gap is now down to 4.8 seconds. That's coming down. Richardson now, this will lose him even more time, in fact, because he's having to go defensive on the inside against Ben Taylor in the Mark IV. He's probably enjoying the race, but he doesn't realise that any moment now, if he continues to scrap as he does, he's going to lose even more time, possibly. Might lose the lead in Mark IIIs, but I think he's enjoying himself too much to not even care about that enough to warrant. There goes Chandler through the middle of the shot as he heads out in front once again. In the background there you can see both Herbert and Griffiths just steadily closing in. And again, this will be losing Chris Richardson time, because he knows if he keeps on defending, he's not on the optimal racing line. Meanwhile, these two are kind of almost pushing each other. And if they actually get past, as Griffiths goes a little wide on the exit of Agostini, if they get past Chris Richardson, that will become the battle for the lead. Then the gloves really will be off. But it'll be probably little to no time left in order to make that happen. So in terms of time left, I think we might get 2 more laps at the conclusion of this one, I think, because the top lap time is about 2:14, 2:15 for the fastest cars. So the last lap was a 2:14.756, a new personal best for Brian Chandler. The fastest lap of the race is still held by Ben Taylor, 2:14.6. So he's still the fastest man in this race. Meanwhile, Taylor, speaking of which, is going down the outside of Richardson, who is going defensive. He's going to try and hold on if he can. And he still holds on to the position. And again, they're just about as fast as each other. Big twitch there from Ben Taylor as he holds on. As for Herbert and Griffiths, Herbert's not really being held up because he's got clear track. He's probably going to look in his mirrors a bit to try and hold off Griffiths best he can. But if they are working together, it might well work well. As for Chandler, down the pit straight he comes to complete his second to last lap with 4 minutes on the clock left to go. And up the inside here, there's some battling going further back in the MX-5s. That's the Mark 1s. That's 64 going up the inside of 70 of both the Parry car. That's Darrell Radwell getting past the Parry and Smith car. That car's got some championship winning history. That was the ex-John Langridge winning Mark 1, championship winning Mark 1. That car currently sat in 7th in class, now that Darrell Bradwell's got through. Lap time wise for the cars behind, what's the gap now? It's under 3 seconds, I think, now. Let's have a look at it. Last lap was at 2:18.3 for Chris Richardson, as Taylor has got through. Cars behind, it was a 2:16.1 for Luke Herbert. And there's the advantage of being in a Mark IV. You have headlights to flash at the cars in front of you to get out of the way. So Brian Chandler making the most of his extra features. Whoa, sideways. Brian Chandler always was an eccentric driver. That reminds me, when he twice in one weekend in 2015 at Croft, he was leading the way comfortably in the Mark I Championship, and twice he came out of the final corner, tried to showboat and kind of put his foot down and a bit of a wiggle and a tail slide, and actually ended up spinning in 2 separate races at the end on the last lap of the last corner. But he was that far ahead, he still won the race, and his simple response in the interview afterwards was simply, whoops. That was it. So Brian Chandler's ever the showman sometimes on track. Blue flags being waved for the 2 Mark Is. He goes through and splits the middle, or tears past both of them. He's also gone past the Dengate and Hayden car as well. So change of position there. And so he'll go on to the last lap in a moment's time. Now, we should probably keep an eye on what's going on for the Mark III lead, because Richardson is still being caught. There's the gap then. Is Richardson going to have enough time here to hold on, or is Herbert going to be right on his tail by the end? Let's see if he can hold on here. It's probably one of the biggest laps of Chris Richardson's life if he can hold on. I think, looking at the gap, I don't know, he might well just have enough, because there, look, go both Herbert and Griffiths. The Mark Is then make their way onto the pit straight, following Brian Chandler, who will take the last lap board. Last lap of the season as a whole for the Mazda MX-5s. It's been quite the season in Mark Is in the MX-5 Championship and the MX-5 Clubman Championship. The SuperCup went down to the wire in the final race as well. A nice, fun, non-season race for the drivers to let their hair down and enjoy themselves in the only way they know how, which is to get back on track and to go racing. Now then, this is the battle we need to watch for. This is the Mark III. There's Chris Richardson. Now, last time around, his stat was a 2:16.7. It was personal best for Luke Herbert and Tom Griffiths, and they were 1.3 seconds faster. And the gap between them now is exactly 1.3 seconds. So, either Chris Richardson is just going to hold on, or Luke Herbert might have to pull out all the stops here on this final lap to hold on. This battle continues on for position. This is for Radwell versus the Dengate and Hayden car for 5th in class. As for the Mark Is, it's going to be Foden and Boston who will win this one, but they're only 2 seconds ahead of Seb Fisher, so he's not that far ahead. We probably should look for where they are at the moment. Meanwhile, Luke Herbert's having to go defensive now, because Tom Griffiths is moving around, possibly trying to make a move here. As they head onto the short straight towards the left-hander at Hamilton. That gap is definitely under a second now, so he's very close. Chris Richardson, though, is holding on. I don't think he's ever won a Mazda MX-5 racing class. He's always been a pro class driver. If he can hold on, he would love to end the season with a victory of some kind in a Mazda. But is Herbert going to be able to get in before the end? Well, no one's going to get this man. Brian Chandler, nice to get a nice late afternoon blast in the Mark IV. And here, lock up there between the 2 Mark Is. That was the Dengate car, getting very twitchy, very sideways, and off the road he goes, almost, but holds on. Just about. Now what about, there's Ben Taylor. What about the Mark IIIs behind? They're coming at some lap traffic. It's going to be very close, and sideways is Luke Herbert, but Chris Richardson's putting his foot down. He might get held up by the Mark I here. He's not going to be okay too much. Meanwhile, up to the checkered flag. A nice way to end the season for the Mazda MX-5s. It is victory in the first ever Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational in the Mark IV for Brian Chandler. Across the line, and a victory for him. A late penalty for Keith Dalton, the 711 car. Now for the Mark IIIs, is he going to hold on? Herbert has got Griffith over the back of him. I think it's going to be Chris Richardson, who is going to have one of his best results ever in a Mazda MX-5. He'll come to the checkered flag. It's going to be second for Ben Taylor, but third overall, and the Mark III class win as well. Chris Richardson wins the Mark III class. Congratulations to him. That said, why has he dropped down the order? No, it's a penalty. I didn't spot. So there's a late penalty of 30 seconds for Chris Richardson. So that's only popped up on the screen as he crossed the line. So it's a penalty of 30 seconds for Chris Richardson. So it must have been possibly a short pit stop, I imagine. That's the only thing I can anticipate it being. So unfortunately, Chris Richardson on the road wins the Mark III class, but a penalty I can only suspect for a short pit stop actually puts him 30 seconds back, and it now actually gives the victory in the end to Tom Selden and Luke Herbert. So look, Tom Selden and Luke Herbert do win the Mark III class by virtue of a last-minute late penalty applied to Chris Richardson for a short pit stop, I think. It doesn't tell me the exact cause of the pit stop, of the penalty. It just says plus 30 seconds next to Chris Richardson's name. That's a shame, but unfortunately, rules are rules on that side. So it's Tom Selden who wins the Mark IIIs. As for the Mark Is, they haven't come through just yet. We need to watch out for them because they are the next car after these, next car but one after these two cars cross the line. So George Grant and the Chisnell car. So I'm going to watch Rob Boston and Steve Foden. There he is. And he's been in a close finish to the end here. He's been caught by Sebastian Fischer in the end, but I think he might just about hold on. So he might have missed out on the championship, but he can at least take him to silverware home because he will win the Mark I class in the Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational. Steve Foden just holds off from Seb Fischer in second place. It is a class victory in Mark Is for Steve Foden and Rob Boston in their Mark I. There's Brad Jones. There's Ali Bray back in the Mark I. He started the season by taking victory as a guest driver in the Mark Is at Silverstone in the Clubman Championship, standing in for Kevin Dengate. And now he comes across the line. I think he's going to finish as the third best Mark I across the line. So sharing the car with Brad Jones. Congratulations to him. And I think that is every single car across the line, which it is. Yes, it is. So every single car is home. Well, that concludes the MX-5 season. It has been an absolute roller coaster up and down the country, but here's the final result of our first ever Mazda MX-5 Endurance Invitational. Brian Chandler wins the overall race and in Mark IVs, had Ben Taylor in second place, and then, courtesy of the penalty for Chris Richardson, it is Tom Selden and Luke Herbert who win the Mark III class. Tom Griffiths is fourth overall, from Nibs and Cousins in fifth, Miller sixth, Chris Richardson sadly demoted to seventh, and it's eighth place for Nick Rutter, ninth for Paul Sheard, and 10th for George Grant. Paul Sheard in the third of the MX-5 Mark IVs. It's Neil and Clive Chisnell, Alexander Jones, a win for Mark Is in Foden and Boston. Then it's Sebastian Fischer, followed by Jones and Bray. And it's Graham, Radwell, Dengate and Hayden, Parry and Smith, Dorr and Pulham, then Thirlwell and Noller, Keith Dalton, who had also had a penalty as well in the end, and the Morrises who were back down with some kind of issues, and Aidan Hill's also stopping with some kind of oil problem as well. So for the last time for this season for the Mazdas, and for today, it's going to be a hand down to the assembly area to have a chat with the Part Ferme, to have a chat with our class and overall winners here, with Richard John Neal down in Part Ferme to have a chat to our Mark I, Mark III and Mark IV class winners.
Well, we've teed up the top three overall in the race. I think we've probably spoken to the Mark Is and Mark III winners over various points. Have a word with Brian Chandler first. And this gorgeous car, you can't see it as it's getting dark, but it is absolutely beautifully prepared. Brian,
you right?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you after that win? You don't look like you've even been in a race.
No, to be fair, we was here to showcase what the Mark IVs can do. Obviously, looking for progress for next season, so we can get a championship going. So really, today was just to showcase that the Mark IVs are the viable thing after the SuperCup.
You've raced them in the Club Sport Trophy during the course of the season as well, I believe. And how are you finding it compared to the other models?
Yeah, that's it. They're nice. The sequential box is lovely. It makes you feel like a race car driver. But yeah, it's just a nice rounded car, really. So yeah, we're developing it and it's getting quicker each time. So yeah, it's going all right. And it's a nice colour.
And a good way to finish off a fun day, and it's been a great championship this year once again, and hopefully some more of these on the grid next year.
Yeah, we hope so. Yeah, that's the end of the Mazdas, so we've just got a couple more races left, and that's us done for the year.
Brilliant, well done on the win, and thanks for having a chat with us, Brian. We'll have a word with Ben Taylor, who's here. Look at that, and I'm shoving Josh out of the way. Ben, congratulations, a good way to finish up the day.
Absolutely.
And some changes late on in the race position-wise as well, so fun right to the end.
Yeah, it was a very interesting race. With the pit stop, it always adds a change to the whole racing scenario, really, and made it pretty interesting. When you come out, you're not really sure which position you're in at the time, so coming away with P2, I'm really shocked and very happy. So yeah, it was quite a good race, and from 9th to 2nd, I can't complain at all.
Oh, brilliant result. Yeah, so and tell us a bit about your car, history of the car.
Well, I bought this one back in October last year, did it up over the winter, and I've done about 7 events in it this year. And I can't fault it in the slightest, coming from an RX-8 before to this. Raced last year was the first season, second season going, and it's done really well for me, and very happy, very pleased with the car.
And if it's a dedicated championship you'll be in?
I'm hoping so, yeah. I'd be like to well, as long as we can get more Mark IVs on board, then it'd be nice to see us all out there.
I think it's going to happen when people see them and see them close up. They look superb.
I should hope so. Yeah, they're doing really well, especially against the Mark III. So it's showing itself as a step up. So fingers crossed, people follow on board.
Well, congratulations on taking second place. Thanks for chatting to us. Have a good winter. We'll see you next year on the grid with the Mark IVs. Going to go and grab a quick word with Tom Selden and Luke Hibbert, who are over here. Luke's in conversation. Sorry to interrupt, guys. We'll have a quick word with Luke.
Thank you.
Well done. Did Tom make it over, by? Was that Tom you were talking to?
Yeah, Tom.
We'll grab Tom as well. See, the first pairing home in that race, and you did the second stint. Car was in good nick when it was handed over.
Yeah, it's Tom kept it in one piece. He did what he led the first lap, which was what we wanted. Just hold on, and then I think Chris ran it on the road, but I think his pit stop was short. Okay. So, but I mean that's how we won the race, because Tom was quick, but it's very hard to overtake around here, and so yeah, we just did the jump on Tom in the pit stop. I think we got out in 2:02, and Tom's must have been slow because he went in ahead of us. So yeah, it all came down to pit stop.
And what racing are you doing aside from this at the moment, Luke?
So I'm doing nothing actually. I'm just running the team. So so we're running 3 of these SuperCup cars in the SuperCup. Tom was meant to do the endurance, but he's got a flight home and he didn't have enough time to do the whole race. So I was like, well, I'll do the second stint and then you can get going and get your flight. So so yeah, I wasn't expected to drive this weekend, but it's nice to get back in the car.
That's good. Well, good to see you, and thanks for chatting to us. Well done on the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Luke Herbert. There, another top name from the Mazda MX-5 Championship over the years, and that concludes things from down here in Parc Fermé. We've had a wonderful 2 days racing, as ever, courtesy of the BRSCC. Don't forget to check out the website for all the latest news and developments. And of course, if you want to join the championships, you'll find out all the regulations and all the information you need to join the grid next year. Next year could be you in here being interviewed as a winner or on the podium. So thanks to Jeremy, my cameraman, for looking after me superbly as ever all weekend. Rob Lewis, who's done the business, of course, on the C1s. And last but certainly not least, Scott Woodwis, who I'll hand you back to now. So from pit lane, bye for now, and I'll hand you back to Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Superb work as always, both here in the commentary box with me and also in pit lane all weekend as well. It has been quite a weekend of high emotions for many reasons, of course. We've had the final rounds of the Citroen C1 Endurance Series, but 2 wins of them, which makes it the 4-peat for the Emax Motorsport. And of course, we've wrapped up some provisional Mazda MX-5 titles as well. Congratulations again goes to Declan McDonald yesterday, who was provisional MX-5 Clubman champion. Congratulations to Fraser Fennick, who takes the provisional MX-5 Championship title. And of course, we've got class titles also for the Pro class for Will Blackwell Chambers, for Scott Wright in the Club class, and also the Masters title as well for Nick Ryder. Which also say I think it should be Masters titles for Declan McDonald, and I believe possibly also Jason Greatrex in the respective Mark 1 titles also for them as well. Thank you to also to the CMMC Southern Super Saloons and Tin Tops for also taking part as well, and to also everyone that took part in the Mazda Enduro as well. Congratulations to Brian Chand for his victory in that race. And it certainly was a showcase of what the Mark IVs can do. If you're interested, get in touch, and I'm sure we'll be able to help you out to get more of these cars on the grid. Well, that concludes another season for the MX-5s. It concludes another race meeting live here on YouTube and Facebook for BRSCC, but there is one more still to go, and it's the big one next weekend. The 51st running of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. Another brilliant entry, packed full of talented drivers. 1 or 2 little surprises in there as well. You should be able to see some fantastic racing. If you've never watched the Formula Ford Festival before, I implore you, if that's not a reason to subscribe and hit the notifications bar, at least on YouTube. You need to watch the Formula Ford Festival. It is a brilliant, unique single-seater contest. It has heats, progression races, knockout format. Formula Fords at their best on their home circuit. The base where it was all born at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and it all goes down to a 30-car grand final. Last year's was an absolute standout classic, one of the best finals ever, and it was a fitting celebration of the 50th Formula Ford Festival in that way. We've also got the final rounds that weekend also in the support package of the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta Championship and the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, where you'll also see some more of the Mark 7 Ford Fiestas in action too. Plus also the modified Fords have got a stellar entry, just over 50 cars for the weekend. Another 3 races for them between 3 different groups, so watch out for that. So they've been one of the best additions to the BRSCC in the last couple of years. They will put on a really good show. Plus also you will have the CMMC Intermark silhouettes out for their final 2 races of the season, and there might also be 1 or 2 other little things on track as well that you might want to tune into to have a look at. So that's for next weekend, October 22nd, 23rd. Do make sure that you're subscribed and tune in. If you can make it to the circuit, be sure to get down trackside. It is a wonderful event to be part of, and who knows, we'll find out who can add their name onto the Neil Shanahan Trophy for 2022 and become Formula Ford Festival champion. We provisionally crowned some champions this weekend. Once again, congratulations to all of them. My thanks also go to everyone at Digitech Television here. Thanks to Richard and Dan in pit lane here in the comms box with me, Rob Lewis from the C1s as well. Everyone here at Snetterton, all of our marshals, officials, volunteers, medics, everyone involved that's made this meeting work as smoothly as it has. Thanks to everyone in the Mazda paddock, in the C1 paddock, and also in the CMMC Southern Saloons. We'll see the C1s and the Mazdas again next season. Bigger and better things, I'm sure. Lots of great things in store for them next year. And finally, for me, I'll sign off by saying thank you very much for watching, and tune in next weekend. Formula Ford Festival, do not miss it. You can't get there. Tune in on Facebook and YouTube. You will want to tune in. It's going to be a mega occasion. But from myself, Scott Woodward, and all of us here at Snetterton, thank you for watching. Hit subscribe, hit notifications. We'll see you next weekend for one of the best meetings of the season, the Formula Ford Festival. But until then, good night and bye for now.